Hello and welcome here, everyone. We're out with the new, in with the old, as CBLOL is back, baby. We are set to go for the beginning of 2026, and I could not be more excited. Now, I say out with the new, but we still have returning players from 2025. Obviously, teams rushing on in as we have the CBLOL Cup to kick things off. My name is Orbital. With me is the best minion to ever stay on the desk here for South America. It is RandomMinionCaster, RMC. How you doing today?
Orbital, I'm hyped because CBLOL is back. Of course, we did take a bit of a, shall we call it a bit of a detour last year. We went and did the whole LTA thing, merging North and South, but we have split back up again. It is the LCS in the North, CBLOL in the South, and the LOA has been merged still with CBLOL. So worth noting, last year still counts. So our reigning champion right now for CBLOL isn't Pain Gaming. They might be the last kings of CBLOL, but our reigning champs are still Vivo K-Stars. And of course, Orbital, that matters because they will also be our first matchup for today, the reigning kings versus the final kings.
Listen, when it comes to Kings, though, that's what you want to start the season off with. That's the treat. As we go ahead and we'll take a look at the schedule, we have 5 amazing matches on the docket for you today. Not only is it going to be Vivo Cade Stars and Pain Gaming for the opening, but we'll also have Red coming out here, as well as Fuxu W7M for our second matchup. And then for third, it will be Furia versus Loud. There will be a couple of repeat matches, as well as we have 8 teams playing across the day for this for these opening series, and that is what is going to be a treat overall. 5 amazing matches to watch for, and RMC, I'm very excited not only for the opening but for some of the following, as we have some fresh faces joining us this season.
Yeah, a lot of changes to come through, and let's start with the freshest change of all. 8 teams. So as you know, unfortunately, when we kind of did the merger from CBLOL to LTA South, we did lose 2 teams. But even the transition back from LTA South to CBLOL, we have unfortunately lost Isurus Gaming. Originally Isurus Estrel, then they became Isurus, and now they're gone. Taking their place is going to be familiar faces Los Grandes coming back in to take their spot. And they did have a bit of a crush on the way out, but they did stay around last year. They were down in CD Circuito Desafiante, and now they have come back into CBLOL once again with a brand new roster. So that one, that is a spicy org change within the teams as well. I don't know if y'all have had a chance to kind of catch up with the podcast that we do weekly, the Gringos Liberados, but we did talk about sort of all the changes. Only 2 teams have kept their entire rosters. Heck, arguably only one. Red Canids keeping their entire team and coaching staff, and Furia keeping the entire team, but they did lose their hit coach, Thinkard.
Yep. Yeah, and that was, I think, a very big talking point as well. We watched Thinkard actually actively look for a team and then immediately got picked up, I believe. And a lot of people are saying this is going to be that big change coming in here. Fury will have to prove that, hey, this change is correct for them, that they have that opportunity. And they're facing off against Loud as well. Loud bringing in a roster of hopefuls as well. They have a couple players that will be, we'll talk about once we get a little bit later on. For the following matches, though, for Los versus VKS and then Leviathan versus Furia at the end, those are also going to be double headers for 2 of those teams. EKS and Furia will do their best in 2 games out of the day. RMC, there's so much to talk about, so many amazing players and all, but I do want to touch on things because a lot of people might be wondering why you don't have enough time to run and get your snacks at the beginning of the game. We do have to let you know that there have been some changes to the Rift, very specifically that you better stay in your seat as soon as we load into the game.
Yeah, this offseason, Orbital, felt like one of the busiest off-seasons in terms of what has changed. It's probably faster to just name what hasn't changed, really, with how things have gone around. So you alluded to sort of...
That's it.
True. Well, dragons have changed too.
Oh, no, they did.
Yeah, so... Well, let's talk a little bit about, you kind of alluded to the game timings and how that has changed. So right from the get-go, the first change when you load onto the Rift is minion spawn time. The game starts at 30 seconds now, the minion spawn. So we're not going to see as many level 1 invades, or if we do, they're going to be delayed invades coming through, and you are most likely going to lose out on some minions in your lane, some CS, which is huge, and kind of leads into our second point, which is the missions and quests that have come in. So that is Riot's answer into lane swaps, is they've introduced quests that kind of buff each and every single lane when you complete the quest, and it's easier to complete. You get more points towards completing the quest by staying in your lane. So we'll do a quick rundown of the changes in the top lane. You can now go up to level 20 instead of level 18 when you complete your quest. You gain more experience as well, and most importantly, you unlock teleport. You can still pick teleport if you want, and have 2 spells. And if you do that, you get Unleash Teleport, which gives you a shield. But if not, you can get 3 summoners now in the top lane when you complete your top lane quest. Jungle, it's kind of similar to what it was in the past, which is just leveling up, upgrading those pets of yours, and then you get a bit more movement speed and increased smite damage. So not too big a change there. Mid lane, worth noting, we got rid of Atakan, we got rid of sort of the feats of strength, but the tier 3 boots have remained only in the mid lane when you complete that particular quest. And you'll get empowered recalls as well, occasionally in the mid lane, to kind of make up for, I guess, Atakan no longer being around. That wasn't an Atakan thing. That was I have the Herald. Herald still exists. Bot lane, AD carries now get a 7th item slot. Their boots will go into a special slot, so they can buy 6 other items besides boots. And for support, it's kind of similar. They still have their usual support quests, but they get a special slot for control wards, and it's cheaper for them to buy control wards later on.
Yeah, I mean, there used to be the ward box. I don't think anyone uses it, so they said, hey, go ahead and give them over in a special quest as well. Difference being, though, I do want to give love to junglers, because RMC obviously is a non-jungler bias in there. They did lower the number of camps you do have to take. They lowered it, I believe, from 40 to 35, and then the halfway point is now 15 on the number of camps you have to clear. Not only that, they buffed the smite, so it's a little bit easier to go ahead and smite away, I believe, at 1,400 instead of 1,200 now, or they adjusted it. They gave it a small buff, but very, very small notice there. After that, though, there is now something that you will not see in your regular games. Now, there have been a change. If you see red side and blue side, we do have to tell you that first pick is in effect here for CBLOL, which RMC, you already mentioned, there might be some trip ups for you and I.
Yeah, so specifically for competitive League of Legends, not so much in your solo queue, there is now something they call first selection. And so the home team, or the team that kind of is designated, will get to choose first. Now, what do you select? You get to choose if you want, well, what you want for first pick. And the other team will then get to choose whether they want blue or red side. I'm going to be honest, folks. I don't think it makes that big a difference. I think what that really did is just made first pick, instead of B1, R1. You're just going to see the team with first pick going to pick, obviously first pick. The other team is probably going to pick blue side, because blue side's a little bit easier. Historically, it's had a higher win rate around dragon buff, around gankings, stuff like that, especially in the bot lane, which feels like it's the focus with all the changes with the 7th item. So I expect to see first pick be R1. So forgive us if we accidentally say B1 instead of first pick, confusing things around. We'll get used to it, but it is the first week overall of competitive across the world right now. We're still kind of easing into it.
Yeah, and I want to dive just very, very briefly into why this might be a big thing later on. I think it's a very fun tangent that I would like to take while we do wait for a lot of these players to walk on in. That's the fun of it. We get all these new players that we'll get to see here in a little bit, but I did personally put out that I think it's going to be very fun watching maybe some not so mirrored changes come to the Rift with the introduction of First Select. The idea that blue side select overall will have its advantages, as well as what champions you want to run, maybe seeing some unique half changes to the map. Normally you see mirror changes such as, hey, you always have to have, if you have a red side top side change, you always have to have the bottom side, red side change as well. There are some, it always has to be mirrored. I wonder if we are going to see unique side changes to Summoner's Rift at some point. Do you think that's a viable option to maybe create a little bit more excitement on the Rift? Or do you think we're going to keep it with the same, like, always mirror changes, always has to be even, 50-50?
I like where you're going with this, Orbital, and I do hope that they do actually make some changes to the map so it's not completely mirrored. I think last year or the year before is when they added sort of the access to the bot lane, top side, top lane, bot side, the extra sort of area to enter, so it matches the tri-bush on the other side. And they tried to mirror things a lot, but I actually do feel like if you are doing side select, then you don't want it mirrored. So there is an actual advantage. If not, it's kind of too balanced right now. So I'd like for them to do that. But at least here in Split 1, they haven't done that so far, which is why I suspect there will always be red side first pick. We do get to see the teams walking in, and there are your reigning champions, Vivo K-Stars. And you might have caught a glimpse of a new face there, the most hotly talked about import in the offseason. Kaiwing coming in from CFO. This guy, he's been to Worlds, he's been to MSI, not once, not twice, multiple times at both events, and feels the general consensus is that, look, Trimby was amazing, but Kaiwing is an upgrade over a support that already dominated this region.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you go from an oyster to a star, something is going to shine. Not only that, I believe Miru coming in here, or a little bit of difference in there. So Vivo Cade Star sitting on down, but on the other side, we got Pain coming on in. As you said, another king with multiple crowns. We'll see what they can pull off at the same.
And Pain Gaming looking a little bit different as well. A lot happened to this team. There's actually a lot to talk about them. First of all, it's worth noting that the first scrim of the year, Cade versus Pain, Pain spanked Cade apparently, which was a bit of a surprise. But you look at who they've got. They've got Robo and Tinones back. These were the sole laners who, along with Carioca, led Pain to the win back in 2021, but kind of parted on bad terms to the point where Tinones was called Judas. And I am personally very happy to see Tinones back. I never thought he was a traitor. I thought, he did so much for Pain, but he and Pain had a very rocky relationship. I'm very glad to see they're smiling right now. The other sort of big news for Pain was in their bot lane. You see Marvin there, and some of y'all might remember him from Fluxu W7M in the LTA South last year, where he did not have a good year, a very quiet year, statistically not great. But Marvin is a Pain player. He's actually from Pain Gaming Academy, and he was on loan to Fluxu W7M, and now he's starting for Pain. So where is Pain's original starter? Titan. Titan, unfortunately, had some bad things happen to him just recently. He's been suspended indefinitely, and Marvin last second had to drop in. So this is a bit of a last second change for Pain Gaming. He was not the AD carry that spanked Vivo Cade Stars, but it does create a very interesting story because Marvin and Morteus, it feels like, for most of Marvin's career, have kind of been compared to each other 2 years ago in 2024 when Marvin made his debut in Tier 2 in, I think it was CBLOL Academy at the time, before it was CD. Marvin won his first split. Grand Finals, who did he beat? Morteus. Second split, he lost. Who did he lose to? He lost to Morteus in the Grand Finals. But then Marvin then went on to win the Challengers Americas Cup right after that as well. So these two sort of younger, more rookie AD carries have had a lot of time competing against each other, and this time Marvin's back on Pain Gaming, hopefully a team that can provide him a better structure, a better support system than what he had on Fluxu W7M.
Yeah, an amazing run for a lot of these players, being given a chance to kind of prove themselves on this stage, given a chance to not only bring their rivalry from a smaller stage now to the main stage platform. We get to see what they get to throw down in the opening game of the CBLOL Cup 2026 season. All the players you know and love, you get to go ahead and run on through, as you saw, Tin Owns as well as many more. Awesome showcase, and I love these intros, by the way. Big, okay, the thumbs up was a little bit cheesy. I'll give him that one, but that's their
Robo signature. What are you talking about? That is Robo. I don't know. It's bringing a tear to my eye looking at that right now. Oh, and of course the focus, being on Robo, Tinones coming back to Pain, and then Miru and Kaiwing, they were showing for Cade Stars. Of course, we talked about how big it was. It was the biggest import pickup on the offseason. We're into picks and bans, and it's looking like it is going to be Pain first pick on red side as expected. Immediately, Malphite and Jace bans come out from Cade because they were second pick. Malphite was coming up already before the sort of season changes in the offseason last year, both in top and in jungle. And so have to ban that away, had to take the chase away. And Robo on this Rumble, champion from last year that's already very strong. Some of that strength is in early lane, but a lot of it was in team fighting. So I'm curious to see how that changes in the new patch. Like, how do you balance this? It's not the best split push champion. You do want to leave lane at some point.
Well, a lot of people are also saying they would put Rumble up there with the likes of the Malphite and the Jace kind of powerhouses right now. Rumble being a very nice lane bully, but the other one that's huge as well is the Rise. I love this so much. RMC recently, I got to talk about this with the new mana amp abilities, the fact that you can also build multiple tiers depending on the situation. There is a possibility for you to amp up the mana. So I love that for Miru, you're rocking this out alongside the Ambessa that was picked to possibly counter a top side Rumble, which we are seeing now that the Wukong is being hovered for jungler.
Yeah, and you see maybe they're already really confident with the Rise pick. One thing we didn't talk about is there are new items as well this year. One of them, you're talking about the tier items in the ability stack. One of them is a actualizer in terms of like mana and being able to use that. And we've seen Rises in the LCK build that second, third item, kind of just rushing that really early on. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Miru do that. The J4 coming through from Carioca, so the hot pot combo already being set up for Pain Gaming, but for Cade Stars, picking that early kind of signals that, hey, you need to pick things with mobility. And Bessa can already dodge out, whether she be top or jungle. Your mid laner, unfortunately, Rise is going to be locked in there. But your AD carry, we've seen Yunara rise up in priority with the 7th item. The skilling hyper carries are really, really strong. She's a skilling hyper carry who has a dash who can potentially get out of the Cataclysm.
The other side, though, you don't want it, but you do want to see it. Cassiopeia back in. Somehow you're going to fit a boot on that snake skin. I don't know how that's going to work, but we'll give it to him. Kiana, though, to bounce back out as we're seeing a heavy engagement tool. This is something that you and I were kind of talking about. The push for more aggression in the early game is on full display right now. Now, will it fully occur is a whole different question, but I do see a lot more fighting in the future as we head into the second ban phase.
Kiana being picked up, Orbital. That is not something we've seen in CBLOL. Like, it is a thing in the LPL. We see it a lot. It's something in the LCK even. In fact, we were just talking about Youngjae being picked up by... who was the team who picked up Youngjae? Was it Loud, I think? Yeah, Loud picking up Youngjae. Youngjae is a player who does play Kiana, and he was the one I expect to see it. Not Desamis, but Desamis, potentially with this one, it's very aggressive. It's something that we didn't see too much from Desamis last year, where he was playing a lot more ganking, but supportive ganking to set up his team, rather than ganking to be the carry of the team. And now with this Kiana pickup early, I can see it working with the Cataclysm as well. The supreme display of talent means that anybody who even walks near that particular piece of terrain will be in trouble, and Tinoz has to watch out for that. You mentioned Tinoz as well. They did change Cassiopeia. She can buy boots specifically for the mid lane quest. So her passive now just gives her increased bonuses from things that give her movement speed.
You want to know the funny thing? If ABCs went bot lane, it would have been even funnier, because you just stick Cassiopeia in the bot lane and just say screw the boots as well, just give him extra boosts. I don't know. I don't know. That would have been funny. Either way, we are looking at very targeted bans here. Multiple support bans coming out, so Curie was not going to get their specific support. The Alistar and the Rakan, both of these very engage heavy. Engage supports have gotten a huge buff in terms of itemizations and in terms of how they want to play, in my opinion, but ADC is the full target coming out of Pain as a focus down Morteus, Ezreal, and Kiana Bandaway.
Like we talked about.
Yunara.
Yeah, you're trying to remove the Yunara and the Ezreal AD carries who both skill very well with the items, as well as being able to get off the Cataclysm. I don't be surprised if we see Corki potentially being another one being taken away, but it is going to be VKS, of course, because they are second pick, even though they're blue side, who gets to pick their AD carry first. And I don't know if they want to pinch the support pool even further. I mean, taking out the Alistar, the Rakan, the Nico, well, painting out the Nico is already removing a lot of Curry's champion pool. Varus. Wow. So immobile AD carry, lots of poke, very strong in lane, and most importantly, I feel like Varus right now can pair with the Enchanter supports to really bully out the lane. So we were talking about Bard for Curry. Well, Kaiwing might want to pick up the Bard. It's not a champion I particularly know him for in the APAC region. I feel like, he was more for the engaged champions. I expect to see more like Braum potentially come through, but it works well with Braum too, if that's what you want to pair it with.
Yeah, and we get to see on the other side the Sivir to rock on out with some of the adjustments to the quest. We've seen a lot more farming come on display for a lot of the ADCs because they can hit those breakpoints a lot faster. For reference, I believe minions give a lot more gold. Not only that, you get a gold increase for every kill, plus an extra bonus once you complete the quest. So it's just doubling up on the gold. That is exactly what Riot was hoping to do with this ADC quest. A little bit of engage, though, coming out from Fury, if they so wish. It is going to be that Rel to catch out a lot of those close range combatants that we might see.
Yeah, we saw the Lulu hover for a second there, which is really good with skilling hyper carries, but it's not a champion that we saw Curry really run back when he was playing with Titan as a pairing. After all, that bot lane was hyper aggressive. Now, Marvin has played the Sivir into Morteus before, back in CBLOL Academy, to some funny results. So we'll kind of see how that goes. Marvin was quite aggressive in the past with the Sivir, but in CBLOL on Fluxu W7M specifically, it was very tempered. Now into a Varus Bard. Like, look, I like the Sivir. Into Varus specifically, you can shield a lot of his poke, and if Varus can't poke you, you lose a lot of that lane threat. But into Bard Varus, the amount of poke that's coming out is going to be massive. One shield is not going to be able to save you, and I am a little bit concerned for how this is going to go. Right now at Pro Play, LPL, LCK, there's a lot of focus on the bot lane because of the sheer amount of skilling and the amount of priority it gets you around dragons. There's no more cheating with lane swaps anymore, so you're not answering the top side, with those early grubs, with those herald and whatnot. No, dragons are important, and with the strength that VK has in their 2v2 right now, I'm expecting to see Carioca go down that bot lane and Samus having to spend some time to answer as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a treat and a half. The opening game has brought us some adjustments, some changes, as I swear to God, that better not be Ryze jungle. Did I just
No.
watch Rise Jungle clear my board? That is not where I was expecting
No
this. You and I
way.
were both calling
What?
for Kiana. I swear I saw it, RMC. If this is the way Vivo K-Stars are going to open up, I am excited for what the season has to offer.
I don't even know at that point. Like, look, I believe Miru can pilot the Kiana. That I don't doubt. But Rise Jungle, how does that even work? It's funny too that they're doing it into Robo, of all people, because we're talking about Rise outside of mid lane in Brazil. The first name that comes to mind is Robo because of his world's performances or international performances on that champion that have scarred players for life, whether you be Pain fans, Loud fans, or just generally top lane fans. We do see, of course, the Pain Zetchi on the first day in, already supporting their team. They know that this is a tough one. This was supposed to be Classico o Classico, the most classic of classics. It was supposed to be the reigning champions versus the Lost Kings of CBLOL. But, with the sudden changes, things are looking more VKS favored. But the fans, they're still hoping, they're still praying, and they're still supporting.
I think I would support them as well as opening day, opening game, and that brings a lot of pride onto the line. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for game number 1. It is a treat to be here on the CBLOL side of things, so hopefully y'all are enjoying. We have gotten an adjustment. I swear to God, I saw it on the background.
Yeah, I saw it too on the stage. I saw it.
I swear that was it. Okay, so we are standard. Now, I will say, they have also been pushing specifically for new junglers to come out. I believe one of the things is they were saying a lot of tempered attack damage on a lot of the camps. So there have been some openings for new junglers to come into the mix. However, Rise Jungle would be wildly out there. I 100% agree on that one. But we are getting into lane states, and as you mentioned, minions spawned way earlier, so at 103, 104, we're already into the laning phase.
I just want you all to know, our producer for today, RareAdam, first off, props to Adam. Thank you for running production on this opening day. Just told us in our production chat, they're buffing Seraphine Jungle next patch. So I don't know how that's going to go. Let's talk about mid lane matchup, though. We're seeing Tinones and Miru trading heavily. And this is interesting because it's a very old matchup. And we're talking about old players, legacy players. Tinones has been around forever. Of course, infamously for the 2014 Kaboom roster, where they kaboomed Alliance at Worlds or MSI. And yeah, Tinones, he's this very comfortable matchup. He struggled the last 2 years because of the AD carry mid meta, but it feels like we've moved back towards mages. And Cassiopeia specifically was a champion that Tinones was known for being very, very comfortable on. And in the Rise matchup specifically, generally it's considered Cassiopeia favored.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about the players, but also the champions, Rise versus Cassiopeia has also been a matchup. It used to be, I think, the trifecta of mid lanes at one point. It was two out of the 3 of champions, but 100% agree. This will be fun to watch Tinones step back onto the stage and give it their all, but already out of potions, as both Miru and Tinones have been trading spells back and forth. Remember, with the quest line, you get, I believe, 1.5% of the damage that you deal goes to your quest line, so it incentivizes a lot more fighting. On the top side, though, it's all about the HP. Favor as Robo and Abol are going at it tit for tat, just trying to get an advantage.
And this top lane matchup between Bo and Robo is a very spicy one. I think Robo performed some of his best gameplay we've seen from him last year in a long time. And we were wondering if that's partially because Loud struggled and didn't give him the opportunity to kind of limit test that he normally does in the regular season. Instead, he had to kind of carry the team. Bo, on the other hand, a player who, a bit of an unexpected twist to K-Star's original 5-year plan. He wasn't the sort of first top laner they were looking at. That was Gigo, but Gigo getting poached by Furia was not in CL's 5-year plan. Bo stepped in, I think did phenomenally. But Bo was known as a carry player back in the day. He was known as a bit of a Irelia one-trick in the top lane. And last year felt like he was spending a lot of times expanding his repertoire, playing Sion, playing tank top laners instead, and it worked for K-Stars. Now this split, with how top lanes go and with a lot of sort of 1v1 trades with the potential for split push, I wonder if we see old Bo come back in, if Irelia becomes viable and heck might even be a champion that we see come in top lane or mid lane.
I would be very, very interested about that one, seeing some of those hyper-aggressive states as we get the beautiful triple lane view. Everyone kind of panning out to take a look at the Sanders Star. Oh, Robo, you lost 4 points on your quest line for stepping in the river, by the way. Very, very naughty right there.
Man, he's able to bully out both, so,
So
He
by the
knows
way,
what his job is.
For those that don't know, if you step in the river in the top side, I believe you lose out on your supposed top lane. It is one of the most brutal like lines that you have to follow to stay in your lane.
Yeah, it's one of the things that players will have to get used to is what is considered in lane versus out of lane. Technically, I think it was actually similar to what they already did last year for solo XP versus when people are in range or your jungle proximity sort of deal. But it was the junglers who had to pay more attention to that, not the top laners. And now it's the top laners that have to do that. We talk more about the top laners because they're more likely to roam, whereas bot lane, your AD carries aren't towing that line for the most part. It's your supports who are doing that, and your support quest line is not as affected by roaming out. You can still roam out, though I wouldn't be surprised if we see supports stick in lane a little bit more, try and get that quest completed before they start roaming out.
Yeah, well, Bard says, I don't care, I'm roaming immediately, and decide to visit the mid lane for a brief moment as we had first full clears coming out from both of the junglers. Desamas as well as Karaoke decided, hey, we are going to double full clear, already stepping up to that level 5 matching pace with the rest of the laners, trying to hit that level 6 and looking for an advantage there. First clear, I should say, sorry.
Yeah, the junglers are clearing faster as well. I believe that was one of the changes is early on they clear faster, and then later on, especially for the big objectives like Dragon, like Baron, they actually up the health on it. So it takes longer for you to be able to clear that out. So a lot of the junglers right now are just kind of full clearing into looking for ganks. Karaoke and Desamas.
Welcome to the CBLOL, straight up through lane. It is going to be a painful one. Tin owns with the easiest kill onto a rise I think you'll ever see.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, Karaoke and Tinons, they've not played with each other since 2021. They've been playing against each other, but the synergy is still there. Karaoke just walking this away. I want to highlight too, Tinons, while that scrap was going on between Desamas and Karaoke fighting over that scuttle, Tinons didn't even bother canceling his recall. She's like, Karaoke, you're on your own, buddy. Like, you ganked me. I'm not helping you. I need to scale back up. I know what my job is, and your job is just to gank. If you fall behind a little bit, that's okay. We'll just get you some kills instead to get that XP and go back in.
Of course, for the side of Miru saying, hey, I have the new upgraded home guards, meaning I can get back to lane much quicker. I'm not losing out on as much CS, actually meaning I'm now up about a wave. Will it continue to be a wave? That is the question. Desamas, though, looking to steal away a red buff, but just tapped it before he can Karaoke walk through the rest of the jungle. Miru, though, chancing over on the side at level 7 to help on out. Spotted out,
he doesn't know.
see Karaoke, so Karaoke's going to steal away his Raptors, and Bull's coming over to help. This could end up being a very dicey jungle play. Good smite coming out. I believe Karaoke picked that one up, so junglers are actually met at 52 and 52.
And this was one of the questions I kind of had coming into the season, Orbital, about how much of your attention, how much of your time as a team do you need to spend in your lane vis-a-vis roaming out and making a play? We're actually getting a replay of the gank onto Miru and how clean it was. You see the out come down, Petrifying Gaze, and Miru was just dead to rights. Didn't even bother trying to flash, trying to get out of the poison. He knew he was dead to rights. But I'd actually love for them. You know, the Pain is actually, I think that's still, I can't remember if he's still the president of the Pain fan club, but yeah, he's always going to be there, that particular fan. But I'd love for them to actually have showed a replay of what happened after, because it's the way K-Stars responded to that. And they were willing to kind of shove that lane out, as you called Miru, getting back to lane a little bit faster compared to Tinons, who had to do a late recall. And they just immediately invaded, and the reason why we didn't see any backup was because Miru was there first. Tinons had to go collect his wave, and so Karaoke was kind of left up a creek with no paddle. Robo didn't bother moving out either because he knew that they weren't going to win that, and Cade are able to kind of answer back. But then you look at the gold and it's like, well, you got the deny, but you're not ahead in gold, so is it worth it nowadays early on to kind of leave lane to pressure in, or should you just kind of sit in lane, try and win out those 1v1s, those 2v2s, and then only start to roam out in the mid-game proper?
Yeah, once the quests are done, once you actually hit your power spikes, and you mentioned the gold lead, you know where the gold lead came from. It's from First Blood gold. You know, you actually get more gold now, which is dope.
It's back, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's so nice. I don't know why they took it out for a year. And they said, hey, it was just a title. Now it actually holds some weight in there. But no, that's not the only reason. I do agree. It's all about what are you going to give and take. And I actually think when you said, hey, for Robo, for Tinons, is it worth to go in? No, because J4 is not going to be that heavy carry jungle, even though it does have some damage behind. you're always going to have the flag and drag, you're always going to have that cataclysm. So I think it's okay. However, there is going to be a bit of a temper fade up to the top side as Kaiwing has now drifted up to the top side, and we're seeing a full-on gank. Robo, though, drops the equalizer, denies any further, and it's VKS that overload the top side of the map, peel off of these grubs, and in my eyes, lose out on that global objective. Are you actually going to see two smited away?
Oh,
it's one.
no!
Oh, you get it. Curry
Holy
got it.
crap.
Curry got it. So you do get the buff. Oh my God, we were so scared there.
Yeah, for Karaoke to mess that up is surprising. At one point, he was the Prince of Thieves, stealing things away. I think that was back in 2022, 2023. Spot on those smites, and to be off by one, oh bro, watching that one grubs running, I feel like both teams were like, wait, is that for real? And Korea's like, wait, I gotta snag this real quick before we lose anything out. The gank as well coming through, that was facilitated by Kaiwing roaming up. So I love to see Kaiwing already making his sort of signature plays, putting his presence onto the map, and I kind of feel like he needs it, because if you look at the CS differential in the bot lane, in the straight 2v2, Marvin's winning out. We talked about how Marvin has faced off against Morteus multiple times throughout his career. Heck, pretty much all of Marvin's career, he always had to face off against Morteus, and he won more often than not. It feels like he's doing the same once again with this scaling Sivir. So if you're not winning the 2v2 with the Bard Varus, which is a very oppressive lane pairing, then I like the idea that you just roam out instead. Cut your losses, get Kaiwing to help out the other lanes, which is what he did so well back in APEC.
Yeah, you go ahead and enjoy a little bit of benefit there. The only problem is it hasn't really yielded a massive amount of bonuses. The only reason the gold lead swung back over is Mira was able to take a chunk out of a couple of those towers, get a little bit extra gold in your own, but the dragon is one that we are watching for. We're 10.5 minutes into the game. No dragon take, even though it's an ocean dragon, which I feel is very, very highly prioritized for the early game that may or may not be accelerated at this point.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen this a couple of times. It's funny because the speed of the game has gone up. Like, minions spawn more frequently as the game goes on, so that speeds things up with the way that the quests run as well. Top lane gets more XP, bot lane gets more gold. You'd expect the game to speed up. In solo queue, it's been true, but in competitive, it feels like it's slowed down, and I wonder how much of that is because it's organized. Bot lane often gets a lot of attention. Not this game, funnily enough. Neither junglers actually looked at the bot lane. But we also see more hyper skills in the bot side. So neither team feels confident enough that they've got a big enough lead to go for these early dragons. So it feels like we're seeing these later and later first drakes come through. And you know what? CBLOL is back. I think we've gone a little bit too far back. I remember back in 2021, CBLOL didn't know what a dragon was. We'd have to wait for 15 minutes for first drake to go down. So we're low-key on track for that. 15-minute first drake.
You know what happened is we got the old name and then we pulled old habits and we said that's not what we wanted. We just wanted the name. Thank you very much. So a little bit of a problem there. However, top side, Desamus is joining on in.
Okay.
It's going to be the first drake. It is finally being taken with Karaoke and the rest of the squad. And Desamus can't answer, so this is now about the third time I think VKS have actually attempted a move, looking for a kill and larger advantages, and all they actually garnered is just a little bit extra gold with maybe a camp or two. They haven't actually gotten a kill onto Robo or anyone else.
Yeah, and part of the problem is you're trying to gank Robo. Like,
yeah.
You should know this doesn't work. This was actually how Loud won a lot of their their 4-peat was just Robo soaks pressure. Oh, Curry doesn't know. And he dodges it anyways.
Really smart ward to be dropped right there.
Yeah, and the Cage is just kind of camping this top side, right? They already know the timing on that red buff, so they're just going to keep coming back to it over and over and over again. They're delaying Karaoke, and Karaoke, it's not ideal for J4, but I'd argue that Karaoke's job was done when he got that first blood. Fortinone's got the Cassiopeia kind of scaling. From here on out, he just needs to build a bit tankier and just go for more utility-based. The great catch from Kaiwing.
Very, very nice catch. Is there going to be more? Flash is not available. Exhaust goes down. Robo's actually fairly tanky, though, and just walks away. However, the rest of the team is here, but Karaoke's off on the wings. Who is going to be caught? No ult available, so we'll be bold to take one down. Well played by VKS as the overload on the top side will yield results. Now, do they get Karaoke as well? Karaoke looking for some help. Cataclysm comes in. Tinones is here to get some revenge. And the snake wards off the enemies as on the bot side, we get to see poor Morteus pushed out of lane as well.
Yeah, and that's the consequence of that play from Cade. But props to Pain for buying so much time. Orbital dive looked good. It looked clean. The way they went onto Robo as well. I was thinking if Karaoke doesn't get the flag and drag, doesn't get the knock up on the initial dive on Robo, they were cooked. And it kind of went that way. You saw Robo go down. You saw Cage Stars get the kill, get out clean, reset, and then it was Karaoke now up a creek with no paddle under that turret. But I can't believe he got away with that early Cataclysm, and Tinone's presence was enough to dissuade the rest of the dive. That Petrifying Gaze is terrifying when you're going in for that dive, not to mention Tinone's getting that first blood. And because it took so long, because Kate Stars kind of failed to succeed on that dive, that's what bought Marvin and Curry time to kind of bully out Morteus there and kind of zone him out. It's not that significant. They just get a couple of plates because Morteus, he's still within just one wave distance of Marvin. And the Sivir as well, it's more just about scaling. One item complete with the Essence Reaver. It's not terrible. It helps with the push, but it's really not the power spike yet where Marvin can go diving freely, hunting for a 1v1 against the Varus.
Yeah, it's also a little bit of a difference. Obviously, we see some help, but now we get a little bit of a replay. Talk me through this one because it felt very elongated, but man, Robo stayed alive a lot longer than a lot of us assumed, I think.
Yeah, so this dive was really good. They already knew the equalizer was still down from the play and the flash. So it was kind of nice and easy to clean. Robo did really well by trimming the wave, and that's when the rest of the team kind of had to gank in. They're just going for the repeat. Equalizer is up this time.
Yeah, listen. If you didn't see it in the replay, you got to see it again. But this time, Robo's like, I saw the replay. I know what happened. I'm not letting it happen again. Had the flash available. Didn't use that equalizer just yet. Might use it on this wave. But angry time by VKS, who are really trying to punish this B1 or R1 Rumble pick in the draft.
Yeah, and again, it's coming off Kaiwing, right? Kaiwing's the one making all these plays. Time and time again, he's using the Temper Fade to catch out Robo and punish Robo. And this does mean the equalizer is never there for skirmishes. So for Pain, it kind of hurts to not have that strong early game tool. Thankfully, Pain is very experienced, very used to this. We talk about how Robo likes to do this. Well, Tinones and Karaoke especially, I feel like, are used to playing around this. If we don't have Robo, well, you don't get to have either Bull or Kaiwing. And we know this. We know the plays being made bot side. So we'll take the Herald top side instead. We'll get ourselves that eye and a potential turret to crack. Because so far, Orbital, we're 15 minutes in. No turret has dropped. Miru gets caught again.
Nope, but the HP bars are very nice. Double Fangs. Tinones picks up a second kill on that one. In the mid lane, we're seeing a little bit of a shift. Desamas and Morteus are trying to keep this gold lead alive. They've done so well so far. Take another chunk, but the Herald dropped on the top side means it charges on in and clears the crystallization, plus some more. Now it's a race to first tower as chains come out, but miss. Desamas on the wings, though. Look at the chains on in.
It's gone.
Assassination. Desamas bringing that Kiana to the forefront, says I can play it too.
And now Tinones and Karaoke desperately trying to get first break, take that down before they lose the mid lane turret. They are able to answer Orbital. That mid side dive, though, I think Marvin, this is where the experience kind of shows, or the lack of experience shows a little bit. Just not respecting what a Kiana can do to you. You can't be anywhere near terrain. And with the Sivir, you've got really good wave clear, but you already took way too much poke from Morteus. And next time, Marvin's going to be very aware that, hey, if I'm down to 30% health, 40% health, I can't be here if I don't know where Desamas is. Now, Desamas having completed his second item already as well. Actually, Mark, yeah, he's going to be in faster ultimates coming through, bigger burst of damage, more lethality. It just gets scarier and scarier for Marvin. You might get one more item, but 7th item comes in, what, 30, 40 minutes into the game?
Yeah, it takes a little bit longer, especially if this game continues on with 2 kills per. It's been a time and a half, but this dragon, once again, trying to be stacked up by Karaoke, jumps on in. That's a steal, baby! Desamas steals away a life and a dragon, is looking for a little bit more. Bull coming around the side. Are they going to get even more? Supreme Display slows him down. Bull jumps to the back line. In comes the Realm War VKS. Say, we are the kings. We will hold our crown high. As a dragon +2 and Pain are running for the hills. Great Petrifying Gaze, but honestly, I think it's just a slower Miru hanging on with the upgraded Merc Treads, saying I got an extra shield on the back end. How far will they chase Marvin able to stay alive? My God, RMC VKS
not done yet. And they're not done. They're trying to get set up this dive onto Robo. Both taking a lot of damage. Can they find it? The shield is enough, and they drop the aggro.
Bull survives VKS with 3 and a dragon. Pain get nothing.
Kate, it's not over till we say it's over. We thought they were done on that dive. We thought Marvin and Tinones got out clean, but Robo was left behind under that outer turret, and the outer turret itself, you know, they're just not safe for you anymore. Not at this stage of the game. And Kate, all of that starts from, once again, Kaiwing and Desamas. The support jungle, if we think back to last year, at the beginning of 2025, when Trimby first came on, he actually had connection problems with Desamas. We saw a lot of times they were not on the same page, and it took them almost 2 splits for Desamas and Trimi to connect. Now, when they did, it was phenomenal, and that's why they won the split. But right here, this is the first game they're playing together on stage, and Kaiwing, that Tempered Fate, perfect timing with Desamas to steal that in. And then this part, again, Kaiwing gets out, flashes over. Desamas is more than happy to buy the time, and then you see the collapse from Cade Stars from every which way. It's not... They are very organized. It was together, but separately. And that's kind of what put Pain in such a bad position, because there's just too many angles. Now here, Marvin turns around, him and Tinones get out, but Robo knew he was dead. He knew he wasn't going to win this. He was just trying to clear the wave. And this was the sick part. Bo playing literally right at the edge of turret range. The dash-ins, the dash out, drop aggro, let Mirio take it, go back in, clean up, and nobody hits the floor.
And to draw out a little bit further, not just from that team fight, I don't think I respected how much mobility VKS's composition actually has, because you saw the perfect execution going in there. You saw this ability to just jump in and be able to collapse in so quickly. That's the fastest I think I've seen a team-wide engagement come by. It was very, very stylish as Robo attempts to flash away from the ult from Bull, but honestly, the damage output is a little bit too real. The burn is available though, but in comes the Samus to once again slice their way to a third kill. Mira on the bot side though, gonna be tempered up here, but again, so much HP is in their hands. Rod of Ages though is now chipped away as a Cataclysm will ensure your demise. So it's a 1-for-1 across the map for both of these squads.
Low-key, Orbital, it feels like a race between supports here. Who can get more done? Kaiwing on that top side, once again, hunting for Robo. And you can see how far Robo is behind, that he was struggling to actually kill a Bard. Kaiwing doesn't really have that many defensive... Well, his support item is kind of defensive. He's got the Kindle Gem. But beyond that, yeah, he doesn't have a lot of resistances. And meanwhile, Curry kind of brute forcing that play onto Mirio, trying to accelerate Tinones further. So Pain is still going blow for blow. The 6,000 gold lead that we're seeing on that bottom side chart right now, it's massive on paper, but it's not really reflecting the state of the game. We're still seeing Pain be able to answer back for now. And I suspect a lot of that gold as well is coming from the plates, the turrets that did go down. Pain has not really been able to do anything in the mid lane. I believe all 5 plates are still up in the mid lane. And on the bot side, there's 1 plate left, but it's still standing.
Yeah, one of the big changes as well is every tower gets plates, so you're always getting a little extra boost in there every time you take a tower. It also incentivizes a lot of staying in the lane. That is a realm warp of choices. No, come on, punish him, bro. What are you doing? Miru gets away after realm warping into 3 and somehow survives. You know what? It's the ascension of the Rod of Ages. It's a get out of jail free card, I guess.
I just want to highlight too, Kashima's got boots, man. Like this season, she gets boots and it didn't even matter. Now Marvin caught out by the Tempered Fate. Look at Desamas wrapping around.
Oh, it's such an easy follow through. Desamas, yet again, it is a copy-paste styling of getting all your kills, and VKS, yet again, take another step towards a larger gold lead.
I just feel like if Miru got caught up on that realm warp, the game would still look so even, because I think it's a 1-for-1 trade. I don't know what Miru was doing. You know what? He was just flexing. He's saying, it doesn't matter. You can't catch me. I got Kaiwing in my back pocket. He wants to show off his synergy with Kaiwing. He's like, yeah, you guys talking up the Samus? Kaiwing got him out of danger.
He's the only 3 deaths on his team. That's it. Yes, show us the sleeves. Yes, let's see this again. Watch this. Out of the bushes. Hello, 2 other members. And then he's just like, I got this. Don't worry. Watch him walk away. This is brutal.
So the thing was, to be fair, Kaiwing was actually in the area. So it might have been looking like, okay, we can make a play onto Tinones and Tinones alone. You saw the fog of war. They didn't expect Karaoke and Curry to be there. So it's kind of, oh, crap, oops. But it's okay, because I got back on my pocket. Bard is good on the engage and the disengage. So he's able to get out. And Kaiwing was able to get back into the mid lane as well. Drop that Tempered Fate onto Marvin, because that's what kicked it off. That's what allowed Desamas to get there in time. And it's painful lessons being learned by Marvin. Lesson 1, when you're low, you can't be... Even a turret won't save you. Lesson 2, even if you're full health, a turret won't save you anymore. Desamas is too far ahead, and Kaiwing and Morteus have a lot of burst between the 2 of them as well.
Yeah, it is very, very true. That can be very dangerous, but looking a little bit further, Pain are saying we still want our chance to find some sort of action here. Baron is now on the table. It's been on the table for about 3.5 minutes. I don't believe either team has preferentially set up for this Baron. They're just kind of warding it out, making sure nobody else can take it, as it's more the lane states. Phalite being used by Bull to try and get A little bit more information. Tinones and Curry looking to clear it out on their own side. Multiple pings going down here. Just saying, we got to fight on this top side of the map, get our vision, and set up for this global objective as Kaiwing takes their turn around.
Well, this is when the comps are starting to come into play a little bit, and that's why Kate is scared to start out Baron. We talked about how Baron is now harder to take. They gave it more health, so that also means more time for Baron to shred you with its shred. And if you look at Pain's composition, like, there's a lot of AoE here.
Gosh. Yeah, there's more than enough.
Oh.
That's the Supreme Distilling Talent plus
Okay.
to the backside. Karaoke's found and watch the HP bars drop as VKS bring the weight of 10,000 gold ahead on Pain's head. And they will drop 3 in the blink of an eye.
What? Marvin? Brother? Where are we going?
Marvin, you are going to have to run, and you don't have, you're on the hunt. You have nothing. You have a flash over the wall. Marvin gets out to safety, but that is a price to pay right there.
Yeah, and look, great play from Marvin. Really patient with the flash, waiting to burn Miryu's flash first to get out of danger. But you didn't have to be in danger in the first place. You didn't have to walk up there. You knew they were in the area, kind of greeting a little bit for those minions, thinking that, okay, Kate Stars is definitely going to go for Baron, which they did, but they didn't need everybody there to do it. And Orbital, we were just talking about Pain and how their comp could still look for a team fight, right? They have the Rumble, they have the Jarvan. We've not seen the Hotbot combo come through at all. Kate has done a phenomenal job isolating this Rumble this entire time. You've got Cassiopeia, you've got Sivir, both of whom scale incredibly well and do a ton of teamfight damage. So Kate was a little bit concerned about trying to start a fight at Baron. Instead, they just brute force in the jungle and they get the numbers advantage. Kaiwing finally caught out.
Finally, the wings might be
He's still not dead? Oh, no, there we go. Okay.
He died due to that Cassiopeia, but the rest of the damage might come through here. Curie will be the next. It's a support on support action here as another Realm Warp might be looking.
Oh, there's the hot pot.
Just the hot pot. They're going to burn one. Can they cook another bowl? Will be gone, but the Supreme is like,
Desamas!
the first is so much better. Desamas 6-0-5 shuts down Pain again.
The supreme display of talent, Orbital. Press R and win the fight. Hey, if it works, it works. Desamas with the patient play, catching all the carries simultaneously. And just like that, Kate, they're just breaking the base wide open, and Pain is just falling further and further behind. The start of the fight looked good, but it's not enough. And now Kate, what is this? Almost a 15,000 gold advantage with supers pushing in with great scaling on their side laners.
I feel like Pain did everything right there. That was the combo that we needed like 10 minutes ago, right? We need to see the hop up. We need to see everyone gather on in. We needed to see Curie be able to hop in, get that Magnet Storm down to multiple. It just felt a little bit too late. That is what I lovingly refer to as a wallet diff at the end of the day. That was VKS bringing the weight of what is now 15,000 gold in their favor. And just watch this replay.
Yeah, and so the initial catch is good. I want to highlight, too, this is Kaiwing's first death this game. He's been a bit of an escape artist. He's been burning a lot from Pain to try and make this happen. Apparently, he's also somehow burnt the replay machine. Broke the replay there. But for Pain, they get the catch into Kaiwing. They get kind of everybody in the pit. I think the big problem was they lost track of Desamas a little bit. And if you think back to how the game started, for the first 10 minutes, we didn't see Desamas on the map. He was late to first gank. He was 0-0-0 for the longest time. But he gets one item, and suddenly this Kiana is completely online. He gets one pick onto Marvin, and he then knows that, hey, I can pick Marvin once, I can do it again. And then he just keeps looking for those picks, and now sat at 4 items, 3 items during that fight as well. He knows he can melt all the squishies. He just needs to be not the first one in. Mortea's caught in the Cataclysm. Hot pot misses!
It does, but it might not be enough. Magnet Storm, though, catches everyone in the Petrifying Gaze from the backside. We'll
trying to get in there.
All down, but guess what? Bull says we have a chance, and guess who's still alive? It's still frickin' Desamas. Desamas is alive. Realm Warps into the base, is now chasing down poor Tinones. Thankfully, the Miasma will slow their walk. But that chase coming out
Marvin?
of Karaoke does not yield results.
Okay. Marvin, I love that Marvin is not scared even after the last time he got caught out. I don't know if it's the best play, but I'm glad that he's not, scarred by getting caught the last time. Is still willing to push out. But yeah, that's the wall diff right there that you're talking about that we saw. Perfect engage from Pain. They did, unfortunately, not get the equalizer damage significantly down on Morteus, but with the rest of the team just dogpiling it, it didn't make a difference. it just looked good because it was a 5v4, but there's a lot of upfront damage that they put down, and when Bull came in, there's just nothing left in the tank to deal with this Mbessa. And we've seen Mbessa just ruin teams last year multiple times, 1v5. It gets so much worse when everything was burnt out. There was no CC left to stop Bull from rampaging in this backline.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, not only that, Desamas has been a threat, same with Bull, but Miru now completing their third item in here. They have the actualizer,
Yeah.
they are ready to go crazy into anyone's line, which now puts a four-way threat everywhere. I'm not discrediting Morteas, but it's Bull, Desamas, and Miru, and then Morteas kind of limping in behind, because look at that. Miru is 21,000 gold into this game,
Jeez.
ready to free fire on this Rise, who has already hit the level cap.
Yeah, and with Morteas too, his threat is not so much in the team fights as it is just the amount of poke he's putting down beforehand. He's one of the big reasons why Pain has to force the fight over and over again. Between Kaiwing and Morteas, this bot lane, in lane they weren't able to poke out because Marvin's got shields, but who else does? Everybody else is actually taking that poke damage. We saw Tinones, we saw Karioka get chunked out before some of these fights started, and now they're going to continue applying that pressure. Open inhib in the top lane. Mid lane still has supers pushing in and spawning, and now Bull threatening on that bot side. Cade could look for a 4-1 split push with a TP on Bull to cover.
Let's see if they can pull it off right now. VKS are looking to close out this game at 30 minutes. They want to go ahead and get a victory for themselves, start the season off right, show they are the only one true deservers of this crown. Bull routing through the jungle side. Dragon should be up in a little bit. We are looking at Soul Point for VKS, and Soul, on a cloud of all things, able to move around the map at an even faster pace. It can be very damaging, but what we're watching here is a terrifying jungle. Full wards being swept. Karioka recognizing that Desamas can easily be within the wings.
Yeah, Desamas has 6.3 gold lead over Karioka. And not to mention level leads, actually. If you look at the level leads, it's almost 3, 4, 2 or 3 across the board. And even the lanes that were winning out early, Tinones and Marvin, they're now 2 levels behind. They are now not really strong enough to match their counterparts. Pain in Fog of War. Tinones gets caught.
Watch how fast they collapse once again. Miru teleports to the backside, but they don't decide to fully punch in. I don't know what staved them off, but Payne said we don't want to deal with it. Miru popping that actualizer and kind of scaring everyone off. And the actualizer is very, very loud, so it's very obvious when a Rise is going to pump out damage. But with that peel off, Payne say we can't really decide. There's no vision around the Baron, so it is VKS to take.
And a 1v3 situation, Miru kind of able to trade equal, and that was the big threat. That's what made Pain kind of call it off. Karioka wanted to go in, but once they saw the Rise on the side, it was just too big a threat. Desamas is now back into the pit. Look how quickly they take this. Baron health got buffed, but if you're watching this Baron take, you probably thought that, oh, it got nerfed with how fast Cade are melting it.
Yep, every camp got an HP buff, which is also why I think we saw 1 HP left. I'm chalking it up to the fact that even the Grubs got HP in this match. Even they got buffs, so that's why there was 1 HP, but it don't matter right now. VKS say there is nothing that will stand in our way of bringing the full weight of our inventories. Almost everyone, 4 to 5 items. Desamas fully completed bank and level 20. Hit by Bull. Miru and Desamas would have hit 20 as well if they were allowed to.
And to me, this is phenomenal for Cade Stars, and answers a lot of questions we had kind of raised about this particular squad. Because last year, what stood out about them was fantastic macro play, specifically led by Trimby, and that often helped snowball all their lanes. Last year, it was a lot about team fighting. This year, we're thinking it'll be a lot more about laning, but they were able to hold out, heck, able to win the lane, especially topside Bull, with the help of the jungler from Desamas. But their ability to play into the mid game is completely undiminished. They show that team play is still important here in 2026, more so than the laning, and now they're just kind of turning the screws. Props to Pain for kind of dragging this out. It's almost a 20k deficit, which to me is actually more about the losing team knowing how to drag the game out. But at some point, that's just insurmountable. Cade could lose 3 back-to-back fights and still be up in gold right now.
No, I mean, I don't think there's ever a chance where they lose a gold lead unless they opt for the 7 team fight losses in a row. At this point, they're just watching the towers fall and they don't see any revives in that chorus as poor J4 is blown up before the Cataclysm comes down. Supreme Display of Talent locks down the back line and the HP bars are shredded. Everyone gets a piece of the pie as VKS will avenge poor Kaiwing, and it will be a VKS ace once again in the opening Clasico El Clasico. It will be Vivo Cade Stars to take their first game win of the season.
And there's a reason why they're the champs, Orbital, the reigning champions, Cade. They make it look so easy, I love the fact also, they kind of congregated Kaiwing already, bring him into the fold, making sure that he's very welcome, that he feels very welcomed into Brazil. And Kaiwing, I think, reciprocated. As much as Desamis and Morteus were deathless this game, and I think Desamis had some huge pop-off moments, I really do feel like Kaiwing was kind of the glue that made the mid-game tick, that kind of put them into that position to take over this game. And whereas I look over to Pain right now and I'm feeling like they're not connecting quite as well. Early on, Carioca to None's connection was good, but it left Robo exposed. Come the mid-game, Marvin and Curry were just not really present on the map. Like, Marvin was just quietly scaling, but it's kind of similar to the problems I feel like he had in Fluxu W7M last year, where individually he's doing fine. He's keeping up in CS. He's getting that gold. But we never see the payoff from that gold. And it's not just Marvin either. Marvin's a bit of a younger, newer player. I won't count too much on his time for Fluxu last year. But Tinones as well. Where was he? He won out early. You got first gank. And then in the team fights, where's the damage? I'd love to see the damage graph. Those stats will come up later. And I'd love to see just who did the work. Because it felt like Robo was once again trying to put everybody in his backpack and it just wasn't big enough.
Yeah, I mean, when the backpack is forcibly shrunk by 3-4 consistent ganks, it does become a problem. Trying to get those victories, trying to pull the rest of the team in there. So maybe they go ahead and bring it back together a little bit later. They, I believe, will be playing tomorrow just as well. They'll have another chance for Vivo Cade Stars. This is a great way to start off your doubleheader, though. You have another match a little bit later on in the day, and to start off on a victory such as this really puts a statement moving forward. RMC, that was a great treat to have, but there's more games to be played, and I'm very, very curious how well those ones will pan out as well. Next matchup will be Red versus Fluxu W7M, and that one I am very excited to watch for. So I think we'll go ahead, throw it to a very, very short break. When we come back, CBLOL will be ready with our match number 2. Don't go anywhere.
to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giant?
Once again, we are back and ready for another amazing match. This time, it might not be the Classico El Clasico, but it's still a pretty fun one. We got Red Cannons going up against Fluxus W7M, and it's the style of holding on to the past to preserve and continue building on that foundation versus knock it all down, see what we can get, and bring in some fresh talent.
To a certain extent, overall, I almost feel like I don't know which one's holding on, because Red Cannons, let's start with them. They, of course, are one of the only two rosters who didn't have any roster changes, and the only org to not have any changes whatsoever between last year and this year. They've managed to keep on their head coach Talkers as well as, you know, FNB Doom, who's unnamed himself. He's gone back to his old name, of course. Kaze in the mid lane, Rebello and Frosty to round out the pot side. It's funny because at the same time they've retained the roster, but they're also kind of jokingly referred to as Crush Cannons, or the young cannons, which is a nickname that keeps coming up with Red as an organization because they're so good at developing talent. But the core of the roster is young. Curse is young. Kaze is young. Rebello is young. FNB is ancient by this point. But Frosty, he's been around for a while, but he hasn't quite achieved veteran status either. So it's a young core for this squad, but it's a very explosive core. And we saw that when they went up against the LTA North teams. Heck, we joked that the LTA North said that their teams got kalungaed by Red when they showed up and actually just beat out some of the teams. So this is a team who's very explosive. And I feel like the bar's been set for their performance by Cade. If Cade could do what they did with one roster change, Red should do better hitting the ground with no roster changes. On the other side, though, Orbital, Fluxus W7M, as you said, they blew up their roster. Yeah. They kept Curdy, they kept Prods. But besides that, House is coming in from the Vietton, who Prods played for most of last year as well. So we'll call it, you know, 2/3 of a split change, or 2/3 of a year change between Curdy and Prods. Peach and Bao, imports from the TCL. So they are Korean players, but they're coming in from the EMEA, which seems to be the trend this particular year. Their bar, I feel like, is set a lot lower. They are not expected to necessarily dominate the league, at least not this split, not this cup. They need time to come together. The bigger question, or the more important question for them, is just, have they improved? Are they better than the Fluxus W7M last year? It was kind of a floor mat.
Yeah, and it's, you know, I will always stand by that. I'm always interested in watching teams fully develop a roster, but sometimes you do have to fix things up and figure out how it works. We got the Red Cannons showing up here, bring us to town, already having some disjointed actions here. As you can see, this team split 3-2. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign. Oh, even there, even the audience is like, dude, we noticed something's a little bit off about this.
Hey man, sometimes you're just cold. it's the jacket versus the shirt, right? Kaze and Frosty. I mean, the kid's named Frosty, right? Like you gotta say, he's probably a little bit chill. He wants that jacket to keep him warm. Probably wearing the jerseys underneath, but you know what? Whether or not they have the synergy in their dress code, I'm sure they'll have it on the Rebello. Already flexing, bro. We haven't even seen Fluxus W7M. Now, Fluxus W7M, their roster coming in, as we said, a lot newer faces. Now, I do want to talk about the Koreans a little bit because Peach and Bao are coming in from different teams. Same league, TCL. But Peach is coming from Bushido Wildcats, and Bao is coming in from Supermassive, which, you know, Brazil historically has had some clashes with Supermassive way back in the day of the wildcard tournaments. Now, they might be coming from different teams, but they actually started on the same team. They were both from DRX Challengers in the past, and they actually played on the same DRX Challenger squad, where they did very, very well together. So I think they're hoping to revive some of that synergy from the past. Peach and Bushido Wildcats had a good time in TCL top 3 finishes. Bao, on the other hand, not so good team-wide, but his role as an AD carry, he did very, very well. He was a top 3 AD carry despite his team struggling. So at least on paper, they should be coming in hot. The question again becomes synergy, which, well, we saw last game. VKS had great synergy with their import. Pain, despite no imports, didn't have good synergy. So where does Fluxus W7M land on that scale?
Not in the height department. I believe Howes was towering over everyone else, so that was a moment right there. But for Fluxus W7M, it will be a treat and a half, as you said, to see how well they come together on this stage. This opening game might be that big test for them to showcase how strong they can be. And considering what we saw in the opening matchup as well, some newer champions coming in here, the builds themselves, I think the only new item that we got to see was the actualizer come out in the mid lane. We didn't get to see the bandle pipes. We didn't really get to see anything crazy out there. So I am curious to see what champions will be brought to the table and where the emphasis will be. Are we going to see these young talents put that spotlight on themselves, or are we going to see them make sure to be that glue that fits with the rest of the squad?
And if we're talking veterans, let's talk about the veterans of both teams. Because for Red, we mentioned FNB at this point is kind of ancient. He's been around the league for a very, very long time. As a top laner, he's always been in that discussion for the top, but he's always struggled to get out of the region. He's been stuck in Brazil. Well, that broke last year. Red did manage to go to LA. So he's gone international. He's been to North America. And hopefully, that level up that we saw from him last year is going to remain, especially up against Curdy on the side of Fluxu W7M, he was good in lane. Like we kind of mentioned, he was kind of top in the solo kill charts for a lot of the regular season, but he struggled to get out of lane. While with the changes to the quest, in lane matters a lot more. Maybe Curdy's got a chance, but against FNB, it's a rough one. The big veteran for Fluxu W7M is going to be their mid laner, House, coming in from Leviathan. And for part of last year, he was actually playing on Kaboom IDL down in CD, Circuito Desafiante, and down there, he didn't look great. But when he came back to CBLOL on Leviathan, he looked like one of their best players. So it feels like the return to Tier 1 has revitalized him. We've had interviews with him before in the past. He doesn't really consider himself necessarily a big leader, but he will have to step up as a leader on this particular Fluxu W7M squad, because Prods has led before. That's hilarious. But Prods also did not lead last year, and we're already seeing right here how it seems to be the central figure of this rebuild for Fluxu.
We gotta love it. Make sure that you ride your horse into battle one way or another and bring victory to your organization. We are onto the champ select for the start here, as it looks like we actually have a standard. Blue side will get first pick, as we automatically see the Rise, the Orianna, and the Malphite banned away thus far.
Okay, so I'm gonna assume that Red picked first pick, because in a best of one, first pick is much stronger. That means Fluxu chose Red side. What? I'm very curious what the idea is. Like, do they have a particular strategy on the red side? Red side technically has backside access to Baron, which is interesting if you've got champions like Misfortune who can really take advantage of that red range. Jace first pick. Malphite got banned. And okay, wait, this is doubly baffling, because usually, okay, yes, Fluxu getting second, Fluxu W7M, because they're not first pick, banning Malphite makes sense. But if you're banning the Malphite, you have to ban the Jace too. If not, what's your answer? Jace can go jungle or top lane.
I don't know, but this is power picks upon power picks here. The Jace coming out for red, they snap it up, and then they're immediately answered by the Rumble and the Mbessa. And I want to point out, this came in a flash right now.
Yeah.
So Fluxu said, these are our answers right away. Now to match, it's all of a sudden red going, we're a little bit worried. Is this the answer that they want? They're going to draft up a little bit more safety with that Scion, and then an ADC right after. So we're seeing these high priorities come through. What is going on here?
I don't know. Like, I'm liking the individual picks from Fluxu W7. I'm just not liking the way they're coming in. And it's worth noting as well, Mbessa being picked up with the Rumble, that's probably jungle Mbessa. Last year, we had Griffin spanking the LTA South with the Mbessa jungle on Loud. And heck, that was actually what helped Loud get a couple of those wins. Peach now coming in from the TCL. And we talked about Youngjae being an aggressive player. I look at Peach's shampoo last year, what he was playing in TCL, and he was playing like Vi, Xinjiao, Wukong, Sejuani, J4, Pantheon. None of that is anything even similar to the way Mbessa likes to play. She's no CC, all damage to come through. And that also means Curdy is now playing Rumble, blind, by the way, because he got counterpicked by the Scion. And he's not going to have team setup. It's going to be on Pro Delta to create team setup. And I've been very vocal about this. I don't like Rumble with only one champion to set him up. I often think he needs 2, 3 champions ideally, or yeah, 2 champions at least, to really make good use of that equalizer.
Yeah, I actually agree. I mean, that's why we see the hot pot combo be so prevalent a lot of the time. But of course, the J4 was banned away. We're seeing a lot of that setup be banned away here. The supports are being heavily focused right now. Pro Delta and Frosty will not have access to the Karma or the Leona. Now, will that follow through? I think is the big question. Are we going to see more supports be banned away and leave those other lanes open to just the odd aspect. The Sylas band away, we have seen Sylas support as of recently. Is that going to be the play for these players though? That's yet to be seen as it's taken away.
And could be Silas Jungle, pardon me, as well. And because it's Kaze has had some phenomenal games on champions like Silas, and that's, I guess, one of the strengths of Red is just how flexible they are. And that was one of the things we praised Curse for last year, or Doom, as he was known at that time, was in the jungle, he can play pretty much anything you want. You needed carry, he could play things like Neferi. You needed setup, he could play, things like Sejuani, like Skarner. You wanted good pairings like Nocturne Ori combo, he'd pick up the Nocturne for the team completely, no questions asked. Yone being banned away from Fluxu W7M. So I'm actually curious. We were talking about potential like jungle Jace, top lane Jace. It could also be a mid lane Jace for Kaze that they might want to run with. And yeah, just the flexibility from this Red roster is nutty. And Fluxu W7 trying to match it. I'm assuming they're still looking for a mid lane. They want to see what Red locks in before they get that counter pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough call here. Red saying, okay, let's get that Bard. It was used very efficiently last time, and it worked quite well. So the Varus and the Bard are back. Oh, this will be interesting. Zoe to come back out here.
Oh.
CBLOL type special almost, but I don't know if Kaze will want to do that blind.
I actually think it's a great blind. There's not a lot of ways to punish Zoe, because even normally with mobile champions, you try and lock them on the hard CC, but with the way the portal jump works for Zoe, she just kind of blinks back anyway. She doesn't have to like manually do anything. So her lane matchups are fairly good, generally speaking. They changed, what was that item? Is it Horizon Focus? The long range nuke one, so that there is range involved in it once again. So her paddle star can hit like an absolute truck if that's what you want to opt for. We see the hover for House on Akali. Not a champion I necessarily associate that much with House. He has played it in the past, and I do think it had been a good answer into the Zoe specifically to be able to chase. But they need CC. They need setup Orbital, and that's what the Galio is going to achieve. You've got the Ambessa, you've got the Jhin, you've got the Rumble for damage. If you went Akali, there is very little setup for Kurti to get into these skirmishes. The Alistar feels a little bit lacking, I'm going to be honest. You've got to walk through a Scion to actually get that hit but pulverize combo to go through. And the laning as is going to be quite rough. The heal from Alistar is going to be nice for sustain, but it's very minor compared to the poke that could potentially come down. We talked about this last game already. Kate Stars went with the Varus Bard combo. It's a very oppressive lane. It's very good for poking down the supports, the engaged supports, who are kind of boom or bust. Either you find the engage for the trade, or failing that, you're just going to be losing the lane in that melee versus range, double ranged setup.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough call there, and I'm very curious to see exactly how it's going to play out here and how well it's going to work in their favor if this side for Fluxu is going to come out with a victory and show that the roster changes are the right call. We need to see this game one go their way. You see the stretches, you see everyone get ready to go. And we know for a fact that the teams are set on the Rift. It is going to be a test coming out here for the side of Red Cannons. Can their roster from 2025 bring results and better than they were before, or will they fall to the new and possibly improved Fluxu W7M? That's what we're watching for, and that's what we hope. I'm curious to see where First Blood will come through, and will it be just a straight up ult to the face once again?
I love the contrast in the lineups. They show Fluxu W7M, they're all serious, quiet, just getting in the zone. And they flash over to Red and kind of readjusting, chatting. Like Kazi, you can see half propped up on his chair there, talking down to
calling each
Rebello
other
and
out. They're being like, dude, you're gonna die first. You're gonna die over there, man.
But that's a vibe you get from Red, and for better or for worse, when they're firing, when the energy is good like that and you're winning, well, that's how you end up crushing most of the LTA South. But you can overdo it at times, and discipline does need to come in. Up against the LTA North, specifically, I think was up against, was it FlyQuest? They got dismantled, and part of that was on Red. Like, yes, FlyQuest was playing very, very well, but Red as well, I feel like, just kind of forgot all their macro. They got too sunk into the individual fights, and for Red, that is a way they could lose if you get too fixated on the little details. If you get sucked into, trying to just fight all the time, then you could lose track of the bigger picture. And we've seen House, specifically as a player, be able to punish teams that have done that in the past. So we'll see how it goes right from the get-go already. Minions spawn, like we said, they spawn at 30 seconds. They hit your lanes roughly about a minute. And you can see Frosty and Rebello already trying to abuse the double range, getting damage onto Pro Delta.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, you know that that's what you want to play for, and that's the only type of like early fighting we get anymore. Okay, I'm going to get on my soapbox a little bit. I hate that, you know, right? We're like, hey, you know, you'll still be able to invade. You'll still have, you know, a 3-man invade. There's no invades anymore in League. The invades come later. There's no early game invades. Okay, now we get a pause. I get a soapbox even more. I am so mad that we're never going to see 5v5 invades anymore. Like, we are never going to see this as much as I wish, because I want my invades back. I want my level 1 absolute cheese that my mid laner or my ADC did not see, and they just die. Like, I wish we still had the days of dropping 3 wards because we saw one person sneak out of a bush and we all had to run for the hills. Like, I want those days back, and those days are gone. I don't care what Riot says. They're gone. There are no more, like, pre-lane invades, and I am depressed and sad about it.
Yeah, it is really tough. Like, I guess the idea was that it's still possible. So I've seen it in solo queue already. It can happen. It's just that the cost is very, very high. So if you fail, you get punished. And because of that, I agree with you, Orbital. In pro play, we're unlikely to see early invades anymore, just because the risk is so incredibly high. We might see like a support trying to cheese something, a jungler maybe trying to cheese something, but that's about it. Certainly 5-mans, probably not. Now, I've got some more bad news for you, Orbital, in that one thing we haven't discussed, vision changes.
Yes,
right? We talked about how wards are cheaper for supports once they complete the item, control wards specifically. So it's now easier to get control wards down later in the game. And so you talk about, you know, those fights, those ganks that you don't see coming at level 1 for 80 carries. Well, you're gonna see them coming as well now at level 18 or level 20 for your top lanes, because there is more control. Phaelites as well has made laning kind of safer as long as you get the timings right on when you drop those wards. Phaelites being those little circles that we saw, kind of didn't comment on it. It didn't play a big role in game 1, but especially near the side lanes are these little circles. If you put a ward in there, it gives you additional vision for 45 seconds and or additional vision in specific spots for 45 seconds that the ward normally can't see, as well as expanding the vision of that ward. So yeah, a lot less surprises, a lot harder to get those surprises, but yeah, at the same time, if it does go off Orbital, it does make those surprises that much more meaningful. The death bushes are harder to set up, but the payoff potentially bigger.
Yeah, the payoffs can always be big, and it can always be that kind of shining light for any of the squads. Now, I do want to touch on something as well. You know, we're going over some of these changes, and maybe not so much a mechanical change, but something that is very interesting. So we obviously saw the Malphite, and we talked about the Jace a little bit, but I don't think we dove into why the Jace is so impactful. This Jace, obviously, everyone knows is in the top or the mid primarily. But for those that aren't too in tune with, obviously, the big change that happened between 2025 and 2026, explain to us why Jace in the jungle works so well and why people need to be very aware and consistently ban this out.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know why the jungle's very good. I feel like it was one of those random things that just happened in the offseason. I know that his clear was fast, I think, was part of the issue. I still think of Jace more as a top laner more than I do as a jungle. Same with Malphite. Like, Malphite is now in the jungle. I don't think he's particularly good in the jungle. I don't really understand why we're seeing Malphite in the jungle. I understand why we saw him in the top lane. They increased his tankiness. The stats. And maybe part of the reason why we're not seeing in the top lane as much is because the 1v1 is not so good for it. So thankfully our producer is building us out. So Adam has noted that one of the buffs to Jace was that he got bonus damage, 50 bonus damage to jungles on his Q. And that's what's making his clear so much faster. And why I guess he's in the jungle. Because clear speed does matter. I still don't like Jace in the jungle though. I think the ganks are kind of weak. At least for Malphite at level 6. When he gets access to his ultimate, his ganks are really, really strong, and they changed the item as well. One of the items to give ability haste, so we might see that being built onto Malphite. Thankfully, the pause is over. We're back in game. Unfortunately, we didn't get why there was a pause, just that there was one. But the game, nothing's changed. We're still right back to Rebello and Frosty being bullies in the 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, this is a combo that we do wish. Of course, this time around, we're seeing both junglers actually reach towards that bot side. Peach clearing out fairly quickly as well. This Mbessa saying, look, new tech is new tech, old tech, somewhat old tech, is going to be there, so you clear out about the same time. Both junglers are going to be meeting on the bot side of the map, unless they are opting and one of them kind of relinquishes control over what will be a possible scuttle fight. Eyes out as well, as we do see the full rotate. Peach actually rounding out to the top side of the map, saying, I don't want to challenge. Top side, though, fully Curdy and FNB are going at it like pure cats and dogs. FNB getting burned, extra shielding to come out, quick slam of the axe to turn it around, but the HP bars are much more in favor of Curdy.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were talking about, right? Curdy, quads.
Oh!
See, he gets sniped!
Rebello
enough.
and Frosty giving it their own. Oh, do it to mid two. Do it to mid two, baby. How's trying to run away. Kaze able to hang on to 2 tower shots, so Curse keeps his entire HP bar. Already, Red Canid stepping into the forefront.
Okay, quite a few things. Let's start back at the top lane, Orbital, because as much as exciting as the first blood was on the bot side, I think top side is going to matter a little bit more. We talked about how Curdy is good in the 1v1, and we got to see that Curdy winning that trade heavily. But the veterancy of FNB really showing his stuff there, because it looked like he was getting low, it looked like he was getting pounded, but he knew exactly what he could take, and he gets to turn around and almost trade even on that particular trade with the decimating smash, with the shield as well, to pop on that. But the bot side, look at how healthy they kind of were. Prods was half health, but he opted to go in, and I think that's a kind of him problem. You chose to go in with that move, had to flash out and right back to lane. He's already getting low.
No, and this can happen again. If you have another arrow up, it can be big. Good sidestep coming out pro Delta, though. Looking to turn around, but
Bao's gonna die.
Alone. No. Down goes
Prods
Bao,
too.
eaten up in a half. That's going to be a double and a trade up for 1. Red Canid's happy about that one. Of course, House has to expend the flash to get close. But this bot side is falling apart for Fluxu W7M.
Welcome to Brazil, wow. What a rough start. And this was one of the big concerns with Prods. We've seen Prods at his highs. He made his debut here in the CBLOL as a full starter on Pain Gaming. And that was rough. But that split, they absolutely crushed. I mean, Pain traditionally a sort of top 2 team during that period. And Prods was right there with them. Then he went over to VKS. And on VKS, he actually won the regular season and was a huge competitor in the playoffs as well. So that was Prods' highs. Last year, first split, Leviathan was right up there, surprising a lot of people with their performances. Prods was on that roster. But now it felt like split 2, split 3, he got weaker and weaker. And now the laning's a problem. Bot side fight. And yeah, Frosty lives?
Fam. Nah, fam. At this point, it's just a regular happenstance from everyone on the field. Red keeping their support alive. And this is just, okay, well, never mind. Run, bro, run. There is a flash available for Bao, so if Frosty steps up, they're just gone. You know Bao's pissed off from the early game. It's like, dude, I'm going to get this 4th shot off, and you are not going to like it. But push out the lane, you're okay. So it's Rebello to hang on to that front. Curdy and FNB still trading out HP.
Yeah, that No Magic Mano doing a lot of work for FNB right now to make these trades a lot more even. Yeah, this bot side is insane. Bao and Prods just seem to keep wanting to trade back. They're actively stepping up. And I want to highlight too, Frosty has heal. So yes, he's very, very low, but theoretically he shouldn't die as long as he's paying attention and he just hits that heal button. I don't believe there's any spell this early on. Barring maybe a 4th shot, and even then I'm not convinced that the 4th shot would be able to kill Frosty outright with the heal available. So it kind of gets really, really spicy. And this bot lane, Rebello is feeling himself. In Academy, in CD back in the day, Rebello was not the AD carry who stood out the most, but here in CBLOL, you can't doubt his skill. Look at these traits he's still holding on for.
Yeah, well, Bao's almost to get another 4th shot lands, but that's a heal to come out, so it's a trade, a 1-for-1.
Still winning
and
trade.
Guess what? Frosty has far more HP. Pro Delta should have the headbutt pulverized ready to go here in a sec. Was looking to try and chance it out, but the portal tech is going to be dodged, and I don't think you have another meat Frosty can't complete. And I think that will be the finish here. So it's a 1-for-1 of the ADCs at the end of the day. No kill over to the side of Bao, though.
Yeah, that's the important thing. The supports picked up both the kills. And so for Bao, unfortunately, that doesn't really help you equalize things too much. You're still going to miss the CS that you were going to miss anyways. And Prod's picking that up. Like, it's nice for the support. It feels good to be able to accelerate the items. But in Smash by the Bard scales harder as well. And we get to see how this starts off. It looks really good for Prods and Bao when they find that engage, when they kind of find that pick. But this is what I'm talking about with Rebello. It feels like his laning got a lot better when he hit tier 1. And he holds his nerves. He knows he's kind of dead, so he just sticks around and decides, hey, we're just going to trade into this. You're playing into our wave, and it's a Bard into an Alistair that's going to be able to pick this up. And giving gold to a Bard, like we talked about, it scales so much harder than your traditional tank supports do. So you're kind of okay with that particular trade.
It's not off the table, and not only that, I think the wave balanced out cleanly, so it wasn't like Red were losing out on the minion count either. Granted, they are still further behind. Bao is doing very well in trying to keep that up, about a wave up in the current stance, but still behind a little bit further. FNB, though, trying to take a chunk out of Curdy, who the top side has yielded very minimal results, but the bot side is all we care about. You were talking about bot lane before, and for our game number 1. Nah, this is where the bot lane action occurs, as Bao and Pro Delta are once again very, very low. Pisha's time does show up, but how much are you actually going to be able to help out? Mid laners joining in on the action.
They
and
caught
it's a
Kaze?
snap over to the poor Zoe, who is going to get a good body block. Bodyguards coming out.
Prods?
Flash in from Prod saying no thank you. Mid for support annihilated here. And that is a wild happenstance for Fluxu as they start to get a bit of revenge. Oh, another shock blast, and the
My
piercing arrow
goodness.
to land. Rebello cooks Bao on the spot, and that puts House in a bad spot. Tempered fate to come on in. Peach has no exit, no flash available, and they give it to Rebello, who is now 5 kills deep.
And that's the thing about Red. Red is the most South American team here in CBLOL, or back in LTA South last year as well. They will just keep scrapping. If you want to fight, they will say, bet. We will go in on this. Because once again, this fight kind of gets started off by, Red poking a little bit, then Fluxu willing to commit. And Red went, okay, we were just going to poke you for fun, but if you want to fight us, that's what we were looking for anyways. You're not under your turret anymore. Like here, they were just, this is the early chase where Kaze kind of gets caught out. But yeah, Red was originally just poking. It was just cursing, hey, what can I get with this Jace who's not exactly the best ganker? And then Fluxu W7 completely overcommits onto this. And the turnaround from Red, just knowing that, hey, our cooldowns are back up. That snipe onto Bao, that's a big difference. For the Jhin, body blocks matter. For the Varus, it doesn't. That piercing arrow comes across, they find the pick, and they just keep on chasing. Just like that, that gold differential, that bot lane issue for Fluxu W7M, it's not just Bao and Prod's problem anymore. Now, Peach is falling behind a little bit. Now, House is being dragged out of lane, losing CS, falling behind the quest, and yeah, these small leads can very quickly snowball once you hit the mid game when the team fights start breaking out proper.
And I don't think we gave enough credit over to Curse, who landed that empowered shock blast on the other side as well. This first strike plus can bring a lot of extra damage behind, and we were mentioning before that this Jace can become a menace inside the jungle with the extra damage and all. So it makes sense why we saw poor Bao's HP bar just get obliterated on that stand. We also saw Curse have an extended gold lead, up about 600 in that jungle v jungle position, but matching pace with Rebello right now means those empowered shock blasts, means a lot of that damage coming through will turn the tides if Fluxu is not careful. Prods, though, having a recall here, leaves the dragon wide open for a dragon take, which will allow Red to start stacking that as well.
And as just noticing, Pro Delta had to burn the Unbreakable just to survive the poke that was coming down. That's why he had to recall. That's why they're just sacking the dragon. Not even trying to contest it. I was going to say early on, but it's actually 11 minutes already overall. It's just the action's been non-stop. So it kind of feels like it's earlier in the game than it was. Now, I did want to kind of follow up on that point you were talking about for Curse, the fact that, he's up 6 CS in the jungle. It's not hugely significant. And this is kind of why I'm not personally a huge fan of Jungle Jace. The clear is fast, but it's not like other junglers can't keep up. So Peach was actually keeping up right to the moment that bot side fight happened, and that's when the CS lead started to grow a little bit for Curse. And now, sure, good for Jace. Where do you go from here, though? What is the value of this Jace? I guess it's for the poke. That's what the Zoe Jace combo is going to be really trying to do, is just land a lot of that poke damage. Kaze, just looking for House a little bit. It's not been able to really win the 1v1. That's why the Galio was picked, to be able to answer sort of a lot of that Zoe poke and lane control. But he is winning on CS, and that CS differential is not coming from the 1v1. It's coming from that bot side hemorrhaging. It's not Bao, pardon me, who's paying the CS price right now. It's Hao's paying the CS price to keep Bao relevant.
You know what? I can get behind that a little bit, as we do see the jungle quest cleared for Curse. Curdy hitting it as well, thanks to a lot of the burn and a lot of the lane state. So quests are going to be coming through in the next about minute to 2 for just about everyone, and we'll see how that influences the rest of this game as well. Early fighting, though, Frosty on the bot side duking it out with Prods as best as possible, but the curtain call...
What?
Just a cold curtain call is a weird one. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think Rebello was even close, but that's why they were calling for the TP on the back.
Curdy's coming down.
In comes one, but a really nice chain of corruption to hold on. Rebello trying to sidestep, but you had no flash and now you're dead. That's why Bao did it, to buy a little bit more time and yield a kill for the huge Curdy coming from the top side.
Off-screen house took an absolute beating. I assume trying to potentially rotate into that bot lane to help out. Orbital, sure, they get the kill. I don't know if this is worth it. Curdy picks up the kill. And in the meantime, we are going to see FNB just sit in that top lane, get a whole bunch of XP, get a whole bunch of plates, get a whole bunch of damage as well. And with the way you're lane locked by the quests, the top lane gains FNB makes is going to outweigh Curdy's gains in the bot side in terms of the quest points as well. So I think Red overall on that, they are kind of going to be net neutral. Like, yes, they lose the body on Rebello, but beyond that, like, they're not really losing much else out.
I think Curdy already completed this quest, which is why he was happy about doing that. He jumped.
Did he complete already? Okay.
Yeah, he completed it fast, but I do agree that it does feel like if you leave the lane, it gives a huge catch-up potential as well. FNB has actually been shoved down a little bit, right? Took a little bit longer to get up there, so I do agree giving time for FNB to actually get back into a complete his own quest, now have the Unleashed teleport to also match pace will mean this will be a very dangerous state coming towards this mid-game. And not only that, the tower pressure that you get, I mean, that was huge. FNB might be able to knock that down a little bit later if you stay in that top side.
Okay, I just realized where the indicator for the quest is. It's tiny under there.
But poor Rebello is starting to get a taste of his own medicine as Peach decides to bring Rebello to a close.
Okay, so now the tables are turning. Really good response from Fluxu W7 now, actually. Just timing on that to make sure they didn't lose on the quest. And they've been able to kind of pull the gold a little bit closer, shutting down Rebello, who was oppressing Bao early. Rebello is still 542, still is up 1,000 gold on Bao, but won't be as up gold compared to the rest of the team, and funneling that gold towards FNB. Sion getting fed could be an issue, especially when it's a tank into a Jhin, but at least in the short term, you're allowing Bao to try and kind of catch back up a little bit. You're allowing Curdy to potentially become a threat in the mid-game skirmishes.
Yep. I mean, I don't think anyone likes seeing like a 3-star Scion rolling on through. I don't even like seeing a 2-star Scion, you know, if I'm playing TFT out there. So seeing a fed Scion come barreling down at level 20 at you and you can't do a thing about it, just get me out of the game. Just FF, please. Really, really quickly. We are seeing Frosty, though, rotating up, much like Kai Wings did before, but this time matching with Kaze, who has been relatively quiet, 0, 1, and 1, been forced into this kind of mage utility punching against a tank situation, so hasn't really been able to expand out further from that mid lane and really influence the rest of the game.
Yeah, we're seeing Prods kind of match the roam as well that Frosty is putting out. Curdy.
All right, I wasn't
Great
watching
flash.
it, but Curdy flashes to safety, and FMB isn't really going to follow up behind it.
No, they kind of already used the unstoppable onslaught, the ultimate from Sion to kind of set that up already, so there's no point. You can't do the decimating smash anyways, and that's my problem with Jace, right? Like, where's the ganks?
It is coming back up again, isn't it?
It is. It's gonna be something that just kind of repeats itself, and I'm still waiting for Red's sort of Jace Zoe combo to come online, because that's where I see the value of the Jace in this particular composition. But Kaze's not been able to really move out or do anything. He's just side laning at this point, and that's the difference between two teams. Fuxi W7M, that's why I like Pro Delta's movements, because they're all about right now trying to play the map with the global that they have from the Galio, and kind of nullifying what Frosty's looking for with the Bard roams, which normally we see outpace their support counterparts. But it does come at the expense of the mid laner, Kaze, not really being able to get into things. Dragon is taken down. Red was a little bit late for the TP, but they found the pick.
Yeah, and that Timber Fate might be there, but into the back line they go. They say, listen, we're going to go down. We're going to go down swinging, and they swing pretty freaking hard. That seems so far, and Fluxu, back up what you just said, RMC, and swing not only the dragon, but 2 kills behind and keep Pro Delta alive.
Oh, remember earlier when I said Red sometimes gets a bit lost in the sauce? They get caught in the micro. Yeah, they started a 4v5 after Dragon went down. The initial call, the macro call was probably just like, hey, contest them on this. We are stronger. We need to keep playing while we're stronger. But the execution was very, very flawed. Kaze wasn't there for the actual poke. The counter turn from Fluxu was spot on. Peach, a player that we kind of talked about as somebody, you know, on Bushido Wildcats, his team was doing very, very well. Peach was a big part of their success, knowing how to shot call, when to find those engages. And once again, you saw that right there. The moment they turned around, Peach went flying in looking for the executes. He found that vulnerable backline. He got past FNB, and he knew, most importantly, if I take Rebello out, Kaze is not here, they don't have enough damage to do anything. Curse is not a threat yet.
No, and it's such a painful point. You can now see the gold still in favor of red, but much smaller than it was before. I think we had a closer to like a 5k lead at one point. It is now cut down to about 2k. You also stopped the dragon stacking, and we are going to see the Ocean Soul, I believe, to play for. So a little bit more dicey one that I don't know if everyone's going to fully enjoy, but if they do, hey, more HP to EU. Bot side tower looking to be falling very quickly as FMB has been working, chunked out the top side, allowed Kaze to take it. But Curdy saying, dude, get out of my lane. That's the unstoppable onslaught to once again stay safe, but down goes the tower. It's now 2 in the bank for red.
Like usually when you use unstoppable onslaught, silence screams coward. I feel like they should change it to worth if you're running away from a champion, you know? Because it really was worth. He got the turret, and, you know, he gets out alive. Frosty gets caught.
Might be different. Really nice Temper Fate to slow everything down and allows a quick portal out, but everyone joins on in. But guess what? Rebello's right there to bring a bit more pain. How's though TP'd in for the fight as on the cross map. That was Kerr saying, dude, you called me out, and uses the Herald to speed away as well. Cheater, pumpkin eater. Curse grabs their second. They lost their bot lane, but a 2 for 2 at the end of the day.
Yeah, and that's kind of not optimal for Red, Orbital. Once again, it feels like Red is overextending a little bit. They're risking plays that they kind of don't have to. And it's a great pick from Fluxu W7M, don't get me wrong, to find the pick onto Frosty, but Red should have just disengaged. There's a little bit of anti-synergy as well. Chains of Corruption came out at the same time as Tempered Fate. Either would have been enough to get Frosty out, but using both meant that Rebello didn't have it to follow up on that fight, and Rebello was isolated once again. While the synergy between Rebello and Frosty are really good, the 2v2, they crush their lane. We've not seen that same synergy come through anywhere else. Rebello has been left exposed time after time. He was, up 5 kills? He's now down 6 deaths.
Yeah, it's a really rough turnaround, and that's why I think we're seeing Red start to really look and focus for these individual kills. They were playing a little bit safer, but recognizing that Fluxu is starting to get more agitated, become much more aggressive with Peach, with Curdy, and everyone kind of roaming around for the 3-1s. I like that Red actually snapped that kill onto Prods, made it a little bit more difficult for Prods to actually do something inside that jungle route. We are seeing this mid lane now be powered down here. Huge chunk into the crystallization, a couple shots with the CB Trouble bubble across the walls. No one's really stepping on it, but this is Red trying to break open the rest of the map. As Kaze decimates Bao, and Bao is now attempting to match the number of deaths that poor Rebello has this game as well.
Kaze, welcome to Summoner's Rift. He's finally joined the team.
Yes.
And part of that is on Kaze. Part of it was Kaze was late to some rotations. Part of it was, though, Red not fighting around Kaze. And you see now why we're excited for the Zoe pick. You're seeing sort of the idea behind the Jace Zoe, the sheer amount of poke they can put out. And it's worth noting that there's no true tank on the side of Fluxu W7M. Well, I guess Pro Delta as Alistar, and the fact that supports now get more gold might mean that there is a chance he get tanky enough to he can soak some of that damage, but at this point in the game, he's broke, and House is not building tanks. So that initial poke that came down, CP Trouble Bubble doesn't even land. Kazi actually brutes forces from the front with the Paddle Star, and right there, just instantly pops Bao. So for Red, this is a successful strategy, but they're allowed to set it up because they took Pro Delta off the map. They've been struggling to set up in 5v5 situations, and now Fluxu W7M, they're responding. They know that, hey, we've lost all our outer turrets. It's time to group up.
Well, that group up might or might not bring up much more pain than we were expecting. FMB is standing in the forefront, getting a lot of damage. But Delta once again, Tempered Fate on the back end, catches a lot of Fluxu members. Good flash out by Bao, but it's going to be enough. In comes the Galley to try and knock them away, and that's Curdy to burn them all down. So it's Red to actually get scattered here on the blue side. And the curtain call nips poor Bard in the backside. Not a chance in the world, as they're also getting routed.
Okay, Kaze is going to be as annoying as he possibly can be. They are on the wrong side of the map. Yeah, Kaze, okay, he just created space. Oh, I need a replay on that, because I could have sworn they got out of the curtain call range. And yet, I think Frosty might have just overstepped trying to get back to base and walked into curtain call range. I think it was just the edge of it that got him tagged. And that is really painful for Red. Again, another misplay. I am struggling to believe that Red is up 3,500 gold right now, given what we've seen, because it feels like it's been Fluxu's map. Time and time again, they've been finding these catchouts. There was that one good play mid from Red after they caught out Pro Delta, but it does feel like when they've been grouping up, Fluxu's been able to consistently find ways to just outplay this attempted poke composition from Red.
Yeah, I really do feel like when it comes to the team fights, that's true. However, you also take a look at the map state, and it's 3 towers to 0. So for
Sure.
all that we're talking about with Red, we do have to give them credit that their macro game, because of maybe their overwhelming siege potential, it's yielded. But here, let's go look at this replay here. You want to take a look.
Yeah, the fight starts well for Red, and they do catch out the Alistar, but Unbreakable buys enough space for Pro Delta, and now he's the escape artist playing on fractions of health. Curdy, though, is the big win for Fluxu W7. That equalizer did so much damage, and it splits attacks. Now, this is weird. That's the edge of curtain call right there. We didn't see it because Curse went down.
How does it feel, RMC, to get you cut off? Because guess who gets cut off as well? It's poor Curse, no CC. All damage means a lazy HP bar. Down you go, and it's space for Fluxu to find 2.
Okay, now they get to just another replay roll about how that happened. How did Curse get caught out? Because that one cost them a lot. F&B,
Yeah.
the big tank going down. To me, this feels like an opportunity for Flux to actually pressure in. Because as you rightly pointed out, the gold lead for Red is coming mostly from the turrets that they took. They took all the outer turrets. All the outer turrets of their own are still remaining standing. And Fluxu W7M was having problems kind of pushing into them a little bit. I think they played very well around restricted areas and Curdy's equalizer like we were talking about. So now that they've actually got a numbers advantage, they can go to a lane, push up on that open ground. It's just a little bit dangerous because they don't have the outers behind them and they didn't actually have the vision line. So they're only going to get the bot side turret where they had previous vision being set up.
Taking a look here as we take a breather. 11 to 14 kills, 24 minutes into the game. Baron up for 4 minutes. We get to see where everyone decides to go. Warding lines have been drawn in the middle of the battlefield, but for Fluxu, they've also been warded on their own side. Hey, look, I even called it out. They showed us a little bit of sight right there. But it is a time for Red to start looking at those global objectives, see what they can hang on to, because Fluxu are starting to walk inside of these dead zones where Red have no vision and can't go much further than the river itself.
Okay, Baron, I guess this is sort of what both teams are contesting over. Let's talk a little bit about that, because we talked about how Red's composition wants to operate and how it's not been working. They want to siege up, but they can't seem to group up properly. Fluxu W7, on the other hand, more than happy to team fight. Well, at Baron, the additional health now makes this more complicated. Historically, Poke has always been really good around these major objectives, because you can find critical picks and then just crash in after that. It's gotten stronger because the Baron takes longer to take. So you get more time to land that poke down. So for Fluxu W7M, I think their vision is mostly just about making sure Red doesn't take it. They probably don't feel comfortable enough to take it themselves unless they know they've got a 2-member advantage. But they need to make sure Red doesn't sneak it away. Pro Delta out on his own again, gets caught out, but the Unbreakable just buys so much space and time.
Really does, but again, it's being utilized in not an offensive pattern, which means Fluxu will most likely have to step away from any of the major engaging fights. They'll probably retaliate, but you're not starting things off with Pro Delta, who has consistently just been trying to keep themselves alive. This now also creates space for Red to push in a lot of their vision line as everyone's kind of battling for where they decide to put their foot. FMB headed down to the bot side for wave management. And we're in this little bit of a lull state where it feels like everyone's trying to figure each other out a little bit more. Dragon up in a minute, though.
And to be fair to Prods, we talk about Pro Delta just trying to keep himself alive right now. There can be different reasons why that's the case. If you are behind and just getting picked, then it's bad that you're just trying to stay alive most of the time because you shouldn't be in that position. Pro Delta is actively looking to get some action started. That's why he's always in the front line. That's why he's burning Unbreakable so early. And I like to see him have that mentality because I think that was something that was very much missing from him last year, especially towards the end of the year where he was just invisible. I would rather he get caught than he be not even trying to do anything. It is, however, slowing down the game because he can't quite find the right angle. And for Red, that's good. If you're a poke comp, you want the game to go slow. You want more opportunities to find picks. Curdy gets caught. He's in the front line. He's almost dead. He's dead.
He is. Listen, that wouldn't have happened if Curse wasn't there. That poke damage was too dang good. Now Bow's getting aggressed on as FMB flashes for him, and that allows time for Pro Delta to go down. Red Cannons have found their marks and more as they utilize their 1.5k lead to bring them to 3.2 and look for a Baron afterwards.
Feels like it's been 10 minutes since that mid play happened, but they're finally able to recontrol the game. How's going golden to buy time, and it's gonna work, but it forces them off the dragon. So Fluxu W7M, they don't even get soul point as a bit of a silver lining to a very dark cloud that Red is building up. And with the Baron, maybe now, Orbital, we'll see Red actually siege a turret, because we haven't gotten to see that. The outer turrets were all taken just by rotating faster, by getting picks. The inner turrets, I want to see this Pokemon come online. It's something that Brazil has historically struggled at, and there's a chance for Red to kind of break that. I think we've seen maybe Loud pull it off once, Furia pull it off once. We get a replay on the pick, and this is just Curdy overstepping. Pro Delta gets to do it because he has Unbreakable Will, and he's a tank. Curdy is a big damage threat, and it's not just the equalizer either. He needs to be the one to melt through FNB. If not, FNB's tankiness means that right now Bao doesn't do anything to him, House doesn't do anything to him, and Peach has to be in melee range to kind of even threaten. So it has to be Curdy with Peach together that threatens FNB. If Curdy goes down like that, there's just no threat, and Red get to walk over the rest of the fight.
And they're doing just so. A little bit of fluctuation down to that bottom side of the map. As the Dragon is taken, you now funnel almost all 5 into that mid to bot side. As you said, start using that Baron power play to push open the rest of these maps. Curse and Frosty running interference, make sure to get further vision, which Peach swings out thanks to a Scryer's Bloom. And then FNB in the mid lane. This is the tower breaking that we do want to see here, as the entirety of Red Cannons are very, very happy about the current state. Kaze even throwing down some extra poke over that wall, just being a menace, if you will.
Curtain call, trying to find Kaze in the back.
I love the curtain call answer, by the way. Dude, get out of the jungle. Poor Kaze like, okay, I'm leaving. You're trying to swat a fly on the wall. Oh, Pro Delta. No, not like this. Arrow perfectly timed by Rebello right there, and mid inhibitor tower goes down.
I was just about to say, he has Unbreakable. He'll be fine. I couldn't even get the words out before he was not fine. Like you said, perfect timing from Rebel. Rebel trying to get back into the game a little bit. He was the focus of the early game. The mid game has not been about him whatsoever, but just reminding us that, hey guys, I'm still here. I'm still alive. I am still a threat. You guys don't have enough of the tank to deal with my lethality. And just like that, with that pick, there's that siege we were talking about. There's that Baron that we were talking about being put to great use on to this push. That's 2 inners down and an inhibitor turret in the mid lane. Heck, the inhib's still up, but the turret is down, and open ground is not really where Fluxu wants to be fighting a team who's up on them 7k gold.
Nope, not at all, but a chance happens, as right now it's Rebello to once again stand a little bit too far forward. It's a nap up of 1, and it might be a second, as that is the punishment for overstepping, and Fluxu by a bit more time.
Red, can you give this? Every time I try and praise Red, man.
You really do. Every time it's just like, please, guys.
Oh, but that's how we know we're back to old CBLOL. I'm caster cursing everything left and right. I try and praise Rebello, he starts to die, he gets cut out again. I try to praise FNB, he gets punished all the way out there. Curdy, was doing everything, and then he gets caught as well. This is a game of throws Orbital a little bit. Both teams are getting caught out. To be fair to Red, though, Rebello getting caught out there doesn't change anything. It is honestly a just slower recall in a way, because the timers are long enough right now. They are still up significant amounts of gold, 6,000 gold. The push was kind of over at that point, so not the end. And Prods being the one to once again kick things off with that pick. And that's what Pro Delta has been doing this entire game, for better or for worse. Again, I like the idea from Pro Delta, but the clicking, the synergy from Fluxu W7M hasn't come together. And that was the big question we had for them. Win or lose, I just want to see if Fluxu W7M is better than last year. They look better than last year, but they do not look like they are clicking together just yet. Peach, especially with Bao, actually, funnily enough, they are the ones who played together on DRX. They do not look on the same page. I've seen Peach connect with Pro Delta a couple of times. I've seen Bao connect with Pro Delta a couple of times, but I feel like we're not seeing the Jin Mbessa burst really come through. It's more Rumble Mbessa burst. It's more House with Bao, trying to catch somebody out with CC.
Yeah, it's they're better than last year, but they still have a lot of room to improve, is what I'm hearing with Fluxu. A lot of time to meld over the course of this cup and seeing what more they can provide. But at the current moment, their synergy will have to yield a lot more light than what is currently on the map. Red have taken over almost the entirety of the jungle vision game. They're using that to pressure in even further. You can see on the top side of the map, the Zoe making sure to balance in between. Kaze wants some revenge. Frosty taking a very dark lane, forcing House to recognize that you aren't getting away here.
Ooh.
And I really don't know about that flash as you're trying to run away from CC. And you almost got the grand entrance off, but Curse with a flash hammer to the face denies your escape.
Yeah, that's a lot coming by house. Hero's entrance being taken out, Flash as well. It would have worked if not for those pesky kids coming in as well.
Listen,
The idea
listen,
was
they're
good.
solving mysteries one step at a time, and now they're decimating more towers one step at a time. 2 inhibitors gone. You're at 32.5 minutes.
And that's going to be just around the time. Dragon spawning in just under 30 seconds as well. Red can just kind of collapse back to that. It will be so point for them. They can take it. And more importantly, they should be able to get from there to Baron in time to stop the Fluxu W7M contest. We talked about how annoying poke is to deal with, when you're taking a high value objective, especially now that they're tankier. But on top of that, there's also the timer of super minions that are going to be spawning in the mid and bot side. So Fluxu W7M, if they want the Baron, it's on a very, very quick timer. They do need to burst it down. They cannot do a Baron dance. They just don't have enough time.
No, and instead it's more looking at the dragon here. Very, very quick take. The ocean dragon held onto. So for red, it was a little bit of a slog towards that middle. We saw them get stopped up a little bit, but they are sitting on soul point right now. They have an extra 2%, sitting at 4% per 5 of gifting back some HP. We'll see if that yields some sort of benefit come these next kind of back and forth moments, considering they're the poke squad. This is going to help quite a bit. The problem being, who did they find first? Bao stepping on the left side. Pro Delta over the wall. Says, give me a
Dodging
chance.
everything.
Hex that flash.
Dodged
and they do
everything.
knock up one, but it's only FNB. And honestly, it's not going to be enough. How's looking on the back end, and Rebello quickly gets out of that one.
Peach right now just dancing left and right, creating so much space. Prods goes down.
Oh, that's not one that you want to see drop. Galio comes in
He's
with
just
a
so deep
great entrance, but it's not really enough as Red split and pick apart Fluxu. TP to the base as well as Kaze says, King me. I am going to draw all of your attention. And all of a sudden you will pay. Nexus Tower number 2 will hold on for just a little bit longer. But here comes FNB. Rest of the squad to dogpile in. And Fluxu once again looking a mite worried about their season. But for Red, it's all smiles and happiness as they take step number 1 to a victorious season here on their opening match.
Orbital, we're seeing smiles on some of Red's faces, but I think it's the smiles that know, like, hey guys, we got to smile up here, because when we get to the back, I don't think Talkers is smiling in the back with how some of that went. Not the cleanest game for Red, but very, very CBLOL in terms of how they executed it. Welcome back, CBLOL, and it's going to be old CBLOL Red that we're seeing as well. Props to them, though. Their micro was good. Their hands on this team are undoubtedly good.
Yes.
Certainly quite a few questions macro-wise and decision-making-wise, but it did not matter in the grand scheme of things. And for Fluxu W7M Orbital, it's looking kind of tough for them still. Obviously, they still need time to kind of. Did somebody forget that they had to buy? Looks like Frosty had to go pick people up. But yeah, Fluxu W7M, they certainly struggled. And at the end there, I respect the call that they just decided we have to go in. There were supers pushing in their base. They were not going to survive that defense. They had overcommitted to the Baron. It's ace or bust. So appreciate the call.
Yeah.
I think it's the right thing. But it's more how they played out the early game and mid game or actually the late game that I have issues with. Their mid game was good. For moments, they gave us glimmers of hope, but you can tell the inexperience coming through. And we're saying that they need a leader. It feels like How should have the veterancy to know what to do in those situations, but it felt like, I don't know, Curdy was maybe one making the calls because he was front and center. And when it worked, it was great. But you can't be doing that as the carry of the team. You need to be alive when the fight ends, or at least through most of the fight. And if Curdy's kicking it off with his face, yeah, he's not making it out the other end.
I also give credit that they're also trying to, they're bringing in 2 fresh imports that also might be a language barrier. We've seen this before in LCS as well. There could be other underlying factors that we are going to watch throughout the course. But I do agree they need to step things up if they want to have a competitive season here in the CBLOL Cup. And that's what we're going to be watching for. My last question, though, before we send it to a quick break. RMC, has the Jace proven worthy of your respect yet?
No, I'm sorry, Curse.
I tried.
Like,
I tried.
I respect Curse's performance. Curse played well on it.
All
Like
right.
he was getting a lot of damage down. I'm just not a fan of non-CC junglers for the most part. Like even when Griffin was playing Ambessa, fine, he earned my grudging respect for the Ambessa jungle. But And as correctly pointed out by chat, I think it was Lunarverse brought it up, there is CC on Ambassador, so she's not completely CC-less. And technically, Jace has a tiny knock-up, so he's got a little bit of CC. It's not meaningful CC, so I'm still not sold by the Jace. We'll have to see how it goes. We do have a match coming up next, though. We're talking about how CBLOL Red is, and as an organization, how they've, they embody the region. Well, the next ones are also legends within the CBLOL. We've got Furia, the MSI representatives from last year, up against Loud, the dynastic organization who's made a lot of changes. So we will have a short break, and when we come back, it's Furia versus Loud.
one more time, at least for one of these squads. The rest will be playing again a little bit later on in the day. We got Furia going up against Loud, and I'm excited to see these dynasties, as some have called it, but some familiar faces joining us back on the stage. Furia retaining their entire roster, only having a coach change, going up against Loud, which I have lovingly referred to as the coach's choice for some new players joining the squad.
Yeah, let's start with Fury a little bit because it's
Yeah.
such a small change on paper. Just one name change. Thinkard left, and that was kind of it. Beyond that, I mean, their previous coach or the rest of the coaching staff just kind of promoted and filled that space for head coach space. But the problem is that here in Brazil, here in South America, coaching has become more and more important, especially with CL coming down now. Thinkard came down as well. Both of them had a huge impact. Talker's really stepping up as a coach for the local scene. We've seen the likes of Aoshi as well. Kind of step up, which I mentioned because, actually just coached, his coaching that Fluxy W7M roster that, we just kind of saw not have the most success last game. But coaching has become more and more important. And we saw what Thinkard was able to do with that raw skill and mechanical strength that Furia had. Now he's gone. There's questions of, okay, which Furia do we see? Do we see Split 2 Furia, who represented CBLOL or LTA South at MSI? Or do we see Split 3 Furia, who bombed out 0-6 in the playoffs? And it's worth noting as well, the team that knocked out Furia was Loud, so Loud's coming back in. And you were talking a little bit about the fact that, that's coach's choice. Yeah, Raze, the coach for Loud, had inherited sort of the Robo Tinon's root roster from Stardust and LZ before him. And now Raze gets to build his own roster because all of them are gone except for Redbird. We do see the teams coming on as well right now. There you go. There's the Furia team. They don't look particularly excited today, but you know what? They've been here, done that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, when you come off a resounding 0-6, a statement that I don't think anyone likes to carry over into your new year, I feel like they are also very excited to kind of prove the naysayers wrong. I think when it comes to it, and especially with the new coach situation, you do have a lot to prove on the back end. There's a lot going on and maybe weighing on your mind. At the same time, some players are able to kind of wipe the previous season out and say, okay, new season, new us, let's roll on through. For Loud, though, it's time to get Loud's signature green as the start signal is on, as we get these 5 amazing players, Shino, Youngjae, Mago, as well as Bull and Redbird, all joining the stage.
And to be fair, I feel like the loudest thing about Loud in this offseason has been questions about this roster. Shino coming through into VKS Academy. Funnily enough, Shino actually used to be a Furia Academy player. And heck, he's played for Furia before, filling in, I think it was back in, I want to say, 2023, 2024. So his former little bit of CBLOL experience came on the squad he's now facing up against. And he's been good in Academy. But is he as good as Gigo, as FNB, as Robo, as these top names? That's the tough part, and one that I frankly kind of pressing X a little bit to doubt right now. The rest of the team, of course, Mago coming in the mid lane. Jean Mago, a player who has been very often talked about, but has struggled a little bit. He's mechanical, no doubt about it, but mechanics in the mid lane, the level has gone up since Kaze, Miru, Cody, these sort of names have joined the LTA South. So Mago, a lot to prove up against Tuts. That could be a lane where Mago could win out. Tuts has been struggling a little bit in the 1v1s in terms of dominating his lane. But I want to highlight the 2 Koreans who are joining Loud. We talked about Youngjae earlier. When we saw the Kiana from the Samus, that shocked me because I thought Youngjae would be the first one to pull out the Kiana, but the Samus kind of beat him to the punch. And Bull coming over as well, a player who is known for being very, very lane dominant. He actually played a little bit in the LCK. I think he played on Bro itself, substituting in for a little bit. And he was known there for his Lucian, for his Kalista, for his lane dominance. And actually, he went viral playing on Bro, the few games he played, because he actually beat KT Rolster, who was very dominant last year. And right after he did that, he pulled a Brazilian move. He flexed after he did that. And if you know Brazil, we had original Bruncy was the guy who, Mr. Botcap, wrote down his bicep, flexed it. So I feel like Youngjae and Bull coming into CBLOL is a good fit. I feel like they've got that attitude. They've got that swagger. Now, do they have the ability to actually pop off? They are also, notably, the only Korean imports we're getting this split coming from Korea. The others were coming in from EMEA. These guys are coming in straight from the Challengers League.
Yep, And gotta enjoy it right now. Gotta give a big shout out to Demacia Rising. If you haven't gotten your points, go ahead, play all the games and have some fun. Build up those landscapes. Even we can see it there. All right, that's all I'm going to talk about. Looking at this though, we got to talk about the draft coming in because, as you said, the Kiana might be making an appearance. Young Jay may be looking to kind of make the same type of performance that we saw Desamas do earlier, almost saying like, "I'm the OG Kiana. You should have let me do it first." At the same time, we've now seen the power of some of these power picks so far. The Jace specifically, I know you obviously are pointing out like, hey, it might not be that strong considering no CC, but the damage is there, which is one that I think a lot of teams are actually looking for. I wonder if we're going to get the Malphite unlocked or some of these other picks that have been so highly prioritized by the players in the off season to come through in this game 3.
Loki, I hope not. Because if we're talking about damage, Young Jay's most played champion last year in the LCKCL was actually Zed, which truly has no CC. Surely, chat, please. Hopefully I'm not wrong and get corrected by chat again, but I think Zed actually has no actual CC.
In RMC's voice. I
keep forgetting like the mini CC. Yeah, whereas like Zed surely doesn't have any CC, right? He can break your ankles, I guess, but yeah, no, I think yeah, Young Jay most play champion was Zed, which is like straight damage. So if you're gonna pick a damage champion, I'd rather see Zed rather than Jace because it's funner to watch. Not because I think it's better, but just it's more explosive. And then if we're talking about sort of Brazilian homegrown junglers who do damage, Tatu was known for his Jax, right? I think it was, I can't remember, split 1, split 2, or split 3 last year. Plays the Jax, gets the first pentakill. I think it was split 1 actually where he got the first pentakill of the entire LTA, and for that will just be a record he holds now forever. And that's a damage champion. So this matchup between the junglers really excites me. Tatu, who's become the face of Brazil almost, and Young Jay, who's coming in and who has the skill and I think mechanics to actually just match up and just kind of win. We kind of get to see them there. Oh, that was Bull. I think they showed Bull. By the way, we talked about this in the podcast. Bro looks jacked. Like that guy looks like he could bench press an entire team.
There are just like, okay, and the dance moves are pretty good on the back end as well. There are some players that, there it is, let's go, flex those muscles.
Yeah, there's the flex.
Yep. There are some players that you just never want to say the wrong thing in solo queue because you know they're gonna flatline you later. Like that is a pain. I love the team pictures, by the way, in their backgrounds. It's a very nice touch. At the same time, looking here though, we are headed into picks and bans. Looks like Furia did decide to go first, so we are going to see first pick on the red side coming on out here.
Yeah, and that makes sense again, loud on the other side. Fuxi W7M chose to go red
Let's go.
on second pick, and it didn't work. Jace for Tatu. Okay, so Malphite's been taken out. This makes sense, like we're talking about. As first pick, you often want to remove the Malphite and then pick the Jace for yourself. There's an opportunity here for that Zed, Young Jay. I'm just saying, pick it up. And also, let me clarify, because I've already been called on chat about no CC on Zed. No hard CC, guys.
I love how you're getting dissected right now, RMC. Everyone's jumping on
I
the bandwagon
knew
of
when I
Dino.
said it, I already knew, like, wait, something's wrong with what I'm saying right now. I couldn't quite remember. Like, I was like, he doesn't have hard CC. He doesn't have CC. Okay, fine. Slow as a soft CC. Fine.
Yes, that's true. Well, right now, we are bringing in the main CC champs, though. We got the Rumble and the Orianna, which has been banned 2 games in a row, plus the Jace, which has been unbanned from game number 2, and then a swap out of the Galio into the Cassante, one of the OG annoying CC bully moments. As actually, it was, if that's right, was that actually, or either they swapped, I think, in the draft, if that was actually Cassante and Jace was left open, it's not, but Cassante into the top.
Yeah, no, it was Jace first pick, and then they swapped in draft because I guess you can do that now with some of the updates in the client. Cassante makes a lot of sense. I think he's still generally very strong. He's really good laning. Yasuo this early on might be for Bull, and the comp's actually not terrible for it, but it would be kind of weird. It's also good into Yanara, so I think that's why they're just kind of hovering it to just threaten. But just go good old standard. Orianna right now is still very strong. We are seeing Azir and LeBlanc as answers into Orianna right now, but that is not the hot pot Orbital. That is a ball delivery system, and we talked about Young Jay being a jungler who can really take over the game. I really like this pick for him. You can kind of go toe-to-toe with the Jace as well. I don't know how the exact trades go. It used to be that Jace could just disengage on the Lee Sin a little bit. You hop in, he just knocks you away so you don't get the full combo off. I don't know if it's still a thing, and I don't know the jungle matchup, more importantly, but in jungle, Lee Sin was known as very good at counter jungling, just invading and just stealing away your buffs.
It was the OG aggressor, I think, back in the day. Like, if you ever saw a Lee Sin, you knew fighting was going to occur. And if a Lee Sin didn't fight, you would actually be really worried. Like, that was the whole shtick of a Lee Sin. And now if you're trying to challenge, we could see these 1v1s. Looking at the next bans, though, we are seeing a little bit of a deviation because the Yunara was locked in. We're seeing an adjustment of the ADC bans to come on out. Corki denied away on the side of Loud, though. Bard, for the first time, will not be played in a game. It was played in Game 1 and Game 2. It is forcibly removed at this time.
Yeah, and the supports being split from Yunara right now does mean that, okay, I was expecting Loud to actually maybe double down a little bit on the supports. Yunara works well with most supports, I guess, so they just really want the Bard. And we've seen Bard be such a high prio support. Both our games so far we've had 100% pick rate in both Game 1 and Game 2. We did see, I think that was, I couldn't, actually can't tell who that was. It was Boy Youngjae on the camera there, just talking to the side. I think that was Youngjae, but I'm not sure. And for Loud, they're still looking for their bot lane as a whole. Furia looking for mid lane potentially, as well as support. And Aphelios being the other one they're removing right now. Yeah, it was Bo they showed it there. Okay. So yeah, they removed Aphelios. So they kind of want to take some of the hyper skills away. Aphelios being one of those who can match Yunara. And I know Bo played quite a bit of, played a little bit of Sivir last year as well, but I still think of him as a lane dominant AD carry. Kai'Sa as an answer. This feels like we go back to when Yunara was first released. Kai'Sa was sort of the quote-unquote answer to Yunara. Spoiler, it wasn't. And now Bo is going to try and show us again that maybe Kai'Sa can handle it. If she gets a hit, it certainly is an answer, but if she doesn't, well, things get a little bit dicey.
It's not just that, it's the follow-through, right? You bring the Kai'Sa, you can follow up behind the Lee Sin if you play it right. There are ways that you can get this into the fight, but take a look at what Furia are doing. They're building up a nasty backline team fight composition where the Victor is going to kind of stave off any further engagements, and the Alistar can straight up disengage either the Kai'Sa or the Lee Sin. I love this lock-in from Jojo.
Okay.
And to round it out for Loud, you're picking up that Redbird Rakan saying, look, it was banned out in one of the previous games, but this is how you tie it together. This looks like a team fight versus team fight comp just waiting to happen.
Yeah, but very different approaches to the team fight.
Yeah.
We've already talked about the ball delivery system for Loud. And now with the Rakan being picked up for Redbird, that just sort of amplifies what Loud wants to do with the shockwave into the equalizer. Hopefully Redbird has enough CC as well to be able to kind of lock them down there and do tons of damage. A lot of upfront burst, and to a certain extent, mobile bursts, right? A lot of it depends on positioning and catching multiple members in. If they are not set up, the damage is not going to be there. Fury, on the other hand, feels a little bit more self-reliant. They can kind of do their own thing for the most part. I like the Victor pickup as a defensive tool. You drop that Chaos Storm, as you mentioned, you know, when that Lee Sin goes in, when the Kai'Sa goes in, they're going to have to be playing inside the Storm range. They're going to take a lot more damage. But at the same time, I'm not seeing quite as a solid frontline setup to create space. You talked about the Alistar. I fully agree. That's great frontline space. But for example, the Cassante is not sticking around. We're not going to see Shino really be that front line to protect the team. He's going diving into that back line Gigo, pardon me. Furio with that is not going to be frontlining for his team. He's going to be diving into the backside. So it's a lot more about the individual players, the Victor, the Yunara, just kind of doing their own things, creating their own space and carrying that way, being separate threats and trying to say, okay, if we split up, well, you pick who you want to go after because you're not going to be able to take both our carries out.
Yeah, I actually will say I'm going to get both of them very much confused. Shino and Gigo are very, very close in how we say it. I'm absolutely gonna flub. Gotta love the love from the fans as well. Loud getting loud in the stadium as we are set to watch our third game of the day. 3 of 5 ready to play on out as we get a lovely overview. A couple altars being set up to owl gods and the like. I wonder what is delivered right there. I wonder what you're actually... Is that just like a... is that a sword? That looks like a staff on there. You know.
Yeah, it looked like a broken sword on that altar there.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big connoisseur of swords. I'm much more a mage player, so I do not care for swords at all. Mid lane, Mago and Tuts going at it a little bit as once again you're stacking up that quest as soon as possible.
Okay, not gonna lie, I'm glad we're finally in game. I was getting thrown off a little bit in pick and ban just because it was... Furia was on the left side of the stage, but because they opted for... Or no, other way around. Loud was on the right side of the stage, but they opted for blue sides, so that's why I was getting Gigo and Shino a little bit confused. Because my brain was telling me, like, oh, it's on the right side, therefore it's Shino, right? But no, it was Gigo, actually, on that Cassante. But yeah, I think Furia right now, potentially going to have to outhands a little bit individually, but they've got the skill for it. We talked a little bit about this in the podcast, but I actually think Furia has some of the highest skill ceilings in the regions for their individual roles. And it's really a question of just can they perform. Last year, they felt like they burnt themselves out a bit with their training schedule. After MSI, they decided to try and match sort of the Korean-style training schedules where they're just training nonstop. But yeah, it just kind of burnt them out, if anything. Whereas now they're into a new year, new coaching staff. I'm assuming they're not keeping up that system, or if they did, maybe they're a bit more used to it, and hopefully they're able to regain that form that got them to MSI in the first place.
Yep. As we go ahead and take a look, a little bit of an interview with one of the coaches of Loud, giving us a little bit of insight into the state. But Youngjae is starting off on the red side of their map, so cross-mapping it a little bit differently. Ward's out though, so again, this is one of those treats that we get to watch for. But speed is the name of the game right now. You can see Tatu just clearing like crazy, trying to outpace the Lee Sin, and seeing exactly how that pans out. Is it going to yield results or not? But in the mid lane, geez, Tuts landing and landing and landing more blows against Mago, who I don't think you're going to be staying here much longer.
Yeah, this is kind of a little bit surprising and a little bit dangerous. Mago opting to stand around. I think Tuts was thinking, like, can I flash auto this? Would that be enough? No, it's not. So there's going to be safe and just push this hard for now. But we're talking about how... let's talk about Tuts a little bit, because last year, 2025... Tuts was sort of the player, I think, who struggled the most on Furia. When he was at MSI, he was given the chance to carry. He was given the Kassadin, couldn't quite perform, come into Split 3. He was the guy who was losing his lane most frequently on this team and just kind of slowly bleeding out. Like, he didn't have the big throws that we saw sometimes from Gigo or from Tatu, but he just slowly kind of bled out. And so his laning phase was a little bit of a concern and an issue. But come into 2026, first game on, Mago, the mechanical rookie who, you know, was scouted before he was even old enough to actually play in CBLOL. Even in CD, he was still dominating most of his lanes. He just got completely pushed out by Tuts. And Tuts, you saw, he barely had any damage taken. Yes, he just recalled, so the current health is not a good, accurate indicator. But their post-TP laning has been the same. We're seeing Tuts land laser after laser for free onto Mago right now.
Not such as that. That was the rudest, like, mini empowered shock blast that landed on Mago's backside. Like, again, this was pointed out by our producer, RareAdam, that was also stating that one of the things is it's a first strike Jace. You can proc it really easily from the jungle. You fire an empowered shock blast and you land it and you get a little bit of extra damage. The fact that Mago has already been pushed out once means that it's going to continue to be the state. I can't even talk about that, though, as in the bot lane we're seeing a little bit of a dance. Youngjae decided to jump on and got headbutt out by Jojo into the tower range. So Jojo and IU already a really nice, good start to this game of denying this early aggression from the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and that headbutt, getting them under turret range as well, really helps them to win that trade comprehensively, sets Youngjae behind, and Lee Sin already not going to be clearing as quickly as Jace, as we saw from the beginning. We pan back to mid lane, and somebody is conspicuously absent, Orbital.
Yep. We talked about it, right? Mago getting chunked out twice, and both mid laners did run TP, by the way. Both mid laners have run TP. Mago's coming back like, bro, this sucks. Can I just, like, play the game, please?
I mean, Tuts is just being very welcoming. That was a very warm welcome. Maybe a bit hot. Lasers tend to do that. I literally got back to the instantly ate a laser. And it's kind of a welcome back to Mago into CBLOL as well, because he did kind of go back down to CD for a little bit on Red Academy, I believe. Was it Red Academy, I think? He was playing in CD for a little bit. So, yeah, you know, coming back up to this tier 1, it is a bit of a jump between tier 2 and tier 1 in the mid lane role especially. So for Mago, you know, perhaps just kind of warming back up a little bit. We'll see how it goes. Orianna really isn't just about laning, it's more about the mid to late.
Well, welcome. There are some issues for poor Mago. You're dead. You are dead with the highest form of bullying I've ever seen so far today. Tatu and Tuts bring a T and a T to that mid lane. First blood.
Yeah, and for Mago, things are just kind of going from bad to worse. He really is getting bullied out. Jojo with the cheese.
I like it. You go ahead, get a little bit of headbutt, pulverize, and slow them down once again. Mid lane, though, poor Youngjae. Try to get some revenge. I don't think that's the right way. Tuts with the second, and the victor is off to the races.
Well, that's a bit of a whoopsie. This mid lane is just hemorrhaging for Loud right now. Whichever way you want to cut it. Now, Youngjae set behind, and it's almost doubly worse. We just said that for Orianna, even if the laning doesn't go great, which is kind of rough because she is supposed to be a lane dominant mid laner, but even if that happens, fine. Just go for that one sort of 2-item power spike where you can still always create that big shockwave for your team. 5-man shockwave turns all sorts of games. But for Lee Sin, if you're falling behind early, it does not get better. He doesn't fall off the cliff, and he can still be relevant late game, but he's not going to match a Jace for damage later on. His utility is going to be more and more about trying to set people up with that Dragon's Rage than it is going to be about actually being a threat.
Yeah, and recognizing that, we got to watch this. Like, this was the most cut and dry we watched earlier. Like, you had to recognize that you were getting bullied in this mid lane. It was field of vision dark, and it hurts. And now we get to see what happened with Young Jay. I don't know what happened. Did you just think you'd take a 1v1?
Yeah, I think Young Jay just thought that, he could win against Tuts, and he could win against Tuts, but he didn't account for Tatu. And I guess there's just no comms about, hey, where's the Tatu?
Yes!
Oh, man, I love Tatu.
Yeah,
He's so skilled, he's so charismatic. It's so fun watching him. Furia sometimes can remind me a little bit of Red when they start going off the rails, but at least so far in this early game, Furia has been very disciplined with how they're playing. And it's because Gigo is doing so well and not throwing, because Jojo and Ayu are winning out their 2v2s as well, that it's allowing Tatu this sort of space to kind of go around, pick his lanes. All his lanes are in great conditions to gank, and we saw it with Tuts. We saw it again dealing with Young Jay.
Yep. Right now, we are watching full map right now. We get to see everyone wandering about and seeing where they decide to go next. Jojo at level 5 gets a great headbutt and knocks back Redbird. Dash to the side, though, as Ayu brings the pain back. Quick flash out by Bull. As again, we mentioned before, and you talked about it very, very rightly so, that the Kai'Sa versus Yunara, it doesn't exactly favor the Kai'Sa. And the fact that the junglers aren't going to be influencing this lane anytime soon is even rougher for Bull, I think.
Oh, look at Tatu sneaking in here.
Yeah. Is there going to be an empowered shock blast just straight to your face? Please do it. 3, 2,
Oh,
1.
they want kills.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, no. Oh, no. Is it going to happen? Oh, they smell. Please tell me Bull smells something. Please tell me Bull smells something. Shock blast! It went straight through the uprights.
Is it enough?
Still get one more, but you don't get the last auto. Redbird running for the hills as Furia pissed they couldn't get that kill.
Yeah, for Fury, if that shock blast landed, it would have been a kill right there. That would have been enough damage.
Yes.
And the price for Tatu zoning out this bot lane right now is going to be, Bull? Oh, don't do it, don't do it!
No, level 6, you ain't doing anything, you're gone! Tatu picks up a kill, it's gonna happen again. That's a flash.
Oh, the flash
That's
over!
Gonna be a laser. Bye, Mago. Young Jay looking for a little bit extra here, if you can. Dashes forward, but Sonic hits a caster minion. RMC, why'd you body block that, man? Why would you body block that? That's just mean.
You know, Loud has made me suffer for years, so a little bit of turnaround fair play. No, unfortunately for Loud, it just looks like they're not firing on all cylinders. Mago is just a raw bleeding wound. Tuts now being caught out, but Tatu's here to back up.
It's just not gonna happen, dude. Tatu and Tuts are so, like, in sync with each other. That's ridiculous.
Well, Tatu's just so free to be able to roam around. Now Jojo roaming up into this top lane as well onto Shino. Oh, I mean, buddy.
Yeah, there's no way you're really out. I think the flash is already expended as well, as at this point, it feels like Furia are influencing not just the bot lane, but every single lane available. You are gifting this kill over to Gigo, and poor Shino trying to finish off that wave. They are able to, but Furia, before the quests have completed, are dominating every single role.
Yeah, and it feels a lot of it, again, it's just straight raw mechanics. This is why we said Furia, as a team, might have the highest ceilings out of all the team in CBLOL. When they're firing on all cylinders like they currently are, you can see how good it's going. And if you're winning all the individual fights, then the map just becomes that much easier for you to navigate. Redbird looking to find Ayu, but... Okay, yeah, great. He couldn't even quite land the actual knockup. Ayu just walks right across, turret shot onto Redbird for nothing, and they're going to double down Young Jay. Now, he's trying to sneak into the bush, return the favor on to Furia for what Tatu just did, and I don't believe Jojo or Ayu has any idea.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a little bit of a problem. Jojo actually jumps on in with Hextech Flash, jumps into Redbird, but guess who? The quickness is here. Good CC brings him close, but Young Jay can't really get close enough. Up goes the Transcendence, and Ayu is just pumping out damage. Tatu is here with an Empowered Shock Blast to the back of the head. Let's see where it lands. No knockup available, but it lands and crushes the HP.
Oh,
jump forward by Ayu to see how much more they could get. But guess what? Their HP bars are low enough, and Tatu has done this before. Chases a little bit further.
Where's the sidestep? Where's the sidestep?
Available. Where do you land it? You're looking. There it is.
Oh!
Bad guy support doesn't keep the junglers safe. And that will be poor Young Jae falling yet again.
In fact, it's on rotation right now. We are just flashing from jungle into bot lane gank into mid lane kill. Mago didn't die this time. But, you know, it's this rotation that we just keep seeing right now. And Furia, Tatu, it's just farming another camp, it almost feels like. This time, Young Jae moving a little bit faster. And only Young Jae ends up going down from all that action. But Furia able to pick up a dragon. Look how clean this is, Orbital. They've lost one plate in the mid lane. That's it. 6 kills, 0 deaths. They're able to pick up the dragon. They did lose the grubs early on for that early dive, but I think Furia are more than happy with how that's going. And you look across the individual lanes as well, and the CS differentials are starting to show up, especially in that mid lane. Yep. Top side is dead even, but the gold advantage lies with Gigo from those kills, not to mention just how much he's able to kind of zone out for now. Shino is pushing up, but has to constantly back off. He can't get that sustained pressure, so he's not actually getting any tower threat.
No, I mean, you're just kind of hanging on. You're chilling out. You're not that much of a deal. Right now, we are seeing what the quest is given for the ADCs. Get a little bit extra gold, open item slot, and more gold per minion kill as well. So there's a lot of extra advantages in that pocket for the ADCs once they complete their quest. I believe only for the side of Furia had they completed, allowed yet to complete any quests at that top, which hurts so freaking much. That is how dominant you are, and that's what I think a lot of people were talking about with the quest specifically. If you can lock down your opponent, these quest lines being completed earlier yield much more cumulative advantages above your opponent. So Loud just completing their top in jungle. It's taken a while. I'm gonna keep talking though as we get jumped on once more. Barrier is available, but you're not gonna pop it here, so it is bold to pick up the kill.
And finally, Loud is on the board. It's been a really brutal early game for them. Now, does it get answered? Tatu is there along with Jojo, but I don't think they can actually quite get the engage. By the time Tuts shows up, the wards would have spotted him. So Loud in, out, they get away clean on this one. Is it the start of a comeback though?
We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see, right? Like that is,
jury's still out. Okay.
They stepped onto the ladder to success. That is their starting point right now. They stepped onto the ladder while Furia is like halfway up already. Gigo, though, on the top side, as we get to see the map state right now, Furia is still containing and maintaining field advantage across the board, so no invades are going to occur. And with the gold lead as it is, it should continue. Gigo, though, now getting jumped on as Young Jae is yet again trying to find a lane to gank. Tried mid, tried bot, didn't really work. And top side, almost feels no difference. However, the shockwave might be enough. Damage isn't going to be rebuffed, but a good dragon kick will keep Gigo into the fight. Shields are out, though, as Gigo is slowly getting chunked out, and Mago gets the assist. So it is an annihilation of Gigo in the top side, but it took a lot longer than they like.
What I'm hearing is Mago didn't get the bounty reset.
Nope, not at all. Poor dude. Poor dude is still in a really rough spot from the early game.
Might not be the worst thing, honestly. Again, you're just kind of taking your time with the mid laners a little bit. With the Oriana, you can wait. Burns? Oh, Shino miscalculated.
Shino, you almost had it, buddy. You almost had it. We give you credit, but it's still a 1-for-0. Top side as well. Tatu bringing the hammer in more ways than one. Poor Mago has nothing, and that is going to be a turnaround. You take our top, we'll take your top and mid. Destruction as Furia once again make the rounds around all the lanes.
It is not the same, though, Orbital. The cost that Loud had to put into the top side, you saw how long it took for Young Jae and Mago to take out Gigo, and they had to play everything perfectly, which they did. The patience on that Dragon's Kick, on Dragon's Rage, was massive, and they had to burn everything. Whereas bot side, that was just straight up 1v1, and Shino just miscalculating, thinking he was ahead. Are you just running down Bull right now?
You know what it was? It was the 1 kill XP that they had earlier. If they didn't, they wouldn't have leveled up to 9, and they wouldn't have had that HP. That's what it is. That's what we're calling right there. You know
what? I believe it. It was close.
It was extremely close. Thankfully, the barrier was also up and available, but is it going to be enough? Jump over the wall as Jojo joins on in. And remember, even with that push out, we're still seeing that gold slowly flood in. I think we're looking at a 5k difference. Young Jae tried, but to dive underneath the tower as it opens up space for IU to pick it up. Jojo doing what Alice Stars do best that maybe we haven't seen for most of the day.
Orbital succeeded on that dive. IU stepping up, though, and Bull is not that healthy on this trade.
Jeez. And Redbird's trying. Redbird is trying to jump in, get some knockups, get something,
Just
but
again?
Bull can't follow. Shino is here once again. Equalizer is down, but look at the
What?
freaking burst. Tatu and IU bringing the pain from around the alphabet and crushes Loud where they stand right there.
What a rough welcome to CBLOL Tier 1. Kigo isn't done yet. Behind the turret, he's looking for Mago.
Furia are pissed. They are silencing so many naysayers with not only the micro mechanics, but the macro aggression that has yielded them so much space around. They haven't taken towers. Do not get me wrong. They haven't taken the towers yet, but it feels like they'll have all.
Are you sure about that?
Very, very shortly. One falls on the top side. It feels like they should have 4 at this rate, though.
They're prime though. Mid lane's down to
Yeah.
1 plate. Bot lane's down to 1 plate as well. So, like you said, when they fall over, they're all going to fall in a row very, very quick. Tatu also picking up Herald while all this was happening. Furia just have the run of the map, but that mid lane sequence is what's really sticking out to me because Gigo is feeling himself. He went for the wraparound. Heck, he even used the all out onto Redbird. Was there any kill threat? No. But he's so strong, he doesn't care. And look at IU just right back to this one, threatening for kills. It's going to be a double.
God.
And the turret to boot.
Jojo Butler brings food to IU, and IU greedily eats it all up. It's now Tuts' turn, who has, after the early game, been kind of left on their own device, but they can hold their own. They're 4-0-0. Dude is a menace with the Cosmic Drive, with the Blackfire Torch. Already has the Boots of Lucidity upgraded. Dude is not going anywhere. Furia, I really don't see how you fall behind right now. 17.5 minutes in, 10 kills up, 10K in advancement, 2 towers in the further bank. There is nothing standing in your way except maybe yourselves.
You know what? And here's the thing. Our first game of the day had VKS versus Pain. 20k gold difference at one point. But Pain dragged the game out long enough to hit 20k. Now, technically, like Loud is in a not dissimilar position from Pain. But can they even hold out that long is my big question. Everything's just falling apart for them. And I don't believe Furia is going to take quite as long to just turn the screws. Right now, Furia's just been winning out every single way. You're talking about leaving Tuts alone. Yeah. He's 4-0. I'll leave him alone too. Like Shino walked up and died. Mago can't handle him. Is Young Jae going to be able to do that? Young Jae's a level behind. No, gold wise, I suspect he's still behind Mago just because Mago gets that much more gold from just being able to lane safely and just pick up those minions. So you can see Dragon's being done. Loud want nothing to do with this. In a minute and a half's time, Baron is going to spawn and Herald is still in Tatu's pocket. I think they can get both up at the same time. Is he finally in trouble?
Probably not, because guess who's here to help out? Jojo runs interference. Tuts did have to flash, though. We give credit, Tuts had to flash, so you burned something. But again, Loud are now fishing. This is what I call the fishing period, where you're just looking for something. You're trying to get some sort of advantage. You're trying to get some sort of kill. And you're fishing for, like, the minnows of the ocean. A kill is a minnow. It's not much more than that. But you found a pretty fat one. IU jumping to the rest of the team as well, but burned to a crisp as Bull is able to find one. Is there going to be more revenge? Exec Flash was being wound up, but it's not going to be utilized because guess what? It's only a space taker as top side falls. It is now 4 towers to 0 in favor of Furia.
I feel like Loud got incredibly lucky. They hit the 1 tuna and a tank full of sharks. Like anybody else, and I don't think they get a kill. Yeah, because I mean, IU's a big guy too. It's just that he's kind of squishy compared to everybody else, and we've seen Touch just kind of walk away from these sort of gangs. So it's getting incredibly close. But okay, sure, you got IU. What did you lose in response? Right, top side, you lose an inner turret. All the plates go over. So the 10k gold lead doesn't shrink; it maintains. And now we're talking about earlier, minute and a half. Well, we're 15 seconds till Baron spawning. Shino has to flash to get out there.
Dude.
They're looking to chase. There's no turret there.
That was the longest empowered shock blast I've ever seen in my life, dude. That was ridiculous that it landed and closed out that kill. We're not going to talk too much, though, because Gigo on the bot side might be getting into a little bit of trouble. But Pink's going down on the other side of the map as there ain't no way Furia are going to do a 20-minute on-spawn Baron. Even Redbird's like, dude, there's no way you can do that right now.
Young Jae has to walk into that, knows that Jojo's just body blocking. They're going to deny vision. Tatu on a flank. If Young Jae walks in there, Young Jae's not walking out. At best, he can go for the Baron, but they have no vision. They have no idea. And I'm not confident that the junglers know their timings right now. Don't forget the health changes came in pretty recently just on this patch.
Yep, this is going to be that power. Redbird eats a massive blast to the front of the face, and you cannot stay here. Baron is still being started here, and Tut's running interference. That's going to be a kick, but poor Youngjae is just ping around. I never seen someone danced on. However, HP bars are a little bit low. Can you fight it out? No, you can't. Tatsu getting spin on by the Baron. Equalizer whiffs completely, and now it's Shino in the wrong spot. Last-ditch effort annihilated as Furia take 4.
Now, bro, you're talking about fishing for minnows. Furia went fishing with Baron as bait, and they get the complete wipeout. Only Mago limping away. And for Loud too, that fight actually didn't go poorly for them. Mago got the 5-man shockwave.
Yep.
But that was all they got. There just was no follow-up, and unfortunately for Bull. The Kaisa, no, when I said Kaisa wasn't the counter to Yunara, this was even what I was referencing. Bull's just so far behind, he can't clean house.
Yeah, that was... I mean... Furia are doing everything right, and we can take a look back because I even missed the shockwave. That's how little impact it had. I hate saying that, but it felt like it wasn't even there. It landed on 4. Tuts decided to sprint off, but look, none of their HP bars are low. Furia are so dang far ahead. The equalizer rolling out the red carpet for Tatu to stay alive. This feels like that final nail in the coffin, and I really don't see. Yeah, this hurts to watch back as a player that was like, we need to make something happen.
Yeah, and again, I think the call was solid from Loud. Just the way it ended up going down, it just goes from bad to worse. 13,000 gold difference now with Baron on the side of Furia. Can you even wave clear? Like, for Mago to step up, it gets kind of dicey. For Bull to try and step up gets kind of dicey. And if they're not wave clearing, well, Shino can't do it. Youngjae's got the occasional sonic blow, and that's about it. That won't even clear a minion.
Yeah, I mean, this is brutal. Youngjae is losing a quarter of his HP from each empowered shock blast. That is, there's a level of rudeness to this game that we're just watching, but this is like, they're taking a stroll down gold lane right now. IU punches another tower in their favor. You can see in the gold brackets right now, everyone has a gold lead of over 500. The highest that we see is 4.9 in favor of Tatu, has been using that first strike to high advantage right now, and they're looking for an inhibitor tower once more. Tuts is straight up blowing up Mago's HP bar, and there's just no resilience here for Loud.
I mean, all game, Tuts has been doing that.
Yeah.
We should be used to it by now. And props to Tatu as well, because yes, sure, he's up 5,000 gold, but where's it coming from? He is up some like 60 CS on Youngjae. Granted, Lee Sin's not the best farmer, but also Tatu's been very present on the map. He has the highest kill participation on his team, so he's still doing his jungle role while power farming the way Jace wants to. This is probably sort of the dream state for Jace jungle. Still not sold, by the way. But, you know, like, he's doing it very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, another power shock blast, and bye-bye goes Youngjae. The Lee Sin pick is not working. Double knockup from Jojo delivers yet another poor yodel to the backside. It's the side of Ionia running rampant right now. The quick striker IU bringing the pain behind, and nobody has died on Furia's end.
Charts are still standing.
As none of the waves are in the right spot.
They've got Baron. They just went diving, because why not? And I wish we get a replay of that. I don't know if we will, because the game looks like it might just be ending. Death timers are pretty short, so Shino and Bull should be back up in time before Nexus falls. Yep. But yeah, I want a replay of that, because it was just hilarious watching the supports and how different it was for them. You had Redbird frantically diving in, like, tweaking back and forth to trying to get whoever he could with whatever CC he could, and then you had Jojo calmly just strolling behind the team, waiting until Redbird was done, and then headbutting priority targets out.
Yeah, it was a nice little give right there, as Furia are going to give themselves a breath. They look for the dragon, the roughest one to watch on the enemy side, Infernal Dragon, just amping up the damage that they already have. Tuts with the Rabadon's Cosmic and Blackfire, multiple members all having 3 items for the damage sources. Actually, IU 4 items deep right now, and rightfully pointed out, the Fiend Hunter bolts, a new item implemented, means it is 3 pure crits plus extra behind if you ult. It is a brutal item to watch for, and for anyone trying to chase IU right now.
Wet noodle fight.
and Jojo. I don't know what they got themselves into, but they are tanking literally everything. And in comes IU as well. On the far end, Tuts though, rounding out on one. Shockwave is able to land on this poor Victor, but the rest of the team is able to stall out on two. So Furia, they sacrifice their mid laner and take a chance on Youngjae and further. IU chasing down the way, no ghost, and might have a secondary hop. It's a little bit of a rush. Nice bolo to go out here, but mid lane Tatu TP'd in. Are you kidding me? What is going on here? It's not a TP because you're Jace jungle. That's 3 for the price of 1 for Furia between the top and mid.
That was Gigo TPing in. Icing on the cake. Just want to be the family photo. Was it necessary? No, Tatu had that handled. And IU just kind of running down that top side, bringing the wave in with him. Youngjae actually did survive on that top side, but he had to burn a lot to do it. Flash expended as well. Now, Gigo having the 2 shields. Is this enough for Tatu to push in? IU is just in the jungle farming at this point. He's not even helping try and take this inhibitor turret.
No, I mean, you don't really need to. I mean, you can let your team hold it, but you don't have any more Baron power push right now. You're waiting for IU to go ahead and join on up with the rest of the team. And also waiting for Tuts to join back in as well. Poor Tuts died. It's like, I gotta wander all the way back. I'm sorry, guys. Just give me like half a second. I'll join you guys right now. IU powering down that mid inhibitor tower. It is gone. Will the inhibitor fall as well? I don't think there's any challenge from Loud right now.
Oh, for Loud, I think they're hoping that things will be silent after today, because if anything's loud, it's going to be complaints from their fans. This was not the performance they were hoping to see with 2 Korean challengers league imports coming in. And once again, Youngjae just getting caught out. Right now, he and Bo are up there in terms of deaths. 6 deaths, 5 deaths each. Only Shino with more with this Rumble, who's really been struggling. And yeah, it's just not the start whatsoever that Loud would have wanted for this younger squad that they've just brought in, for this newer squad they've just brought in who lacks CBLOL experience. Furia, on the other hand, well, they're not answering my questions. Like, I wanted to know if Furia got better from last year. Mechanically, they're on fire, but I can't tell how much of it is Loud choking a little bit and how much of it is Furia just popping off. Tuts, for certain, has impressed me this game. But, you know, Gigo's score looks really good. Tatu's score looks really good. IU score, he's died a couple times, but still looking very good. But that's expected. And I'm not seeing enough of a challenge to know, like, okay, is this split 2 or split 3 Furia? Split 2 or split 3 Furia, pardon me.
Yeah, I mean, they're still going to wait and show us a little bit more, and we hope so, because maybe we get to see them at first stand, which you saw flash very briefly on your screen. Eyes looking forward for the champions of this first opening of the CBLOL Cup. They get a chance to go directly to first stand and make their mark there. There will be a couple more events in between that were recently announced, which is also really, really freaking cool along the way. That'll be fun to watch for in between. Eyes are out to see if, once again, this is just a week 1 favor. If we're going to see it throughout the entirety of the season. Furia now leaning into the top side, the last remaining inhibitor tower up on that top side. Will it go down is the big question. 28.5 minutes in, we need to see Furia be able to close out this game.
Will it? Yes. When will it? I think it's a more pertinent question. And they're just going to brute force it. I think they've just got enough to just brute force this with the burn buff in pocket as well.
Double cannons behind,
Yeah, Lau just has to make some sort of hero play. They found Gigo, and Gigo's shield doesn't even break.
No, I mean, Gigo is level 17, powerful with 3 items. I almost thought it was a Thornmail on him, considering Bull's HP was a little bit low. I was like, are you hurting yourself? Somehow, is that what's happening? But I don't know. Right now, down goes the inhibitor tower. There is no more safety on the outside, which allows for a triple knock-up. Empowered Shock Blast on 2, destroys your HP bars, but allows them to still come back. Instead, it's take out the inhibitors, take out the minions, and look to close this out neatly. Equalizer used so early on an open space. As Escamine jump forward, the quickness gathers too, but Redbird can do nothing but watch their HP drop. Loud silence in this opening game as Furia roar to life. Base farming, even if you will, as you chase and chase and chase even further. Shino, the last one alive. The Nexus will crash as Furia take one of the most dominant games today.
You know, that's Tatu's only death this game. Was a fountain dive.
Crazy.
He was deathless before that. So his KDA could have been absolutely epic. If you had Tatu on your fantasy, you can blame him for throwing that a little bit with that dive. But yeah, fantastic performance from Furia as a whole. You can see a little bit towards the end, you know, they knew they were so far ahead, they were starting to take a lot more risks to kind of pull it off. But what a statement start to the season for this Furia squad. Is Tatu okay there? It looks like he's limping a little bit.
I hope. I don't know how you hurt yourself when it's only your avatars
Oh,
in the game, but
you know what
maybe
it
you
is?
disable a little bit too much. What's that?
Doesn't have his shoes on properly. They take off
my
the shoes
gosh,
sometimes when
bro.
they play.
Oh my gosh, bro. Come on. We can do this. We're professionals here. Either way, Furia come out with a very, very powerful game, and although the questions might not be answered on which split Furia is this, I think it does state that they are on track to give us a strong performance this time around. And for Furia fans, you can take solace that they will at least have that for themselves.
Hey man, flat out celebrate. Forget solace. That's a great start. Questions? Worry about it tomorrow. It's worth noting as well that Furia is one of the two teams that will be playing 2 games today. We have 8 teams, but we have 5 games this week on both Saturday and Sunday. So tomorrow will also be 5 games. As such, that means 2 teams will be playing twice. So following this will be Los versus VKS, who we saw in Game 1, and then Furia will be closing out against Leviathan at the end of the day. So I think very exciting potentially for both these teams, and hopefully Leviathan gives a bit more of a challenge for Furia. I think Loud, it's teething pains compounded by running into a squad that has had no changes and has time to mesh together as well. This, I expect, will not be the ceiling of Loud, but it certainly is a really rough start. It can only go up from here, right? For Loud, surely?
Yeah, I think that's more of the fan in you rather than the analyst, so we'll leave it at that right now. So right now, we are going to take a little bit of time and step away. Me and RMC are done for the day. We have 2 new casters joining us. Well, maybe not new to the CBLOL scene. We got SuperBren and Trajan joining the desk for the final 2 matches on the day. And so we will go ahead and send them to a break. Thank you so much for tuning into the CBLOL. Before we go, I do want to give a big shout out once again, as you heard earlier, RMC talking about the podcast that we currently have here, talking about the CBLOL, all the changes, going through the entire season. Please go ahead and give that a follow on YouTube. Go ahead, check out all the shenanigans over there. They also have a rotating cast. Sometimes we have new faces joining in, giving their opinions as well. Also, give us a follow if you haven't here on Twitch. We always are going live with a lot of these CBLOL matches. It's a lot of fun, and hopefully you enjoy the English side of things. We'll see you all in just a bit for our 4th match of the day with some fresh faces on the broadcast.
And we are back here at the CBLOL English. Welcome, everybody. My name is Trajan. I am very excited to be back on the desk for a 2026 season. SuperBren joining me here for the last two games of the day. Welcome, our wonderful community manager. How you doing, Murph?
I'm having a great day so far. CBLOL is back, and so I just can't be happier at all. You know, it's I don't know. I'm overwhelmed. It's the start of a new year. We've got all these new items, all this new stuff to go through, and the teams seem ready to go. Especially one of the two teams we've already seen so far.
Yes, we have our fourth match of the day. We're coming up to here. Los Grandes versus VKS, our defending champions. Now we saw VKS take the win over Pain earlier today. It seemed like a fairly even early game, but once VKS got control of it, they just would not let go, and that is what we would expect of our champions, Bren. But Kaiwing especially coming in to replace Trimby looks like hasn't missed a beat. You know, it's the top 8 world support that we've just dropped into the CBLOL, and he was kind of kicking some ass, so I'm happy to see that.
Yeah, you know, by all accounts, I was just seeing everybody in the chat, everybody in the chat just Kaiwing smurfed this. Kaiwing looks so good, and he was definitely like, I was so excited about that signing because of their world's journey. Like I had started like following CFO, talking to people like Vestian on Twitter and like learning about the region. And then I felt so bad when I saw their team getting cannibalized, but then I felt a little less bad when it turned out we were participating.
Yeah, we'd been one of the cannibals stepping in to just take a piece off that carcass as it was picked clean. And we can see why CL spent 12 hours interviewing Kaiwing to try and convince him to join, because the guy's kind of cracked, I have to say. And yeah, when Trimby was heading back to the LEC, was actually playing today on Shifters, where I don't know if they actually got the win. I think they might have gotten the win today. It was certainly a close match between them and GX. But So Trimby got the call back to LEC, and CL had said, no hard feelings at all. Absolutely take the opportunity, go play in the LEC, bro. That's where you should be. Thanks for your efforts and future endeavors and all that. But then I thought, okay, well, who are we going to pick up? Who's left? Are we going to promote Scamber? Like, I like Scamber, but that's definitely not going to be a Trimby-esque kind of influence on the team. And suddenly just Kaiwing drops in. Like, oh, okay, no, I'm good.
Problem solved.
Problem solved, bro. And in my head, upgrade secured. So
yeah.
I think that they kind of clutched it in the same way that the kind of CL and VKS did when they lost Gigo out with the plan. They managed to still get bowl in and then kind of unlock the bowl potential. So
yeah,
VKS, it's not necessarily all gone exactly to the 5-year plan as it was written 2 years ago, but they're certainly still going from strength to strength.
Oh yeah, no good plan survives first contact with the enemy. The enemy being the
Exactly.
off season in this case,
the dreaded off season.
But yeah, no, they looked really good, and kind of by perfect contrast, where we're talking about just a continuation of form. This team coming in from last season and continuing to look good. Los Grandes is a team we haven't heard from in quite some time, Trajan.
Yeah, they've been hanging out in the CD, in the Circuito de Eficiencia, and they've been doing okay. They've been doing all right, as far as I can tell. They've not been winning it. They've not been in the finals for it, but they've not been in last place. They've just been kind of in the CD. But they were CBLOL beforehand. We know they were an org that had clear aspirations to return, and to give them credit, I did kind of wonder if when they ended up demoted down and they didn't make the cut into the slightly reduced size of the LTA South when they cut it down to 8, I wondered if they would just kind of quietly walk away and just kind of, wind down over a couple of years and just dip out. But to their credit, they stuck around, they kept plugging away, and when the opportunity for them to come back opened up, they took it, and they've put a roster together. Now, Brent, what kind of roster it is,
we had some serious discussions about the Los Grandes roster on the podcast earlier this week. Gringos Liberados, it's on YouTube. Make sure you guys check it out. It was a very fun time. It was obviously a long episode this week. Don't ask what happens like an hour and a half in when my blue screen falls on the floor. Ignore that part.
Go with it. Yeah, don't worry about it. Bren's okay. We can see
everything's fine.
Whatever happened. But so the Los Grandes roster, there have been a couple. It's another kind of double Korean player import. Now it's not necessarily the same way that both Fluxu and Loud have done kind of versions of this. Loss have also done a version of this with Zest in the top lane, I believe, or is it Zesty? How zesty are they? It's just Zest.
I believe it's just Zest.
Zesty.
Yes.
Just Zest, and then Feisty. That's why I was getting mixed up with Zest in the top lane and Feisty in the mid lane. Not Zesty and Feist, to be clear, which is what I had in my head before. So there's two imports in the solo lanes. So potential mechanical skill to offer there, but again, synergy always has to be the question. And here we have them stepping up onto the stage right here. You can see Feisty in the middle, Zest on the far left. That's paired up with Drake Hero, which many of you will remember. Doodoo, which I'm going to go back to calling it Doodoo because a YouTube comment said that it was actually Doodoo, and that's enough justification for me. And then Ackerman in support. So, Bren, this mixed roster of a lot of new players who have never played together. I don't even know if Zest and Feisty have played together. Potentially none of them played together. A lot of them haven't played in the CBLOL before. What are we thinking about this?
It's gonna be hard for them to gel for sure. And they have, unlike some of the other like double Korean import teams, we don't have a Korean import in the jungle, which I think is an important distinction because I think jungle is such a big shot calling role. You're across the map all the time, and so like strong communication skills from that position I think are incredibly important. And so making sure there's not like even the possibility of a language barrier issue at that role, I think is a big step up. But the counter to that is that you do have an import in the mid lane, but we've seen import mid lanes do not too bad in the CBLOL, and mid lane is a pool that, other than our top dogs, Miryu and Kaze at the end of last split, where we were like, these guys are the best two mid laners, and then everyone else is just kind of there.
Yeah.
So you got a chance. I think, unfortunately for this Los Grandes roster, they are gonna have a pretty rough introduction back into the CBLOL because they're up against this VKS team, and if the first game was anything to go by, these guys haven't lost a step.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to need to see we're going to need a team from Los that is very much greater than the sum of its parts to actually get a foothold here. When we did our tier list of teams in that podcast episode, there was a pretty clear dividing line in the middle. We had A and S tier teams, and we had C and D tier teams. We didn't have a single B tier roster kind of that wound up there from our averaged opinions. So it felt like there was a very clear top and half of the league, and we have seen that a little bit today. The closest one being Red and Fluxu, right? This new Fluxu did seem to take force Red to go the distance, and Red was obviously our second place team from last split. So maybe there's an argument that they can kind of pull themselves up there. But VKS, Furia, even kind of Pain against VKS, they all kind of look very much like our top half teams, and we need to see how these new formulae from Lost, from Louds, from Fluxu, from Leviathan later today as well, how they mature into what is not a very long split. It's only about 7 weeks from start to finish.
Yeah, it's not going to be super long. That's kind of just generally the case with these added winter splits, is that they aren't ever going to be particularly long. They're kind of just a setup now that we have that international at the start of the year in first stand. And now the second and third place teams for the CBLOL obviously having something to play for as well for first stand, because before that, even if you don't win CBLOL and go to first stand, you still have like Copa America, essentially, like in America's Cup. And that can still get you that very coveted boot camp slot. And it's going to be, you know, that normally before MSI boot camp, only going to the teams playing at MSI. But now you can also earn one for doing well in that America's Cup. And now we get into the draft, and we are seeing Los Grandes picking up a priority on that Rumble. And that's kind of always been the case. I feel like Rumble is never not strong. Like, even when he's not good, he's still like he offers so much utility, so much ability to control space that teams love to pick him early and force the enemy to, you know, change their game plan to account for him, or, you know, adapt their own game plan to then play around the Rumble.
Yeah, notable that we are kind of tracking, or we were until the Vi Talia pick here, the same start to the draft that we saw in Pain versus VKS, where I believe Robo dropped the Rumble blind first pick, and then the answer was Boal with the Ambessa. So they've already played out this matchup and done fine in it already once today. The Rise as well coming in here for VKS. So Drake here and Feisty with a Vitalia. They've got great 2v2 roam potential. They've got CC chain. They've got strong mid game to play through there with the Rumble as well. So Los Grandes not planning to sit back and scale, as we saw that some kind of players or teams or analysts were thinking that this would slow down a little bit this season because of how many the speed of waves coming in. There's always minions to catch. You're going to kind of get funneled a lot more gold and experience potentially early on by just sitting in lane, farming it out. But we are still seeing plenty of mid-game power coming in today. The Jarvan being the last lock-in for VKS in that first phase.
Yeah, I think we definitely saw a little bit less emphasis on that team fighting, but just because it's not a constant 5v5 after objective doesn't mean there's not room for mid-game kind of power spikes or mid-game exploitation, especially if you think a team is going to over-index into that long-term scaling. If you have those mid-game power spikes with all of the gold coming in and being funneled to you, you can complete those quests very fast and, you know, get to your power spikes earlier than the other team, and then go and disrupt them. Make sure that if they're just going to sit back in lane, they can't do it comfortably. So I think that's why teams are still favoring, you know, a well-rounded composition. We're still getting a lot of these, you know, either not necessarily team fight heavy, but like skirmish heavy drafts where they can choose to engage on a whim. They do have the ability to like force a team fight should they want to, but they're not quite fully indexed into only team fighting.
Yeah, we've seen the one full, the poke comp from Red earlier today with the Jace jungle, Zoe mid, and Varus bot lane. But again, they kind of felt like they were playing it like last season. There were a lot of just walking into team fights and Rebello getting caught out a lot. They managed to get the win out in the end, but it does feel like teams are still trying to adjust. Poke comps obviously do take a bit more execution ceiling than a straight 5v5 generally. So we've got through the second round of the bans. Bot lane focus now, as the top side of the map for both sides is already locked in. Poppy and Alistair bans from VKS thinning out the support pool. Los Grandes taking the Varus and the Bard away. We saw Kaiwing being very vocal there on the player cams right there, talking a lot to his coaches, talking about what the bans need to be, what the plays are going to be, and that's what we want to see from a player of his caliber. Let's see what the pick is. Morteus on the Misfortune. First one of the season so far, Brent, and we'll see what the answer now is from Los.
There is a certain chatter who I know is very unhappy that this champion is still around, but but she always just provides, guaranteed value. You know what the value is. It's not all necessarily a high value. There's a lot of times where you can shut down this misfortune, and you have to be very careful. You are sitting still for your ultimate into, you have the seismic shove, you have the equalizer that could be a problem. Even like look at the picks. They have lots of ways to shut down the bullet time, so it's gonna come around to like, can Morteus position himself very well. But if there's a team I trust to kind of play around those timers and play around that positioning, it is VKS. To your point, Leona with the Ezreal is going to. I think the Leona is more just an anti-Morteus pick, right? You just drop the Solar Flare on top of Morteus and call it a day.
Yeah, it's got a good way to cancel the ult, and obviously the Ezreal's pretty comfortable if you want to just roam around, and Ackerman wants to head off, obviously, as we say. Yeah, there's only one grub camp now. There's not as much kind of constant objective play where supports are expected to roam. You're kind of expected to be in your lane, accruing your crest XP until you've got it, and then you kind of are unlocked a little more, certainly for the carries here. But Leona Ezreal is traditionally played where the Leona leaves the Ezreal on his own for most of that lane. It's very much getting the value out of the CC elsewhere on the map. We shall see how they want to play this out. Of course, Dudu on the Ezreal. I don't think we've seen the Ezreal so far today either. Has plenty of safety, can play around that misfortune. And for my money, from what I've seen from particularly Dragdar, if anyone is familiar, an EU West, a UK streamer, and an Ezreal one trick, the best Ezreal player in EU West, is very, very high on Ezreal right now. The new changes to Essence Reaver have unlocked some incredibly high damage builds. So this Ezreal, it will still be strong in the mid game. It always is. The Essence Reaver gives it a lovely first spike in lane, and it can actually do decent tank damage later on if you build it right. So this Ezreal is kind of a sleeper, very strong pick from what I've seen. And we'll see what this new promoted AD carry in Dudu hasn't done any tier 1 CBLOL play up to this point, has been promoted now up after time on Kaboom IDL in the CD. So we'll see what this guy can do with it.
Yeah, I do agree. I think Ezreal has so many options in terms of what he can build now. He's very, very flexible, and a lot of the build options just lead to some crazy damage output, especially like he can be almost a burst champion with just landing, WQ auto, and you're chunking out half of most characters' health at this stage. Like, you have a very, very versatile champion that also can put out high damage, has like repositioning, so it makes a lot of sense for Ezreal to be good, at the time. I got a question for you, Trajan. How do you feel about the tier changes now that you can have multiple tier items? Obviously, the big winner from that is Ryze. Ryze being like, oh, I can build more mana. I can put more mana on my team. That's fantastic. But I have heard someone was telling me that they were just going to go Essence Reaver into like all of the tier items on Ezreal, and I was concerned, but I was like,
it's So the thing about Ezreal is there is a proper viable hybrid build, but it's not going necessarily Seraphs. I think it's kind of you go into Horizon focus and like Hex Gunblade and things like this. So there are kind of hybrid options. From what I've seen, I haven't seen anyone stacking all of the tier items yet, at least to any great success. But who knows if that will actually stop them. And I think that's one thing. It's a good point you mentioned. I don't think we've actually seen a majorly successful kind of theory craft from the multiple tiers just yet. It seems like we are still seeing Ryze just go Roa Seraphs and into Actualizer maybe, and then into Zhonya's or something of that nature. So I don't think we've quite cracked the way to get the best use out of the multiple tiers yet. But of course, it is 26.1. We have plenty of patches left to go, and I'm sure the theory crafters will be hard at work trying to work that one out. Now, Dasamis has gone for a little cheeky invade on this bot side, of course. We know how quickly the waves crash and the camps spawn, but there is going to be no red buff waiting for Drakecure when he heads down there.
Yeah, and it's really tough. They didn't have any vision of this invade coming through. So Dasamis is going to pick this up relatively for free. I think he's going to stick around and try and take the Raptors as well, which is going to put Drakecure pretty significantly behind unless they get some vision of Dasamis and someone can tell Drakecure, like, hey, you got to go immediately over to like his blue side. You can't, there's nothing waiting for you on red side. But it doesn't look like he's going to get spotted out. And that might put Drakecure pretty significantly behind.
Yeah, we can see that Boel already has the prio on top side. Level 2 though in bot lane.
Flash.
They've got that massive engage. Morteus has to drop the early cleanse, but Ezreal is so strong at the early levels. Flashes in to get it done. And the Los Grandes AD carry debuts in the CBLOL with a first blood on the championship bot laners. Can they get the double one? Mystic Shot will get it done, just the auto. He's already flashed aggressively, so Desamus will pick one back, but well done, Los Grandes.
Yeah, and every summoner is now burnt from both sides of the bot lane, but that, lends advantage to the Los Grandes bot lane. That's exactly how you need to play a Leona lane. For my prospective supports out there, as someone who plays quite a bit of Leona, I feel like I know how the champion does some things. If you hit level 2 before your opponent, kill them. Just go for it, because there's plenty of strong, supports at level 1. I think Leona might be the single strongest champion in the game at level 2. It's actually insane how much value just EQ provides. Even if you don't go for the W, you have so much guaranteed CC. Early on, they have to blow summoners, and even when they do, you can still pick up kills like you saw. And it opens up Ackerman to just go back in. We're going to get a replay here. You can see the level 2 off the wave, and they're backing up, but, the cleanse coming out a little late, does wait for the stun to come through, but ideally would have used that flash very early to just dodge the Leona E. Instead, gives over 2 kills. Obviously, you do have Desamus to come back in and get something back for it, but it's a very strong start for those Grandes bot lane.
Yeah, love to see it. The confidence is unmatched right now, and they're still playing aggressively. You can see them contesting that vision. They've got Drake Hero on that bot side. We did see a strange little kind of attempt in the mid lane where Drake Hero was looking for it, but Desamus got it covered off. Drake Hero pushed for a ward, and Desamus just instantly killed it. So a bit of a weird one there, and he's maybe looking back at this mid lane. Had gone over a ward right now, though, and looks like that's probably not going to get his hands onto Miryu, who sitting against an out of mana Feisty as well. So Desamus actually might take this opportunity to push a little harder, as we can see the triple lane cam right there. A lot of fighting going on. Zest seems to have managed to get gotten his feet under him after that tough couple of levels against Bull.
Yeah, and I like the push there from Desamus. He knows that Feisty is going to be backing at that stage, try to see if he can find anything for free onto Drake Hero. Drake Hero has to respect the space, and we're seeing a relatively, other than the kind of shenanigans in the bot lane, it's been a relatively slow early game for the rest of the map. Just slowly accruing what lead they can. You can see a small farm lead coming out for Zest in the top side against WoW. Kind of expected. The Mbessa really kind of waiting till 6 to engage onto that Rumble. Other than that, the gold lead isn't particularly large outside of the 2 spots we have already highlighted in the jungle and the bot lane.
Yeah, it's great for Los Grandes to pick up that. Obviously, I believe First Blood does give extra gold again. Now that it's not a feat, there's no extra value to it. They have put a bit of gold back into it. So despite the fact that Morteus has the CS lead, Dudu has maintained a small gold lead from those early 2 kills. Dragon now spawning a Mountain Drake to start us off. Both jungles on the top side of the map right now. Los has had perma prio in this bot side. They are really trying to use this duo to its fullest advantage in that early stage. And we'll see if Ackerman does kind of pivot away to a more roam style later on, or if he really just wants to put the screws to Morteus and Morkawing in the 2v2.
Well, the problem is now that Morteus has been able to stick around in lane, he's actually gotten himself such a significant CS lead that he's picked up a small XP advantage on Duda as well. And that means that Morteus is going to hit 6 a little sooner than Ezreal will, and Morteus' 6 is so impactful. It's where all of the value of Misfortune is found. And so when they get that ultimate online, they're going to try and make something happen, I imagine.
Flash lost in mid lane. Drake here in the river. Nice chunk onto Miryu, though, but he's actually got the Realm Warp to try and get Desamus in. Desamus steps out of it. Miryu's just on his own right here. Drake Hero flashing in with a Vault Breaker. Doesn't have the ult, but doesn't need it to get his hands on that Rise. Has been looking for it for a good few minutes, and this could open up a nice Dragon window for Loss.
Yeah, a huge overstep from Miryu there. I think expected that Desamus would come with him, or that he would be able to get a quick kill, but we're still going here, Trajan.
We're fighting instead. They got damage onto Drake Hero, but Morteus around the corner. Dudu's there, not great mana, but has so much damage. Desamus has to flash away. Ezreal, he's over the wall. 1 versus 3. Picks up the kill, the barrier for safety, but no one can punish him. Drake Hero still kind of low. Feisty on the recall. Are they actually going to start up the Dragon? It started itself up, but I think they might have to go for the reset now.
Yeah, everyone's pretty low, so no Dragon to come through. They do pick up the Rift Scuttler there, which is, the Scuttle Crab, very important to just control that vision. It's actually going to prevent VKS from just doing what a lot of people do, which is skirmish at Dragon, die, maybe lose, but then the other team's low health, they have to back, and dying is faster than backing, so we're just going to sprint back to the Dragon and do it while they're still in base. Not going to have that option. The vision will be up. But Los Grandes has just been using their small leads very effectively now, picking up about a 1k gold lead across the board. Most of it funneled into the 80k, which is where you would like to see it. And I think very importantly, Morteus was not 6 in that fight, had the XP advantage, but was not yet level 6, did not have that ultimate. They might be looking for Miryu. The ult's coming out.
Desamis, though, has locked the backline in the Cataclysm, and Kaiwing's round the corner to get onto Feisty. Here come the ults straight in bot side. Dudu, the ult goes round but doesn't connect, and he get one more key round. The minions! Autos get it done, and Dudu barely limps away, but a kill's a kill, and they really needed it as that mid lane play did not go Los's way.
They don't ask how, they ask how many. Dudu's going to be perfectly fine at picking up another kill. 4 now in that bot side. Gets it onto Morteus. Morteus actually had a very good flash to get out of the way of the Ezreal ult. Played that about as well as you can, but ultimately can't beat the Ezreal in the one-on-one, and that's what we talked about. That's why I know Lunar Day is in the chat screaming about Misfortune. I haven't even opened the chat up. I know it's happening because Misfortune's ult is almost all of her damage, especially early on when she doesn't have the ability, or when she doesn't have the ability to like love tap and get the passive on multiple targets. And because of that, it's just a clean 1v1 for Dudu, a little closer than he would have liked, but you pick up the kill. Obviously, one traded it back in mid lane. VKS still looking for something. The Crystal's going to try and reduce some of that damage on the tower. One of the big changes that we've seen. A huge engage with the perfect execution.
Committed onto, but the Rumble cuts them off, and now Ackerman's in there to try and slow them down. Bowl is burning, but the shield is massive, and Bessa Moment tries to get away. Looks like both top laners will live, but Ackerman, is he going to be allowed to get away with that one? Desamis is there, doesn't want to fully commit. We've got Ezreal ults, we've got Talia roams, Vi's now on the top side, doesn't quite have the ultimate back again, but the Talia will get onto Bowl, forces the flash, Seismic Shove catches him on the dash, but they don't have the damage. Desamis now chooses the moment to go in, but was this the right moment? Zest walks away with a kill after all of that.
And we thought VKS hadn't lost a step after that Pain Gaming. Maybe the Pain Gaming team is a little weaker than we thought. Maybe Los Grandes is one of those teams where we just completely undervalued them because they are picking up a huge lead here early on and continuing to press forward. Still before 10 minutes. They don't know, and he's just going to take the blast going to safety.
He's so fast. Talia up against those walls, gets the move speed. Kaiwing and Amiria couldn't quite get to range again. Dudu has to pop the barrier, actually. Morteus has managed to hold his ground this time. The ultimate has been committed by the Misfortune. Dudu, of course, can still stay at range. We've got a fight in mid lane. Kaiwing caught up, has to dash back to the tower. Miria's got the tankiness to deal with it. And Los Grandes won't find a kill in mid.
No kill in mid, notably there in the bot lane. Dudu took a tower shot, so he's very low, going to have to back. The next dragon is up. Because of that given up mid pressure, I think Los Grandes feels very confident getting ready to take it. Oh,
yeah,
we never did it. Right.
Nope.
Right, Trajan? We never did that dragon. Well, now we're back. We're going to try and get a Mountain Drake. And I think it's just going to be Los Grandes going to take it with really no ability to contest from the other side.
Yeah,
because
a good cancel by Dudu onto Misfortune there, slowing that back away, and now there's just no Mortius. So the dragon is going to be picked up first on the board for Los Grandes. Mountain on their side. I think it was, I like the point that you mentioned before, just to briefly return to it, about the timing where you fight over an objective and then you're so low you have to back, the other team just comes out of base and sneaks it away. Those timers have gotten even narrower, because of everyone having home guards. Everyone is so quick out of the base that once you've made a play, the concept of it's your turn, it's my turn gets even shorter. And now we've got an engage on top side. This time there's no help for Zest. He does do a lot of damage with that equalizer. He's actually still alive. He's 1v2'd out of the Cataclysm of Bessa ultimate. This top laner is cooking.
He's cooking indeed, because he had both people lined up in the hot pot. There's a reason that combo is so classic. Just put them in a circle, roast them with Rumble. And Rumble said, oh, no, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with my ultimate. And just, they have to burn a flash even to get away. Desames loses his flash for that play. It's a net loss for VKS in a major way, losing both a flash and an ultimate for essentially nothing against Zest there. And Los Grandes is looking very strong to start the year. And I'm gonna cover us up on the podcast because we had Los Grandes like very firmly in the bottom 4 teams. BKS obviously at the top of our. This happened last year too. All right, this winter split's always a little weird. Okay,
yes.
Leviathan won the last winter split. Someone look me in the eyes and say that you thought 2025 Leviathan was an S tier team.
They can't do it. They'd be lying.
They wouldn't. They couldn't. You would be lying. You would be lying to me. All right. This happens, okay? BKS, can we make it not happen though? That's the question.
That's the thing. Can they make it not happen? Because again, the early game was the point where Pain was able to kind of have control of that game. Now, VKS did, as we said, kind of wrest control back, and once they had the lead, they didn't let it go. But will Loss be so charitable with their lead as Pain was? Who can say? They are still positioning aggressively. We can see that they know when they're strong. Drake Hero is not afraid to commit an ultimate. Dudu is not afraid to go for the 1v1 against Morteus. Even if it's close, he believes in himself and has managed to succeed so far. Zest is just 1v2ing top lane on repeat, it seems. So we do clearly have talent here. It seems like Feisty's doing a perfectly cromulent job in the mid lane, to borrow a word you used on the podcast. And Zest is doing a great job in top lane. So these imports are holding their own very well against Miryu and Bowl of all people. And the promoted talent of Dudu and Drake Hero are putting on a good showing as well.
Yeah, this is good competitive League of Legends. Like we want to see. We don't just because one team is rated higher than the other doesn't mean we don't want to see a close game. And we got a top lane dive here. The perfect execution comes out.
Ambessa ultimate, tricky to lock them down, but the Leona's helpful for that one. Zest picks up the kill, Drake Hero's out, Zest is out, and Ackerman steps away. Desames seeing if there's more they can do. Miryu's coming through, they got a knock up onto Leona. Surely we're going to pick this one up, and Desames will take the credit. 7 kills to 3 now in favor of Los Grandes. Feisty getting plates in mid lane as well, so VKS, they're having to scratch and claw for any gold they can get, but nothing they get is for free.
Yeah, nothing they get is for free, and notably, because of the roaming here from Miryu, it actually does mean that he's a little later to finish his quest to get those upgraded boots. Not a huge deal since it didn't ultimately impact anything, but VK's had a lead on the quest and has since lost it. Now everyone has completed their quest around the same time, where VKS had actually spent a little bit more time in their lanes proper to get their quest done earlier. Los Grandes has mashed them up now, and so now that they don't have the advantage in the quest, they don't really have an advantage in XP, and there's this, not insurmountable, but there's a sizable gold lead coming in for Los Grandes. We see they really executed this dive very well. A good, understanding of how to juggle the tower. You can see that the Vi gets away with, just enough health. Could not have eaten one more tower shot. Ackerman does end up, maybe overstaying. Should have continued running with the team. Would have gotten away had they done so. But trading your Leona for the enemy top laner, I think that's generally a pretty good play.
Yeah, it's important to note that, because the Ambessa ultimate kind of buffering, repositioning Bowl there, they got that kill without the equalizer really doing anything. Yeah. that was just normal abilities from Rumble, Drake here, and Ackerman. They still managed to get the kill, almost got away with it for free, but maybe next time. As we can see, continual control over that bot side river for Los Grandes. Drake Hero still keeping the pressure on. We're starting to reshuffle these lanes. Now the quests have been completed. Everyone can start to get those assignments as they prefer. Dudu's still down in the bot lane. Morteus and Kaiwing have been chilling mid for a hot minute. But right now, Los Grandes, we're heading into a mid game where they are pretty strong. They've got a nice gold lead for themselves. They've got champions that are very, very deadly in that stage of the game, and they've already been looking strong.
Yeah. And so this is the point where I'm going to imagine Los Grandes wants to continue to press their lead. Obviously just took a second dragon, so that's a good start. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them continually just making more aggressive plays, trying to, put themselves in kind of an insurmountable position. But you have to be careful with that because, the more aggressive you are, the more you stand to lose. Obviously the Rift Herald is up next, and everyone's just getting vision around there yet. Ackerman getting some pretty deep vision, getting a ward there behind the Baron pit. And so because of that, gonna see any approach keeping, his ADC safe there in the mid lane. And look at that like triangle of vision control, and there's just nothing there on the side of EKS. They can see that the Herald has been started, but are they going to be able to respond?
Now, they do still have to be scared of the Misfortune ultimate plus the Desamus ultimate as well. That's a deadly combination. Kaiwing can set it up. Los Grandes have got to be careful with their lead, but they have not so far left the window open for VKS. They're going to get the Herald without any contest right now. Dudu is 9 stacks away on the Mermana, away from that completed item. He's going to have the 2-item Spike of Dreams in just a moment. Can't connect the ultimate onto Morteus, but they've got the Herald, they've got the man advantage, and Los Grandes is going to run over this mid lane tower.
Yeah, first mid lane tower is already down, and the Herald is still up. Will he be able to get close enough for a charge? They're going to try and stop him from doing so, and he gets it. So that's a huge amount of pressure there. They just opened up in that mid lane, and now they're going to be able to transfer that to wherever else they want to go. Don't have a dragon for another 3 minutes, but a cheeky early Baron might be on the cards if they're able to continue this pressure up. They haven't lost any towers. VKS has no pressure, no presence on the map right now.
Yeah, I feel like we're really waiting for a Los Grandes mistake right now, because they seem to be the ones dictating the pace. They're choosing which lanes to push. They're first and collecting every objective on the map so far this game. The only thing VKS has picked up is one measly grub. And that is not even going to give them the grubbies on the tower spawn. So we're waiting to see, I think, if are Lost going to over-push their advantage. Are they going to get a little overconfident so far? While we are still largely laning, even if the assignments have been shuffled around a little bit, it's a lot of 1v1s and 2v2s. And Los Grandes are continuing to outperform through their skill and through the power spikes they're playing through with their champions. Now, Drake Hero may be looking for a little more. They have another tower to try and knock down here in bot lane, and looks like they might want to set up to get it done.
Yeah, Miryu knows he's surrounded now, but they've got 4 members, and the help isn't necessarily close. A great wall.
Good backstep by Miryu, but there's so many CC options. He's just backing himself into danger. Los Grandes with a clean dive into the tower as well. It's just a no-notes play, you know? I love to see it.
Yeah, and I think this is the thing we weren't sure about this Los Grandes roster. We understood that these players, these weren't just nobodies. They had, some good tier 2 performances. We knew that the imports coming in weren't going to be, any slouches, but we had a lot of questions about this roster was kind of put together piecemeal, right? It was not a lot of synergy that we had seen between these players because they never played together. But they're playing together perfectly.
He's already flashing again. Los Grandes are the ones in the 3 versus 1. There's no answer from VKS. Los Grandes always with the man advantage. A 9th kill on the board for them. Likely opening up the last outer turret as well. The pace is actually starting to increase. And Los Grandes really using this mid-game power.
Yeah. Like I said, once you see them take this lead, I would expect them to just continue to play aggressively. They don't want to... They probably saw what Pain did and said, hey, we're not going to let them come back into this game. Well, when we've got, the pressure, put the foot on the gas, keep growing the lead. I think teams do often feel incentivized to play a lot more defensively, play a little slowly once you already have the gold lead. But you have to understand where your opportunities are to continue to grow the gold lead. Because if you're up 1,000 gold at 10 minutes, that's very good. That's a very good lead. You're very happy about that. But if you're up 1,000 gold at 35 minutes, that's essentially not having a gold lead anymore. So they have to continue to make the gold lead bigger and bigger, and that's what they've been doing. Again, I think the surprising thing, I don't know about you, Trajan, but it's just they're working so well together. They have been moving very cohesively as a unit. The plays they have been pulling off look exceptionally coordinated, and for a roster that came together pretty late, for whom there was really no prior experience with one another, I think it's very impressive.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. What did we say in the pregame? This is a team that we need them to be greater than the sum of their parts. We need them to come in with high synergy off rip to have a chance of really succeeding in the CBLOL Cup due to the size and nature of the tournament. And that is exactly what we're seeing in Game 1. We are seeing high synergy, we're seeing high talent, and we're seeing them work well together to perform as greater than the sum of their parts. This is kind of exactly what we wanted from them. Now, VKS on the other side, we've been talking very positively about Loss. we have seen Desamas. He tends to generally be in the right place, maybe a half a beat behind when he needs to be there, but sometimes he is there on time. It kind of just seems like the lanes are not really able to get much of a foothold. He's trying his best to kind of keep the map propped up wherever he needs to go, but it seems like he's still just kind of, the map is gradually falling away from him despite the effort he's putting in.
I mean, this is the common problem of junglers that I feel like is just an eternal problem that you have if you play jungle. Is like, okay, I gotta go help top lane, and then by the time you get the top lane dead, you're like, well, okay, now I gotta go help mid lane, and so you're like running the mid lane, but you spent too much time going to top lane, so now mid lane's dead. And you just can't be everywhere at once. And so I think VKS at some point need to come together and say, okay, they are like overloading lanes. They are like forcing plays with huge number advantage.
We have a Baron about to go down here. Desamas is close, but Ackerman has completely stymied them. Talia wall as well. And VKS are rebuffed summarily. Now, is there a fight to be had after this? VKS might be able to catch them. They're on to Dudu. Catch them up in the ultimate, but he easily ease away. Desamas is in deep. He's going to go down first, and now Miriu's caught in the front line. Drake Hero makes it into the back line. Q's onto Morteus. Ults onto Bowl. And Los Grandes steamroll VKS. They get the Baron, and they get the ace to boot.
This could be like a game-losing play. I don't imagine the game is going to straight up end right here. You know, there's been some buffs to the tower, but they've got Baron buff up. They've got all of their team members up, and so they're just going to generate so much map pressure. We talked about VKS not having any pressure on the map. Well, now it's a 10k gold lead they're dealing with. There's Baron cloaks all over the board, and they're going to open up at least one inhib. They're going to get some good push in the bot lane too. Wouldn't be surprised to see that go to a tier 3 tower.
What a play from Los Grandes, opening up the inhibitor to prepare to take it later, and they've got a full Baron timer to set the map up here. We'll see a replay of that fight, and it's just textbook the way they lock VKS out.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the great equalizer into the Baron, or not the Baron wall, the Talia wall from the Baron pit just stymies any push that they have. They can't really consistently go forward, and Morteus a little too far back, or perhaps Desamas a little bit too far forward, and it's a game of inches, and those couple of inches on the screen mean that there's no huge damage to come through for the Misfortune ult. And like we talked about, that is where a lot of that power is locked up, and if it doesn't hit onto a bunch of champions, it's not going to be providing that much value. And you can see the Baron power play plus 6,000 gold.
Yeah, already. We barely even got the push started, and we're already plus 6,000 gold up. As we have that inhib under threat, Ackerman taking a bit of damage from VKS out the base gate, but we've seen Los Grandes, and we've had really no criticisms for how they've played out basically every stage of the game. The only thing they have to do now is manage out a split push and a Baron push section, and then they are going to be home free against the defending champions. Miriu backsteps, flashes away, keeps himself out of stun range. Morteus ultimate slows Lost down for a second, but cannot slow them forever. The seismic shove is there. Desamas is in. Bowl into the backline. VKS with a fight. Locks everyone into the Cataclysm. Can VKS fight their way out at the base gates? But they can't. The birds come through on Los Grandes. They're just too strong. They're too big. They're too powerful. VKS can do nothing to stem the tide as the Baron minions are knocking on Nexus towers.
Yeah, and they got everyone so low, but they just don't have the damage coming through. And normally, you know, I am a bit of the Misfortune defender. I like to point out that it does provide value. There's a reason teams pick it, but I gotta say, it really felt like it didn't get done what it needed to do in this one.
Yeah.
You have that extra item slot. You know, your boots go into like their own little special compartment, and now you can buy 6 items. But we didn't get to that stage. I think even if we had, I'm not sure if Misfortune is the best champion that would benefit from, you know, that 6th item. I feel like the consensus I've seen is that champions that have like more diverse build paths, that are always hurting for that extra item, you know, there's a lot of champions where you know who that is, where you're like, if I could just get one more item, this champion would be so good. There's so many options for that, and I'm just not sure that Misfortune is the one. We saw a very traditional style draft from VKS, and it just didn't really seem to do what it needed to do. Like, we understood where everything was coming from in the actual draft phase, but like once we got on the map, Trajan, it just felt like everything was falling just a little bit flat.
Yeah, and we saw there how much that meant to the Los Grandes team. I think they were so psyched to come off their first game with this completely revamped roster back in the CBL up against the champs, and to put a 25-minute demolishing on the board, maybe the fastest game today so far. Certainly, we've had it confirmed by production, it is the fastest win. Certainly not one we would have expected. Everyone was firing on all cylinders there, and we even saw the Brazilian locals teaching Zest the local hand gestures to get him acclimated. But I don't know if he needs any help. He seems perfectly acclimated already. Zest and Feisty came in and kind of clapped him around.
We were entirely concerned about, you know, the how are, you know, we've seen this 2 Korean imports, you know, we've seen it time and time again. Is it going to fall on its face? Los Grandes is an organization, you know, hasn't been in the CBLOL, they've been in CD, and like you said, they did fine, but we had no clue what to expect, but it certainly wasn't.
No, this was the last thing we saw coming, folks, but that's the CBLOL, and we're happy to be back. For now, we are going to go back to a quick break, so stick around, everybody. The last game of the night is coming up in just a moment, which will be Leviathan versus Furia. You don't want to miss it. We've already had one upset just now. Maybe we'll have another. Let's find out. We'll see you back here.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last times.
welcome back everybody to the CBLOL English. We are at the last game of the day, Leviathan versus Furia. Now, we've already had an upset just now with Los Grandes taking a decisive win over VKS. Now, Bren, is it just possible that 2 games in one day is too many? Too many CBLOL games. There's too much energy. It takes too much out of the players to be that hype for more than 30 minutes.
For the number of games, no, but I would say there might be some logic to having to play at the start and then waiting for 2 more games and then playing again. Because Los Grandes got to see VKS play. They got to see, like, okay, this is how VKS plans to shut down a Rumble. And then they got to draft Rumble, you know?
Yeah. VKS did the exact same thing, basically, that they did last time to Pain. So, okay, if I pick Rumble, they're just going to do this. And then they did.
Yeah, so you can see that maybe playing earlier and then having to cool down and then play again might be a factor, but we'll get some more data on this one because we have Furia returning versus Leviathan, and I believe it is Leviathan's first game of the season.
Yes, this will be the opener for Leviathan. So, we had a great overperformance or from expectation from Los Grandes. Now, Leviathan is the only remaining LLA heritage team now that Isurus has stepped away, leaving room for Los Grandes to step up in their spot. So, Leviathan has managed to keep an LLA identity, I think intentionally so, most likely. They struggled a lot last split. By the time Split 3 came around, they'd gotten kind of an okay roster together. They had House and Seo and Toplop, and they were doing fine, but not really enough to make a deep run. Now they have got Devast, or Devast, in top lane, Bookie jungle, Enga mid, Seo and Toplop retained in bot side. So Enga, people might know from fans of, I think it's the LRS, I believe, but
that sounds correct, yeah.
Devost, I think, is LRN, and then Bookie might be the same, but people in chat can correct me if I've got them mixed up here. But they're pretty strong, pretty serviceable, pretty impressive players in that kind of Latin America Tier 2 circuit. They were very mechanically skilled, they were kind of dumpstering people a lot of the time, so the competition is obviously of a lower level, but at some point, mechanics are mechanics, and we'll see if they can translate that up as we see them walking out onto the stage now.
Yeah. They're again similar concerns to a lot of the other teams that had a huge amount of shakeups in the offseason of, you know, how are these guys going to play together? It's this very early on in the year. The offseason felt so long, I think partially because Worlds was a little shorter last year. But really, in the grand scheme of things, it was only like a 4-month offseason for some of these teams, which, well, it feels like a lot when you consider how late into that offseason some of these signings occurred. It might not have been a lot of time for them to like get together and gel. Obviously, those Grandes did not have any of those problems. So we'll wonder if Leviathan can kind of keep that fire burning. They're, you know, the left side teams, if you're on the left side of our little matchup graphic, you are 4-0 today. Maybe they can keep it going.
Yeah, we'll see if they can keep it going. Now, their opponents, being Furia, they had a pretty strong game 1. They were kind of just styling on Loud. Everyone was popping off. Everyone was winning their lanes. Tattoo was popping off on Jace jungle. It was a bit of a slacking. They didn't win quite as fast as Los Grandes did, but they were still very much dominant in that game. So we'll see if Leviathan can stand up to that. We'll see if they do have the confidence that Los Grandes showed up against a much stronger opponent, and if Furia have cooled off a little bit, and if that 1-game break has kind of stymied the momentum in the way that you kind of mentioned. It can happen potentially, as opposed to playing out a full best-of series in one go. You walk away, you come down a little bit, you cool off a little bit, and maybe can't get yourself back warmed up in time.
Yep, we're gonna have to see. I am looking forward to seeing more from this Furia roster, because obviously the first game they played looked very good, but we had our own concerns about the state of Loud coming into this season. I would like to see, Furia, if we want to really declare them as, hey, they are back. This is not the Split 3 kind of collapse that we saw. We are back to Split 2 Furia. These are the same roster that represented us at MSI and made, even though they didn't really, they didn't make main stage, but they made people like consider, right? They made a lot of teams turn and go, wait, hold on, these guys aren't pushovers like we thought they'd be. Like, they had a very strong showing. But before I'm gonna believe that, like, hey, that Furia is back, we've got our split 2 Furia, they've got that kind of mojo going again. I need to see them replicate that performance against Loud here against Leviathan. You know, VKS, they played one game against Pain, and we were like, yo, they're so back. And then they played one game against Los, and we're like, it's so over.
They're over, man.
It's
yeah.
So
Well,
I
who's
would
the
like to
next
see
champion?
Furia, you know, kind of do it again, prove it wasn't a fluke.
Yes, absolutely, because they have had, I think, by general sort of estimated measures, a pretty easy day one. Both teams that have had a lot of changes that, generally speaking, would be expected to perform worse than Furia would, especially given that Furia kept the exact same roster that was a champion, did go to MSI and perform well in 2025. Now, we've got, I don't know if it's the first instance today, but we've got a red side Furia with first pick. So keep up, everybody. We're going from right to left, not left to right here on the picks and bans. And we've gone for the R1 Zahen. And
Yeah,
that's
first
pretty funny.
pick Zahen, huh?
Yes. Now, Gigo, if anyone was going to pick a weird thing first, it would be Gigo. We can technically put Zahen jungle, I believe. So we'll see, but I think it's probably, and we're more likely, I think, to see the Ambessa jungle on Tatu, considering we saw the Jace jungle go so well for him earlier. And we are kind of sprinting through this pick ban right now, Bren.
Yeah, we're just going really, really fast. Both teams kind of having an idea of what they want to do, what they think the power picks are. It's so hard to, like, even as these guys, you know, they have analysts on their staff. They have coaches whose job it is to, like, look at the data and see who is going to be strong before we even get to the stage, before the games are played. But so early in a season, when there's been so many changes, data can really only tell you so much. And it's hard to get a feel for, like, what is going to be strong. We've seen a couple of things already that seem to be emerging trends. Rise, obviously a very powerful champion at the moment, has lots of options. We talked about one of those new items essentially just being Rise's old ult, where you spend more mana, you get more damage, which Rise is perfectly fine with. Varus, obviously, Rumble, all of which have been pretty strong power picks. We're seeing the second phase of bans come out. We see an Ezreal ban. Perhaps Furia saw what happened to VKS last game and was like, no, not to us. Never to us.
Crazy stuff. Yeah, absolutely. And Sayo is certainly the player we've seen the most of in the CBLOL, and was a pretty consistent performer on Leviathan. He was there for the Leviathan, split win in the winter split of 2025, and he is very, very talented. So we kind of underestimate this guy. The Sivir denied from him as well. We saw the Nico taken away from Toplop, a favorite pick of his from last year in the first rotation of bans as well. So we'll see what Lev has got in store in this bot side. Now, if it is going to be locking in the Jhin, as is currently hovered by Sayo, I feel like it's kind of an admission of kind of ceding the lane somewhat to Varus and giving Jojo the final pick, which they've not opted for in the end. They've instead gone for the Yunara. I've seen a lot of Yunara so far today. The new Feed Thunderbolts item with Yunara Ultimate is pretty nutty, so we have at least given Sayo something he can carry on, and I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, those guaranteed crits, Yunara obviously benefiting so much from that extra crit damage, and I think one of the champions that benefits the most from having, that extra item slot. Yunara always just, but what if you could build, a death cap on her? But what if you could build a shadow flame? What if you could build, there's so many different, what if I could fit that into my build? And now, if you want to, at the end of the game, you can, and she scales so strongly that she will be at her most powerful when you are utilizing that last item slot. So lots of options for that character. On the other side, we've seen the Alistar come in. That has been a pretty powerful pick so far today. And the final pick is going to be a Syndra for Toots for Furia. And I kind of like that in the mid lane. It's something that can deal with that similar mobility and spammable damage the way Rise can, and similar options there for that Syndra.
Yeah, we saw Leviathan try to thin out that traditional mage pool, taking away Cassiopeia and Orianna in the second round, but Tut still sticking on his guns, went for the victor in this first game of the day, Syndra in the second, so still kind of control mage style for Tuts. That has usually been the most successful style for him, with some Akalis and a little bit of kind of high execution champions sprinkled in amongst it. The Bard, the final option for top flop right there, so good roaming, good kind of versatile options, and we've got some decent setup with a Bard ult into a Wukong ult, with Ryze ult to get people in position, so Leviathan has a pretty mean team fight building on their side, and Furia, it seems like they are going to stick with Zahen in top lane and Bessa in the jungle. They theoretically could have flexed it, but I think this is probably the preferable way to go. And they also have a pretty nutty team fight. They've got Zahen revive, they've got Varus potentially on hit scaling up with engage from Jojo, Tatu on the backline. I think we could see some pretty spicy 5v5s this game.
Yeah, it's going to be, really interesting. Execution is going to matter so much going into this one, as to just, you have so many options for repositioning, right? Leviathan obviously has the Ryze ult. They have the Bard, Magical Journey. They have, Yunara, ability to give herself speed or dashes. Like, all of their characters are very mobile. And on the side of Furia, they have lots of ways to shut that down. You can scatter the weak to disengage. You have the Chains of Corruption. There's so many different options that these fights are going to be really, really dynamic. I think it's going to be kind of the opposite of last game, where one side was like, we are going to put Rumble ult on your face, and the other side wanted to put Misfortune ult in your face. And one of those two options, won out in the end. I feel like this game is when those teams do come together, which I'm not sure is going to be all that often, but when they do, it's going to be really dynamic and interesting, because there's going to be so many different ways that this could play out.
Yeah, now we do have, on the side of Furia, we have an Ambessa jungle, which obviously doesn't really have a gank to offer, right? There's an ultimate at level 6, but it's pretty easy to even accidentally miss, and there's not really much hard CC there, so I'm not expecting too much Tatu in lanes early on, because there's not too much setup that he can come through there. But for the side of Leviathan, we saw how much Drake Hero did on Los Grandes against VKS. Was very active on the Vi, was using that to its greatest extent. It was really trying to get stuck in to help push those lanes ahead. And I want to see if we're going to see the same out of Bookie. Now, the Wukong, of course, still really wants level 6. Is kind of similar to Ambessa, that none of them are particularly impactful without the ultimates as a ganking option. So maybe it's just lane versus lane, and we just have to see them skill check each other for the first 6 levels.
Yeah, I think that is kind of gotta be the case. Is like, we don't really know what's going to happen with they don't have like guaranteed immediate ganks, and all of these lanes, other than, I would say, the bot lane feels very Furia favored. I think IU is going to be a lot stronger than Seo early on, and while top lop can make up for that, you have Alistar across from you, and no Bandle pipes on the Bard means that
he could do, because it's Proxoff slows, and he's also
no.
slow. So
I think Bandle Pipes is very good on the Bard. I think it's like a go-to item. I'm just saying, when you don't have it yet,
yeah.
your
Not
ADC...
Yet, not ever.
Yes. When you don't have it yet, your ADC feels a little weaker, because they don't have that massive amount of just constant attack speed. And so I think you're going to see a bit of an advantage there. But in the other lanes, it's really just going to be like, I think we're just looking for a hands check from one of the two players. I am interested to see how Gigo pilots Zahen. I feel like we haven't seen that much Zahen usage on the big stage. He's pretty good in high-level solo queue, all things considered, and he has some pretty strong, like, highly winning matchups. But I don't think that, into Cassante is one of them. I think it's a pretty neutral kind of lane where it's going to be up to one of those two players to make a big play.
Am I crazy, or has Zahen literally never been available for pro play until 2026? I feel like he didn't even get released in time to get played.
Was he not available? He might not have been available for Worlds. So
it feels like so long that he's been out, and yet somehow no time at all. And I feel like he wasn't even unlocked before.
Yeah.
26.
I'm more referring to, like, I'm thinking
wrong,
I'm trying to think back to some of the leagues, like the lower tier leagues that obviously
came out in,
would have been
November.
available.
It feels like so much longer ago, but he actually only came out in November. That is wild. So we have not had any Zahen in CBLOL or anywhere else basically until the
yeah, he was like blue some of the tier 3 leagues, like Blue Water, I think banned him through most of their skill brackets. Like, I think he was available for a couple of weeks of playoffs of tier tier 3 leagues. And so he was played in Demacia Cup. Thank you, production.
Yeah.
The Kespa Cup that I couldn't watch because it was on Disney Plus and I don't live in Korea.
Okay,
So
now we have Furia might actually be in a pretty bad spot right here. Levia trying to collapse onto Tuts, and the phase rush actually gets him out to safety. But Leviathan have managed to wrestle control of the bot scuttle. They are pretty much in control of that entire bot river. Ayu not the most mana to play with, Seo as well. So far pretty even. No one's been fully caught out, but this is all time ticking away to that all-important ultimate boundary for both junglers.
Yep. And they're continuing to push forward. Level 4 pretty much across the board. You can see pretty much the vast majority are all sitting here just waiting. Like, I think everyone wants their all, right? That's the thing. There's no one in this game that would prefers to fight pre-6. Every single person except Rise, I guess, wants their ult so badly for their fight. But Rise doesn't want to fight at all at any point, like, ever, until he knows he's gonna win or he's got 2 items. So Rise is just kind of along for the ride at the moment. So we're seeing a very, very quiet early game. We had one possible maybe misposition that could have resulted in some bad news, but nothing to be found.
Jojo and Toplop scrapping over some brush vision right now. No one's really moving to help them, so they are just going to be slapping each other. Bard, of course, a little favored there, and will clear out the control ward, but the goal remains basically even. Kind of marginal CS leads for Furia across all 3 lanes, kind of 1 to 3 CS in their favor, but Leviathan so far holding their own fine. If it was going to be a potential skill check until level 6, Leviathan certainly seemed to have stood up to that first test.
Yeah, and now we're gonna see here, maybe with the lane pushing in, now that the level 6 has come through, there might be something to find. Getting some good CC down, but it's 2 top laners, right? They're just big meatballs slapping each other.
Just grasping each other over and over. Now, Ayu might be in a spot of bother if Bookie can get in range. Still no ultimate available for the Wukong. He's on a control ward, not spotted as of yet, and it might be enough even without the ultimate, but completes the recall channel. So Ayu will be safe for just a little longer.
They're gonna go ahead and clear out that vision. That's the Phalites. One of the big changes in this season was you like having vision, I like having vision. Let's take 1 ward and make it give you a whole area's worth of vision. That combined again with the extra control wards, the support getting them for so much cheaper once the quest is done. Vision scores are going to be very, very high this season. I think supports are going. If you are not, I feel like traditionally 2 vision score a minute. That's the floor, right? For to be a high level support. That's what you're looking for, is closer as you get closer and closer to pro play level supports where people are every part of the team is constantly awarding. You're looking for 3 vision score a minute. I wouldn't be surprised to see that number go up significantly. Just you have so many different ways to control areas. You're more incentivized to place and clear wards than you really ever have been before. So lots of fully lit up maps. So that's why I think when we had moments like last game where you had that kind of triangle of control wards, it's very impactful to be able to isolate a section of the map from the enemy team.
Yeah. Okay. So we have had the pause hopefully resolved right here. We'll see what comes out of that. We just saw a bot lane 2v2 with a heal being forced out of Ayu and Jojo. So who knows if it's related to that, but we'll see. As it's
I was
games,
really hoping that I could just keep yapping about wards and the pause would go away and we could just forget it happened, because I hate pauses, Trajan.
I don't know. I think most aren't a huge fan of them. Certainly not on remote cast, because if you're in a studio, you can go to a studio and then just play dodgeball or whatever, and that's kind of sounds enough for the viewers. But there we go.
Yeah, we're back. I love pauses.
Yeah, we don't have to emulate remote dodgeball for the viewers, sadly. We can just go and watch some League of Legends instead. Now, so as we say, heal was actually Toplop who... sorry, Jojo has Summoner's Spellbook, which always still confuses me. So he swapped the heal and then popped it. Jojo has also popped the heal. Toplop popped the heal, think, to try and get into range. So even on both Summoners, but the Summoner Spellbook giving Jojo extra to pull from. Now, I'm waiting to see what the first choice is going to be. We're hitting those level 6 marks. Everyone except from Tatu and Ayu, Seo are pretty much at that ult mark that needs it. We still have a dragon to potentially fight for. We're going to have grubs after that. So we're getting to the point in just a minute or so's time where we're going to have options, and we'll see what these teams want to start prioritizing.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Furia trying to kind of make that first move. They have the option to try and like engage off of the, off of Leviathan starting an objective, but I feel like Leviathan, just with that Wukong ult now available, has a very, very strong disengage option. They're not that upset if you push into them, whereas I think Furia is kind of, they're a little bit more incentivized to control the space at the moment, especially if they can get Jojo to level 6 and let him just eat space as Alistar, which he is just so adept at. We do have the 2v1 on the top side, though.
We have a lane swap before quest completion, which is interesting. So this is going to mean that Seo and Toplap are not accruing bot lane or I don't remember how the support quest works, but certainly Seo is not accruing bot lane quest XP at this time, and once you complete it you get bonus gold, and it unlocks that, kind of moves your boots to the extra item slot. So it's not massive in that you don't have a full item inventory at this point in the game, right? But you do get gold for completing it. You get a nice little kind of lump sum bonus. And they're opting instead to try and go for this swap instead. So we'll see how it works out for them, Con. It's a bold strategy. And currently Bookie is working on these grubs. Now Furia looks like they want to contest this one, but how do they get in against the Wukong? It's tough.
Exactly. This is what I was talking about. Furia wants to be the first to the objectives. If Wukong's already there, it's going to be really tough for them to push in. And as you can see, they even just showing on Vision, and that's a free first blood, just going over an aggressive play from Leviathan.
Yeah, no ultimate for Jojo, no unbreakable will to get his way out of there, and Seo commits the flash to get that first blood, and they'll complete the third grub as well. So a successful first play for Leviathan. They'll go and pick up this wave crashed in by Gigo, and now Furia, the ball is in your court. What's the answer going to be?
Yeah, again, I think Furia needs to get out there early on. You can see they just bulk here. They don't have that level 6, and because they're hesitating, they're walking back and forth. Toplap hits a very good ultimate there to just keep Jojo in place, give them time to finish up the grubs and get their team in position. So that's first blood given over. And in regards to the quest progress, supports get decreased progress, but they do get it even outside of their lane. But it might genuinely just be that some teams, and this is a question I kind of had in the offseason, are some teams just going to look and go, we don't need the quest. It's not that big of a deal. Like right now, we can wait and opt to play outside of the established system. And knowing when you can do that and when it is advantageous to do that is going to be, I think, a major part of the decision making going into the season. So far, it looks like it's working out pretty well for Leviathan, having secured all 3 grubs. Did give up that mountain drink though.
Yeah, ultimately the biggest person sacrificing that progress was Seo, right? But he got the first blood off it. He got into that team fight, helped them win the fight, got first blood, extra gold. He's now going back into bot lane, has a Kraken Slayer completed, and is not going to really be materially set back by this. So it's a successful gambit by Leviathan to go for that move, still opting to do the bot lane rotating for grub strategy comment from last year. Now, Devist is pushed up against Gigo right here. Gigo looks like he wants to stick to him with Tati around the corner. Ults are available, remember. If you can just connect them on, they should be able to burn their way through this Cassante. Pull back by Dreaded Return. The knockup is there. Commits the all-out, but takes his own resistances away. And a grim deliverance from Gigo with a revive to boot. Gets that kill on the top side. Now, Tuts gets healed away to escape with Jojo's assistance. But success on the top side for Furia.
That's a good understanding from Gigo of what Zahen wants to do. He loves to just stick to people really, really closely and just continue to fight because, the revive, people were concerned about it being a little too powerful. It is a very, very long cooldown early on in the game. We might have more to go here. Has to use burn the Cyclone.
He's slowed down. Chains of Corruption connects. They're going to charge up the arrow, and an ultimate committed by Tuts even as well, just to make sure. And the Leviathan jungle falls.
Yeah, now we're finally getting some action. We kind of talked everyone wanting to wait to get all their tools on board before they went and tried to play, get the full, tool belt ready to go. And now that it's finally there, we are seeing some skirmishing coming out across the map.
Ayu and Jojo contesting Vision in that bot side. Enga's going to push him for a play as Tuts, of course, committed the ultimate in that bot river play, so doesn't have it to offer as a threat onto the Ryze, who is already getting pretty tanky. Has the Merc Treads, has the Catalyst, so this Ryze is hard to knock over. Seo maybe looking for a play onto Ayu, but Jojo and Tatu round the corner. Tatu still with the ultimate available as well, mind you, so Yunara's going to have to commit for it, but cannot get enough damage down. and the Furia jungler this time is the benefactor.
Yeah, and did not have to burn the ultimate as well. So Tatu going to be very happy about that, able to get in. A bit of an overextension from Sayo. Have to be careful when you can just get displaced by that Alistar headbutt. Very powerful tool indeed. And so now a bit of that advantage they had accrued earlier might be coming, swinging back the other direction, because now only did you not only lose the progress because you had rotated to the top side, but you're losing progress because you have died and been put out of your lane. Going to continue to try and push that advantage, because right now IU has the quest completed and is accruing extra gold.
Ooh, ult connects, and Tatu around the corner again gets in just underneath the Bard ultimate, and IU gets the credit. Tatu, in fact, still didn't even need the ult in that bot play, I suppose. And Tuts ran himself out of mana, baited in the play. Jojo found the engage, so Furia starting to roll right now. It was a decent first inning for Lev, but ever since then it has been all Furia all day, and they're already 3,000 gold ahead, Brent, at 13 minutes.
Yeah, and look at the progress on the quest. Not only do they have that massive amount of gold advantage, but remember, not only was it Sayo that had to go top side and sacrifice his quest, but that did mean that obviously Devost was in the bot side sacrificing from his quest. And so everyone, almost everyone rather, on Furia has their quest, and pretty much no one on Leviathan has theirs. You know, tried to save them with the Tempered Fate, does not come through. And a good, double connect there on those ults. The Chains of Corruption, the Public Execution, all just set up a massive burst of damage. And I think that's part of why people are valuing the Varus so much. It does so well with that extra items, is strong enough early, but scales really strongly late. And that burst damage is just so good at the moment.
It really, really is. And even though, sadly, we have lost Griffin to the LCS, we still have the Ambessa jungle. We have kept his spirit subsumed into Tatu here. To be honest, the most Griffin-esque jungler.
The most Griffin-esque jungler, correct, yeah.
So, and we're still putting up big Ambessa jungle games. Let's see what it can do in this play right now. Looking for top plot, perhaps. Jojo gonna look for the stun. Cleansed away by the Bard. Chains of Corruption will not connect. And the Leviathan support lives another day. Sayo chain chunked up by the Piercing Arrow. A Bard ultimate now with Bookie coming in, but slowed up by the Alistar. Keeps the Wukong out of range. Tatu still dancing and diving around the edge of the play. Will not commit to a full fight. And Furia walk away unscathed.
Really good heads-up play there from Jojo. Just able to, identify what the threat to his stasis ADC is. And he's like, the Bard is not a threat. The Yunara, not yet a threat. But if the Wukong gets on top of him, going to be a problem. So not only does he avoid giving Wukong the free dash in, obviously can't dash to the stasis target, but could have dashed to Alistar, uses the headbutt to boot to buy even more space. We have teleports coming in. This is about to be a big fight.
We're full committing. Jojo's already had to flash away. Gigo on the front line, of course. Zahen really wants to get stuck in to stack up that passive, but where's Devost? Where's Bookie? What are they going to do to the backline of Furia? It's a little messy so far. Gigo's been removed away. Tatu's looking for more. Sayo out of mana, looking to escape. Touch drops the ultimate. The Piercing Arrow barely tickles his heel and knocks down the Yunara, as meanwhile Gigo has been dropped by Devost as well. 4 versus 4. Furia looking for a retake. Leviathan not looking confident. The health bars aren't great, and they're packing up and shipping out of the pit. Second dragon secured by Furia.
Yeah, and that is a good play. We talked about Furia not necessarily wanting to push in to a Leviathan that was already set up, but Leviathan, while they were there first, they really weren't set up in a defensive position or anything. Furia followed them right down, and so they had a good way to kind of engage into that fight. Obviously, Gigo got pushed really deep, but they used all of their CC tools to prevent Gigo from stacking up his passive. And because of that, everyone else on Furia was kind of able to position freely how they wanted. Like I said, it's going to be a lot of dynamic fighting. The positioning is going to matter so much because there's so many different tools that can come out. There's no clean line through any of these fights. And so while the fight wasn't clean, it was won just enough by Furia to give them another dragon.
I'm noticing, Brent, that Sayo still doesn't have the bot lane quest completed. It's the only one who hasn't completed the quest, and isn't in bot lane now, because now we've reshuffled the map, and the bot laners have moved to mid lane, and the side laners are side laning, and that's kind of all well and good. But at some point, Seiya's gonna have to go back bot and finish that. 'Cause he's gonna want that item.
I didn't really want to be like, hey guys, we're gonna harp on the quest thing again, because like
I still don't think it's a big problem. But it's the only thing
it's gonna be a problem. Because you are leaving gold on the table, but I believe, if I remember correctly, you get an amount of, not just the flat gold, but do you not get an amount of increased just gold generation?
Yeah, there's minions. Yeah,
you
minions
get increased
give
minion
you more gold.
Correct.
Every minion gives you more gold.
So by
compounds.
completing that quest now significantly later, he's not just down the initial gold, he's not just down the gold from kills, but, you know, IU has had all the extra time to get more gold from the minions. And so because of that, like a 1.2k gold that you can see just in that position. And so Leviathan, rather, again, going to be the first to the objective. Can Furia wall it diff because they've had some time to set up? Can they force their way in here?
Jojo, Hex flashing in, and Tattoo has already stolen away the objective. Wukong gets the Cyclone out, but drops soon after. Tattoo dropping pretty low. Seo is still pretty fearful, has to get out of there, does the Furia jungler. Tuts and Jojo working on Enga, tanky as he is. They're trying to get that health bar down. Jojo now doesn't have an ult committed. IU on the re-engage. Tattoo confident to get back in there, and Seo has been caught. Tuts with the elimination. Flash away from Enga. The Rise should be tanky enough to get out of there. But Furia, again, they get the objective. They walk away with the fight. They've got to try. They've got to kind of pause and re-engage, but they're still coming out the victors. Devos now committing the ultimate onto Gigo. A drawback keeps him in range as a TP down from Jojo's trying to get in to make this a 2 versus 1. Gigo has the revive, so he can be a little reckless if he wants to be, but the healing is still good enough. He hasn't even dropped yet. Now he goes down, and now Lev are coming in with the reinforcements. Bookie and Toplop have arrived. Jojo just has to piece out of there, and Gigo eventually drops for good.
Yeah, but in the flip side, they are able to get a tower there for Furia. And so, you know, a lot of attention having to be paid to Gigo, and for good reason. That Zahan was so difficult to take down, but it's not for free. And so the gold lead continues to accrue for Furia. I like what you said, you know, during that fight up there in the top river at the Herald fight. It was not like free for Furia. They were not able to just to walk in. They had to respect what Leviathan could do. And that, so much of that I feel like has to do with like the champs Leviathan is playing, allow them to gain quite a bit of power just by setting up on that map early on. It was difficult for them to muscle through. They had to kind of disengage, move around, and then re-engage. And where that came through was the scatter of the week from Toots on to Seo. Once Seo had that CC on him, they were able to line up a lot of damage. Seo was so scary, even down some levels, down, you know, a lot of gold. Yeah. Still a very difficult champion if you just let Yunara start free firing. And so Furia having once again just a kind of a good understanding of how to play this matchup, but it's not been an easy matchup to play.
Yeah, they're playing respectfully, it feels like. They're still playing confident, but they are, when they need to back away and let the cooldowns reset and reposition against Leviathan, they are doing it. They're not just piling in and assuming that everything will work out, which kind of felt like a little bit what they were doing by the end of 2025. So we're seeing a good restrained skill here from Furia, and Leviathan are making Furia sweat for every moment, and that's what we want to see as well. Now, we've got a play developing on this bot lane tower that Furia looks like they want to get rid of it. However, actually putting their hands onto Leviathan is proven a bit difficult, and they won't be able to find them.
Yeah, gonna force them out of the lane, though, and that's gonna allow the Syndra to just continue to stack up a bunch of extra gold. You can see Toots is obviously 2k gold up on Enga, has 2 kills, 3 assists, already pushing for that, you know, 4th item essentially because of the fully stacked Darksteel. It's effectively a full item's worth of stats once it's got all of the stacks on it. And so there's a real world here where we might just see a bit of a collapse as Shelly used there in the bot side. She's going to crack open the tower, and it's going to get really, really tough to stop these carries from Furia because they have so much gold in their pockets.
Got a repositioned Herald in from Tuts, roaming it up to the mid lane. Is going to pop out. Unlikely to get past Bookie with Smite and the rest of Seo, and Toplop will just take it off without too much of an issue. Furia have moved to Cloud Soul Point as well. They picked up their third. No dragons for Leviathan so far in this game. And I'll be honest, a lot of the Furia characters would love a little bit of movement speed to help with this repositioning effort that they have been forced to do so many times in this game. So we'll see what Leviathan can offer as a rebuttal in a few minutes' time. But for now, we're kind of just looking for any way back into the game for the Leviathan squad. We've not been able to see Bookie get a good Wukong flank angle. Toplop's not really found a chance for a good team fight altering Bard ultimate yet. It's kind of all been Furia dictating the pace.
Yeah, Furia has understood when they can take their opportunities, when they can push, and once they like get that foothold, they continue to kind of just force Leviathan out of areas of the map and just control, like you said, control the pace really, really well. They're always, playing where they want to play, what they want to play for at that moment on the map. Leviathan has to find some way to disrupt it because, it's a 7k gold lead at this stage. That is not nothing to sneeze at. And they just barely don't get the catch there on Toots. And it's going to get harder and harder to take these guys down as the game goes on.
Toplop strolling away with a couple hundred HP after a clutch heal keeps him alive, but Tuts, as you say, gets away from the Bard ultimate. Big buttons being pressed, but no kills found as the gold lead has stretched out to 7,000 here as we touch up to the 23rd minute. Now, Bookie is trying to still contest vision. They want to keep an eye on this Baron because we've seen some quick 20-minute Baron attempts sneak away so far today. Now that the Baron is back at that 20-minute mark, teams are not afraid to go for it despite the additional power that objective has. You have to take a considered approach when you want to grab it, but when it's available, teams are not reticent in taking it. So far, Furia, they want to maintain control of the pit for sure, and Leviathan cannot leave them alone.
Yeah, that's Leviathan keeping their members up on the top side of the map, trying to match those Furia members as well. Everyone kind of hovering around this top side of the mid lane, looking for that angle in, except for obviously the top laners with their free teleports. I figured the free teleports plus all the home guards was going to make it a less teleport-centric meta, but we went from a guaranteed 4 teleports per game to now there's 5 native teleports plus the 2 free ones. So we've got 7 teleports in the game?
There's 4 teleports just on Furia because Gigo's got 2. So
they could have 5 teleports on Furia.
Yeah, he's
got
the empowered double strength teleport.
Well, because you could get to the spellbook. You could spellbook teleport. So they have a theoretical 5th teleport on Furia.
Yeah, that's Unfortunately, Bren, your wish has your monkey's paw has curled, and we're actually going to give you more teleport somehow. So. Yeah, we'll see how that comes through. Now, Furia are trying to take control of this top side right now. They've got some vision in there on a pink ward. Doesn't quite catch him, but Tattoo does with that committed ultimate there. Bookie is there waiting to see what can be done. The Bard ultimate doesn't find anybody on the backside. IU can't find the Chains of Corruption, so Furia, once again, cannot actually put the hands on Leviathan, as Gigo and Devast have committed ultimates in bot lane as well, but Devast has a tower to play through. Gigo on his hand has the revive, but Seo's managed to rotate his way down. It looks like the second time maybe Gigo will be caught out pushing a little too hard, but the damage he's doing to this Yunara is a little bit criminal, and now Fury's been able to rotate over. Gigo lives on a sliver. Jojo chasing out Seo. Angus managed to find Tuts, though. The one Furia member left on top side was taken out, and Leviathan keep all of their members alive in bot.
Hey, that's a good kill on to Toots. We talked about how difficult it was going to be to kill him. He's just so hard to hit. That Syndra being able to cast while moving is, I think, one of the most important parts of her kit. But now Seo on the wrong side of the map, and I don't think he's getting away.
Yeah, it seems like we're leaving him up for Gigo to try and get some revenge right here. He didn't manage, couldn't find it in the bot side, and Seo was going to chunk him down, but Gigo walks away with the kill. It's a staggered delayed death timer for that Yunara as well. I don't know if Furia can find a window to make a play in that time, as Leviathan managed to pick up that top lane turret. It's an objective bounty for them. So overall, the last couple of minutes have been decent, and they are scaling up with the Rise, Cassante, and Yunara. It's a pretty fearsome late game they can put together.
Yeah, but the Soul's up on the board, and if you see the map, Tatu's already on it. Tatu's already at the Soul, ready to go. We are going to see how this happened here, how they caught Toots and trying to run away, but the Realm Warp come in, and I think, it's just going to be Toplop catches them with the slow, and that's all she wrote. Just a good catch on an overextension. But as we cut back to real time, like I said, already on top of that Cloud Drake, and that's going to be a 4-0 soul sweep. Not for nothing though, Leviathan is trying to get control of that top side. There's no way they can take that buffed Baron without, giving Furia a chance to get into this.
Relax, mate. This is calm down. Throws the Chains of Corruption and Piercing Arrow, completely whiffs both of them, so we'll have to wait for that cooldown just a little longer. Leviathan have managed to actually get a grasp of that top lane river though, and got some vision lines to play around, so Jojo's going to have to carefully work his way through that minefield. And without taking too much damage, ideally. Now, Furia are on the full reset. They've got some big item spikes coming through. We've just completed a Rabadon's for Tutsis Syndra. That's 3 items down. We're almost 3 items in for Tatu. Gigo's got 3 done. Ayu's got 3.5. And they're ready to commit for the fight. Bard on the front line is finally punished. Goes through the portal. Do they have enough damage? Jojo's followed him with a piercing arrow. It's stolen by Tatu, in fact, as the Bard ultimate cannot stop the inevitable. Furia now with 5 in that top river versus 4 for Leviathan. Baron a possibility, but I'm sure they'd love to find a better fight first.
Yeah, they're looking for it. You can see they're threatening towards this top jungle. They're saying, hey, Leviathan, you got to keep in mind, you guys can't just leave us alone. We don't care that you're down 45. You can't just run away. We could start this Baron at any time. But Furia has a very good comp for catching. Obviously, if they can just get on top of someone, get that knock up, they have so much burst damage to follow through.
Okay. The nice flank onto Tuts, and Jojo with no ultimate goes down, but Tatu repositions and down goes the Wukong. Devis with the ultimate is weaker. Gigo ultimates in with the Zahen, gets onto Seo. Enga forced into the stasis, and now the gates have opened for Furia. Tuts drops the ultimate. Devos still barely alive as Toplop is back off the fountain, can likely stop Gigo finding his man. Tuts can't connect the stun. Toplop back through the portal. Tatu round the corner with dashes for days. Trying to get onto this Cassante, but he's got the resistances back. Dashing over the wall, and Tatu will complete the kill. Now Bard left alone once again for the sin of helping a teammate, and the delayed ace comes through for Furia.
Yeah, they go ahead. They pick up the ace. And I wonder if they're going to be able to get anything more off of this. They do have Ayu and Gigo running up to the Baron, and there's no vision there. So Leviathan does not know if they've started it or not. Their jungler was a little low, but top two's healing is just so massive. He's already full health, back up again, ready to go. And so they are going to pick up the Baron for their troubles as well. The health bars got a little low, but the members that were so low had a chance to heal or reset. So now Leviathan has to survive this full Baron buff. I'm not sure if they can, considering already Bookie is dead. Almost got off-screened like a side character in One Piece.
Oh dear. That's an unfortunate fate for Bookie on his first CBLOL game, but the Baron is secured. He's on the grey screen, and there's a crusty tower to knock down in the top side for Furia as well. They're going to keep this push going. No reset timers, no time for that. And they want to get this Nexus done on their second game of the day. They're committing onto Devis right now. The Cassante, a tough customer to whittle down, but they're certainly making a good go of it. The Bard ultimate slows them, but they're diving top lane tower anyway. Tuts picking up the kill on the Cassante. Gigo holding down the front line. Passive stacked, a revive to boot if he needs it, but the minions are streaming in. Baron empowered, and Furia have full control.
Yeah, Gigo just barely getting away, and you saw how much the healing just allowed him to stick, even though he got CC'd down. Like, they did what you're supposed to do against those immobile bruisers. It didn't matter. Gigo able to just stay on top of them, pushing Zahen to his fullest. I was wondering, how is Zahen going to play out on the big stage? The first tier 1 game I've personally seen him. I don't know if he hasn't gotten any play like in the other LEC games today. I don't think so. This is like Zahen's big debut, and he's obviously there was the off-season tournament, but in terms of like proper, in the CBLOL, like seeing him properly in the West, seeing him play for the first time, I think I like what I'm seeing.
He seems pretty good. He's been able to chip down that Cassante, and the ultimate damage is certainly not to be sniffed at. Tuts looks up and takes the credit, but Gigo's doing a lot of work right now. They're just diving, picking off Leviathan members past the towers. Complete abandon for Furia, and this is the Furia that we've come to know and love. They are crazy. They play with confidence. They know when they can run you down, and they will not hesitate to do so. A killing spree for Ayu at the end of that play, and the bot inhib crumbling. This is likely to be the game, Bren.
Yeah, this looks like it's it. They still have those Baron empowered minions coming forward. The There's just so much
Oh,
damage to
there
come
is.
through. The lead is massive. It's pushing 20k. It's like a 17k gold lead. And overall, Furia, like, they just find their moments and they seize them. They are so good at just
Yes.
understanding exactly when they need to make something happen and then actually executing it and making it happen. They did it twice today. And, the loss of Think Card, obviously he was a very impactful coach to this Furia squad, but the squad is still together and they are just playing with confidence.
Yes, it's a great point that you bring up. Furies and Luke's being retained. Furies assistant coach before to Think Card, promoted up and is now the head coach. And you can see that the formula, the vision of this team is still the same. It is the same project. The players are the same. And yes, there's no Think Card, but Furies is carrying on that mission. All we need to see now is we need to see them up against some of our stronger teams, we could say, and to see if they can get over some of the hurdles that they discovered in last year. At the very least, they seem to be playing back to their strengths and able to show us kind of the level that they were approaching at their height in kind of Split 2 last year. That's what we want to see. We saw them drop off a little bit at the end of 2025, and they seem to have shaken that off. So that's a great start, and we'll see them further on in the CBLOL Cup to see how they fare against some of our killers, the VKSs, the Reds, and I guess maybe even the Fluxus, depending on how they're
maybe Los Grandes apparently.
maybe the best team in the league, Los Grandes. So we'll see if Furia can get past them. I don't know. It's a tough call.
But what I think it was a great day to start. We had just enough chaos to be like, yeah, CBLOL's back. Like this is the league.
To be clear.
This is the league.
Yeah.
But also these teams, they don't look like. There are times in the past where the joke has kind of been there's one team who doesn't want to win and the other team that does want to lose, and those are the teams that play. Like we didn't have that today. Like every team, even when it wasn't close, like Los Grandes versus VKS.
Yeah.
It was still competitive. Like it was good League of Legends today. That's so good to see it the first week of the season.
The skill, Dasamus trying his best in that VKS game. And, it was a rough game for them, and Los Grandes, credit to them. But I think the Red Fluxu game had a little bit of Game of Thrones about it. But again, it's kind of like they picked up where they left off, right? Red is still a very young team and they've got a lot of holes to patch up, but the talent is absolutely there. The new Fluxu project looks promising. The new Los Grandes project certainly looks promising. And Leviathan, they got slapped around by Furia, but they aren't completely helpless. We knew that they were going to potentially have a tough time, so we'll see how they can build forward. So there's a good continuity from last year to this year, and I think that we do still see the teams have retained a lot of identity. I like the new rosters that have been put together, and hopefully we can see more out of them. Now, we are going to have to jump off pretty quickly here. Our wonderful producer, RareAdam, has another commitment, so we will let him get out of here. But thank you, everybody, for joining and watching us on this first day of CBLOL 2026. Thank you, Bren, for casting the second 2 games with me. Thank you, Orbital and RMC, for locking down the first 3. Remember, everyone, you can follow us on socials on X and Blue Sky. You can join the Discord. You can join our Fantasy League. You can chat to us about the games. You can submit questions for the podcast. There's plenty of ways to engage with the CBLOL here at the CBLOL English. Have a good rest of your day, and we will see you tomorrow for more Brazilian action.